Good evening and welcome to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. This is round 3, and yesterday we saw EMEA and APAC absolutely go at it hammer and tongs over 3 extremely exciting races. Today, we cross the pond to watch Latin America and North America at work and see if the races can be just as exciting as we saw yesterday. I'm John Sargent, your host, and with me as always is the magnificent Luke Crane. Luke, how are you doing this evening?
Oh, what a beautiful introduction. Thank you, John. Normally you throw shade on me somehow, but that was very, very kind of you. I'm super excited for today. Latin America has kind of been, it's almost like the word of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge hadn't reached there over the past couple of months because the lack of numbers signing up, but this month it is completely different. We've got lots of drivers and lots of very quick drivers as well. I am super pumped for this one.
Right, well, let's get right into it then and talk about the format of what viewers are expecting to see this evening. Let's go ahead and take a look at how things are going to go down. Luke, how does this all work?
Well, there is a qualifying session to indeed determine how the drivers start on the grid for each race. So if you're new to this, you'll notice that we won't watch too much of it, but we will see indeed the standings of the qualifying sessions. For iRacing, there is a 5-minute qualifying session for the stock car. They are out on circuit on their own, very much similar or the same to the open wheel race as well. So they get 10 minutes to get their lap times in. And then we head to ACC for our final race for the sports car. They get 10 minutes as well, but the difference for them is they get as many lap times as they please, as long as they do indeed cross the line before 0, and then they can continue that lap. So they can get 5, 6, 7 laps in. It's Brands Hatch is quite short. Everybody will score points from first down to 30. If you've already qualified for the final, you're going to score points, but if you finish in that top 3, you will automatically book your ticket to the semi-finals.
That's absolutely right, and you can compete as well if you are watching at home. You don't actually just have to watch the stream. You can go ahead and compete in our next month's one too. Here at the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, you've got the opportunity to qualify on your own time. All you have to do, and I say all you have to do, it's quite tough, but just be one of the top 30 qualifying times in your region, and you'll be invited to play in the monthly qualifier races. And you accumulate enough points at these races or place in the top 3, and you'll immediately be invited to the semi-final.
Yeah, that's true. Semi-finals, you definitely want to do well there as well, because then if you manage to do exceptionally well, you can make it to our grand finals, and that's where the fun really begins.
Right, so every single one of these weekends matter so that people can go ahead and move into the semi-finals, place in the top 3, and you will be automatically invited, but everyone else will get points as well. Moving into today's races, we're going to be taking place on 3 different tracks, and they're going to feature 3 different styles of racing. The first race will be our stock car race on the Talladega Super Speedway. Our second race is the open wheel at Watkins Glen International. And our third race will be featuring the McLaren 720S GT3 sports cars around Brands Hatch. So over the last month, we've had hundreds of racers tried their best to qualify for this particular race in every single format, but there are only a maximum of 30 that can be on the grid for today's show. Let's take a look now at some of the names across all 3 disciplines of racing. Luke, who should we be watching out for this month?
Well, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, maybe this is your first time watching, and listen up now, because there's a couple of names I'm going to come out with, and maybe you'll find, oh, I want to support them. They've got a great name. They're from my country. They're from my region. 4 already qualified drivers for the stock car series who are already into the semi-finals make it back for this evening's race at Dega. Emmanuel Lopez was 1st seed. Yao Lima 4th seed. We've got Marvis Bazan, who is in 10th position, and the driver of the competition so far, Octavio Rondoletto, who was 12th fastest. With a 1st and 2nd so far, can he make it 3 podiums from 3? That's Octavio Rondoletto. He has been sensational in the stock car series. We have also got, with a P5 and a P6, we've got Andre Swanega, who has 73 points overall, but yet to qualify. Michael Velez is definitely someone to watch out for. The Colombian was a global finalist of this very competition in 2019. He is a proper all-rounder on games such as GT Sport, Project Cars 2, and this time out in iRacing. Keep a special eye out on Nahun Flores. He was P2 in qualifying for today's final. The Argentinian just picked Colombian Antonio Alvarez, who was 3rd. This has been the tightest qualifier of the region so far and should prove to be the best race so far as well. We head then to the open wheel, and again, same as the stock car, 4 drivers who have already qualified for our semi-finals also make it back once again in month 3's final. Diego Marcel, Bruno Canavas, aforementioned Michael Velez, and Nicolas Lelis, they all come back The most exciting thing about this month's qualifying is that we have a completely new name at the top of the timesheets. Enter Argentinian Gonzalo Perez. Perez. Not only being P1, but by a full 0.2 of a second. That is huge with this car and indeed track combination. And at this level, you don't really expect to see 0.2 between P1 and P2. We, of course, have to look at Andre Swanega and oval dominant Octavio Rondoletto as they both make it to tonight's final. Rondoletto hasn't tried out in the open wheel yet, but, of course, he's been sensational when it comes to stock cars, so expecting big things from him. 7 different nations are represented in tonight's final, with Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, Barbados, Chile, Uruguay, and Mexico all boasting drivers. Watkins Glen has thrown up some high drama this weekend so far, and this region's race will be no different. We head then to the sports series, and only 2 drivers already qualified are back for the sports car discipline and take up the top 2 spots. It is Diego Cagnin, P1, and Jada Borges in P2. They actually finished in the opposite order last month's final, where Jada Borges came out on top, which showed huge improvement from month 1 for both of them, where Diego was 5th and Jada was 9th. They will for sure be the ones to watch. But then we've got Rodrigo Ibarra, still the only Paraguayan to make it this far in the competition. And Adrian Castillo is the only Costa Rican as well. They'll be looking to get safe passage through to our semi-finals. Fabrizio Montez with 59 points and Damian Neri with 56 are our highest point scorers in the race so far, who have not booked their tickets to the semi-finals. Only 2 seconds separates all of our 30 drivers, and around such a technical circuit, this will be like a game of chess around Brands Hatch. One mistake, and it will be curtains.
Right, well, let's go ahead and move into the Talladega Super Speedway 5-minute qualifying session now for all of our drivers to post their best time and line up for the race. Let's take a look at how many names you've got on board here. At least 15, so not that small a field. We have had a field as small as 10. This is going to be potentially quite crowded, depending on how our drivers decide to take the first couple of laps here. I'm really excited to get this underway, Luke.
Yeah, absolutely. It's with a bigger field than we've had before for this region specifically. I think it's going to be super exciting. But to see Octavio Rondoletto, who has been so good, a P1 and a P2 so far this season, will be looking to try and get that 3rd podium. And I believe only Bokida has managed to do that in this series so far in terms of a triple podium. So yeah, it could be the 2nd driver to do so.
And if you're looking to be as fast as some of the drivers in this lobby as well, and you want to figure out how to get your way around the Talladega Super Speedway as quickly as possible, have a look at a couple of tips and tricks that we've put together earlier on to see if you can shave a couple of thousandths off that lap time. Super Speedway, affectionately nicknamed Dega, is the longest NASCAR oval on the calendar and the record holder for the fastest speed in a stock car. Let's get stuck in. Compared to many other ovals, the track width at Talladega is wide, with corner exits that aren't as tight, so more speed can be carried through, and the whole track width doesn't have to be utilized. Stay as high on the track as possible on your outlap to build up maximum speed for your qualifying attempt. On corner entry, let the corner banking carry the car in, without unsettling the car over the yellow line. Keep steering straight and smooth on the exit, and let the car come out but not too wide to take the shortest sustainable line through the rest of the lap. The racing line around Talladega is tighter around the inside of the circuit, with many cars choosing to stay within the innermost lane. However, this also gives a lot of space to draft and get side by side during races, which can lead to some exciting battles. What are you waiting for? Visit LogitechGChallenge.com to enter, and we'll see you on track. So that was the Talladega Super Speedway. We've still got a minute and a half left on qualifying. And just to remind everyone watching at home as well, we're collecting tweets from you this evening using the hashtag Logitech G Challenge. Send us your questions. Let us know who you're cheering for. Let us know what you think. And we'll be checking out some of your tweets later on in the broadcast. But so far, Luke, almost everybody in the 52s. No major mistakes so far. And the field reasonably tight, as we would expect in oval racing.
Yeah, top 9 separated by just under a tenth of a second, 800ths of a second to be exact there. Just going to address a comment we just saw on Twitch, actually. Gaming with Spuds. Wait, can you play this? Absolutely. LogitechGchallenge.com. Go get signed up, and we'll see you next month. Get yourself involved. It is free to do so. Gregorio Emiliano Dorso, that is the quickest as it stands, the number 36 at 52.332. And then 3,000ths of a second, Leandro Verle is, well, not far behind at all. It is super, super, super close here as we're actually on board with everybody's favoritto driver. I'm here all week. Rodrigo Favoretto. He's currently 12th position.
Someone send help. I'm not sure I can survive 6 hours of this, but we'll give it a go. We will give it a go. 8,000ths of a second separating the top 4 drivers, which is exactly what we want to see. Ridiculously close. These numbers, this really is just splitting hairs at this point. They're so unbelievably close to each other. I'm hoping, though, that this translates into a close race as well. As we saw in yesterday's races, Luke, it really depends on how much the drivers understand that they have to play off of each other and work together to make their way up the pack. If everyone basically is quite selfish and wants to go at it alone, we're not actually going to get very far despite having a really good qualifying time. So racecraft, a massive part of the race we're about to watch.
Yeah, they've also got a bit of an advantage here in the respect of they've been able to watch 2 broadcasts already. Very unlikely that these drivers would have all been able to practice with another group of drivers around here at Talladega, because none of the official races are at Dega this week. So yeah, just watching 2 other groups of cars go at it yesterday, they will learn from the mistakes that were made, and potentially this could prove to be a bit of a better, indeed, showcase of what we would expect from an oval race. And if all else fails, we've got North America later on, and they'll definitely show up for sure.
So here are the track conditions now for Dega this afternoon. No surprise to find out that they're vaguely ideal. Just over 25 degrees ambient temperature and about a 40-degree track temperature. Almost no breeze, and it's nice and cloudy as well. So none of this rain that we were secretly hoping for in the stock car race, in the sports car race even yesterday. The graphics might betray us once again, but the drivers are going to get a nice, calm, dry race so they can focus on what they do best. Here is your grid. Emmanuel Lopez will start on pole position alongside Emiliano Dorso on the first row. We then have Verle and Camargo locking out row number 2. Velez and Dantas will be right behind them. Remember, all of these drivers so far have more or less set an identical time. We are splitting them by 1,000ths of a second. Castro Alves will then line up alongside Sunaga, and Yao Lima will be lining up next to Damian Hall. That completes our top 10.
The next page, then, we've got Rondoletto and Favoretto. We've got Colio and Max, Miranda and Flores. And ironically, as they start this race, there's going to be a bigger gap between each and every car in terms of time than there was during qualifying, believe it or not. So they may look really close to each other, but again, we were closer in terms of their times in qualifying. Crazy, crazy stuff.
Wow. This is going to be so much fun to watch. You can see, are we going to get... I mean, this feels like the eternal question, and it sort of seems to be 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. How long are we going to have 2x2 for this time, Luke?
Who knows? It's like a lottery, isn't it?
It is a bit.
I'm going to say straight away they're going to go single file, and then you say the opposite, and we'll see who wins. I guess it's a coin toss at this point.
It'll be like a cat strapped to a buttered piece of toast. One of us has to be right.
Yeah, that's a very British reference, I think. I don't know if only us Brits are silly enough to be coming out with references like that.
You mean you guys don't do that? Where you are as well? I thought everyone did that.
I fully understand what you're saying there, but other people are going to be like, "What?
Who is this guy?
Toast to a cat?"
Yeah, what? Oh, this is going to be absolutely delightful. You can see the cars lining up now. We're just getting ready to move out onto the formation lap. 25 laps of the Talladega Super Speedway. The only tri-oval, I believe, that we are using in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. So a little bit different, although from an engine point of view, you're still keeping your foot planted to the floor. So from that perspective, not too much in the way of difference, but an absolutely massive tri-oval here with amazing grandstands, actually, as well. In real life, it looks very overwhelming, similar to the in-game footage when you actually see all the people standing up here too.
Yeah, very overwhelming for sure.
Hey!
I just got to get these jokes out myself here. On the inside, though, it looks like it's Emmanuel Lopez that will be starting at the front. of this race in the number 11 car. Number 15 then at the back end of the grid. Rondoletto, who didn't even qualify last time out and managed to get up to near the front. Did qualify this time round, but I don't think really put everything into it. So I'm expecting to see Rondoletto storm through the pack once again, being the star of the show in terms of the oval section, the stock car section of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge this year. And will continue to do so, I'm pretty sure. An absolute standout talent. Really excited to see them racing in the open wheel as well, see how well they can do there. But we're here for the stock car then. One formation lap here. You can see a few cars were trying to weave left and right. Doesn't really make too much of a difference. It realistically does heat the tyres up, but ultimately you're only going to lose out later on in the race. You overheat the tyres. Tyres are the biggest factor in iRacing. Again, you can be the fastest driver in the world, but if you do not look after those tyres, you're going to lose so much time near the end of a race. Any race, any car, the tyres are the absolute be-all and end-all for you to get a decent performance. That is a fact. So here we go now. We're about to come around the final corner. We're about to start our 25-lap race here. As again, all of the crowd are changing clothes right before our very own eyes. And some of them are appearing. It's like a magic show here.
Teleporting.
The race is just as magic. Yes. The pace car then, about to indeed pull in. And then it will be up to our leader then, the number 11, Emmanuel Lopez, to take us away. We saw yesterday that we had the high side all bump draft each other to the front really early doors in the race. Are we going to see very much the same here? That was the APAC region. That was Matt Danson being pushed last night into the lead. And well, there we go. Barney waving that flag. We are green flag racing there. Ooh, new graphic, nice. And across the line, we indeed will go. And Emmanuel Lopez got an absolute flyer here. We'll hold that low side and actually the high side here. They've all got to try and find themselves a gap to try and make it single file very early because the high side is very sluggish straight off the line. But as we can see here, the leader, Emmanuel Lopez, has got away nicely and will not be looking in the rearview mirror at this stage of the race.
Really nice start off the line, managing to get about half a car's width, which is all you really need to survive the first half of the lap. Everyone's going to be settling in now, and there will be opportunities to overtake, but at least you don't need to be worrying about any first corner drama or anything like that. The high line, about halfway back, are 3 cars wide, which can't possibly be that efficient at this point. And you can see now already starting to lose out a little bit. The red car on the left of your screen was basically side by side with the pole position car at the start of the race, and you can see they're dropping back to realistically between 4th and 5th place. Still can't actually get a bit of a gap on the low side here, so really struggling.
Yeah, look how fast the low side is. Again, all working together, all in a straight line here. And well, you can see the pink car trying to make moves here. There's a big smash there. It's number 48, I think, off the circuit. Oh, a couple of cars were collected. Oh, yes, they were. And oh, that's one of the favorites, is it not? Is that the 95? Oh dear, the front 6 have kind of got away there, but that is the big one. We've been waiting for the big one to happen. We obviously don't want to see that, but we haven't been very, very clean in terms of the first 3 months of this competition. But ultimately, there it is. There's the big one, and this all of a sudden becomes a 6-car race very early on.
Yeah, a lot of pirouetting done, and unfortunately in stock cars, not something you really want to be doing. The front 6 just sort of chilling out, deciding not to actually worry too much about what's gone on there. Absolutely tremendous. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Quantum Pay replay of that crash and exactly what happened there. I believe it was the number 19 car. Watch it drift out to the outside to initiate first contact. Oh no,
yeah.
Two on the same time.
The blue car went down low. The pink car has tried to avoid it. Read the situation really well, but then just checked up too high. And unfortunately, yeah, it just didn't work out well for everybody else. So one car makes a mistake. It's so difficult. It's not like in Formula 1 or like a high downforce car, you can kind of get away with, if someone makes a mistake, you can swing out left or right really quickly.
Sure.
But if you do it here with the way the car's set up, you just completely lose the car. Like, you cannot turn left or right really quickly. That's why they have banked corners, to help the car get around it. So yeah, unfortunately, as soon as you try and avoid something like that, you will indeed be facing the wrong way very, very quickly. And yeah, job done. And Castro Alves is now moving up to P4. And you see a couple of cars then trying to sort of work their way towards the front 3. Number 21 there, that is Lima. So Lima is going to, again, hit that big old wall of air and will fall behind Castro Alves, I think, very, very quickly, although has a bit of side drafting to work with. Michael Velez just dropped up a little bit there as well, which gave him a little bit of a tow. But again, you'll see now very, very quickly that it'll drop back in behind. And the last thing you want is to be in trouble in terms of being left at the top side, realistically. We've then got Emiliano Dorso, who has kept with this group here. Rondoletto 14 seconds behind. So Rondaletto is not going to be on the podium this time, ladies and general cars. And you can see right now then, Emiliano Dorso is bump drafting the 3, Bruno Castro Alves. And, well, they have just absolutely destroyed Yao Lima. Yao Lima now is going to be struggling to get on the back of this car, or the back of this train, into the tow. And all of a sudden, it potentially is going to become a 5-car race.
So I've got a little bit of news for you on that front. Earlier on, when we saw the Quantum Pay replay, we noticed that there were 2 cars making errors. The first was the blue car on the left-hand side. That car was Octavia Rondaletto, unfortunately. And then the pink car that was unfortunately involved in a little bit of touching that frankly cascaded 3 or 4 different cars into that not quite pile up. That was Richard Max in the number 19 car. So unfortunately, those 2 cars appear to be the ones that initially went off the racing line.
Yeah, and Evandro Dantas, I think, was the car that was flying through the air.
Yes.
Yeah, it was the number 7. That was not ideal. It's definitely faster by being on your wheels, that's for sure. There's less resistance up in the air, but you do need your wheels to be gaining some momentum on the track. Front 5, they nearly got away, but it looks like Yao Lima has figured stuff out as we see. Oh no, big prank here. That's P2, P3. So there's been a big check-up here, and that's a big one then for Emiliano Dorso. And right now, Emmanuel Lopez is an absolute dreamland here. He's been given a bit of a freebie, and it's just everybody's making such silly mistakes here. You can see that Yao Lima is now going to lose out because he's got no slipstream to work with. And I'm just not sure whether they're going to be able to stick together here, but that is a big mistake by Michael Velez. Velez, who's an absolute staple of the Logitech McLaren G Challenger, global finalist nonetheless from Colombia, has made a big error here and is going to drop down the order.
And unfortunately, he's dropped down into a position where there isn't really a car sort of within 2 seconds in front or behind him. So he's going to be driving a very lonely race, potentially losing even more time while the cars at the front try and work together. We can see Emmanuel Lopez now ahead. We've got Bruno Castro Alves right behind him, and Verla has dropped a little. Oh, wow. Never mind.
Yeah,
right
Alves
in front of him.
made the move. Lopez,
just under a second behind then is Leandro Verle in 3rd place.
Yeah, Bruno Castro Alves caught up very quickly to Emmanuel Lopez. Lopez, who I just thought was going to be able to drive away here, has been caught and been overtaken. So the front 2 are off and away. We've then got Verle in 3rd position, and they're all in perfect positions right now. Again, unless Yao Lima and Emiliano Dorso can potentially make some inroads on the front 3, it is very quickly going to become these 3 gaining those spots into our semi-final.
Let's go ahead and take another look at Michael Velez and Leandro Verle and just see what happened there in our Quantum Pay replay. And this is on board with the car in front. It's actually, the car number 40 getting sideways a little bit and collecting the pink car on the inside. So I wonder if Verle was actually the car that made the mistake there. Not 100% sure.
Yeah, it's almost like he's over-rotated the car. So he's taken the high side, and then it's almost like he's just, instead of holding a high line, he's trying to go back down low. Maybe didn't realize that actually Michael Velez was still there. And unfortunately, as you can see, the way the car's moved, he's driven across the bonnet of Velez, so he was ahead, but ultimately he's pit maneuvered himself. Velez, ironically, he's the one who's had the biggest defect in terms of his race performance, because he's P6 now, whereas Verle's still going in P3. So, yeah, it's not worked out very well here for Michael Velez.
Well, speaking of where these drivers started the race, Bruno Castro Alves currently in the lead. And there you can see some additional data-driven insights powered by Splunk. 50.054 fastest lap, but really, the started in 7th and currently in the lead of the race is the stat that we are looking at. Very, very strong first half of the race so far from Castro Alves. Let's see if he can keep the momentum going and how long he'll be able to keep Emmanuel Lopez behind him.
Yeah, fantastic performance so far by Bruno Castro Alves. Does help when cars are flying around you, by the way.
True.
But again, you've got to take your opportunities when they present themselves. And the move for the lead, well, that wasn't easy. You got it done, nailed it, into the lead they go. Emmanuel Lopez again, just sticking in behind Verle. Fair play to Verle. Right now, the fact that Verle's been able to hold on to these 2 says to me that he has some serious pace. If he can just close up a little bit more, I think he could potentially be the favourite to go out and win this race, considering he had that little altercation with Velez. Yao Lima and indeed Emiliano Dorso, they're just falling a little further and further back. They are working together, but again, they've had some contact here, so they're going to be a little bit slower in a straight line. So these 3, they've got themselves a golden opportunity for that golden ticket. It's all about whether they can just go out there and grasp it now with both hands.
Let's talk a little bit about how drivers like Verle can get their way back into a race, Luke, because if you have several drivers working together and are effectively in each other's slipstream, and you're not, how do you make up time on them when you haven't got another driver to work with? It looks like magic to me.
Well, you can't, but he has had the slipstream. He's not been far enough back to not have it. Like, there's no way he would have caught up otherwise.
So you're still catching it about a second behind, just about.
Yeah, it's about 1.2, I would say. He's probably you're just about grabbing a toe. And it's a super speedway, so you're flat out the whole way round.
Yep.
So a lead car can only go as fast as the engine can produce, because obviously the friction of the air that you're driving into is going to stop you from going any faster.
Sure.
Whereas then you're punching a hole in the air for the car behind, which means they can just, indeed, the engine's doing less work and can produce more speed effectively. Yep. So yeah, that's why that's happening. I'm not too sure who we're aboard with right now. Actually, I think this is the battle for P4. Actually, it is. Is it Yao? No, sorry, it's a little bit further back. Actually, it's Swanaga then in P6, and then we've got Nehun Flores, who is in P7. So they're very, very close to each other. And what we've seen in this race so far, John, plenty of incidents, plenty of action. So if these two can just keep themselves on the straight and narrow, you never know. An opportunity may open themselves up for them to get into that top three. Who knows?
Well, I'll tell you what, straight and narrow seems to have been a little bit of a difficult prospect for some of our field in this race so far. It's been an absolutely incident-packed first half of the race. Hopefully we'll see 6th and 7th able to close up. They are 6 seconds behind, by the way, Emiliano Dorso. So they have quite a lot of time to make up. But if the two of them can work together, maybe we'll get to see that gap slowly come down. Emiliano Dorso, though, also has Yao Lima for company. So, unfortunately, they're going to need to have some sort of major difference in speed for them to close that up in 12 laps. I mean, crazier things have been done.
Yeah, we saw McGillivray yesterday.
So good.
You know, around about a second behind the group in front, and then just had a double run on the final lap. I'm wondering here at Verlet, he's got two options here. Like, just stay in the top three, and you're going to be great. Get in that top three, you're going to be absolutely superb, and job is a good one. But ultimately, if he wants to push for the lead, he is within striking distance. Like, he will get a brilliant run. He's probably just off the limit, I would say, as it stands. Unless it's the damage that's causing him to be in this position. But I just don't think he'll be able to hang with any damage right now. So, yeah, I think he's in a prime position to maybe attack later in this race and take the win.
All comes down to what's going to happen in the last couple of laps of the race. We're currently on lap 13 out of 25. And around about this time, Luke, we start to see potential tyre degradation and different sort of driving behavior once the tyres start screaming really come into play. We might see some additional mistakes coming out of drivers where the limits of the cars are just moving subtly lap to lap.
Sorry?
Where the limits of the cars are just moving a little bit lap to lap because of how much the tyres are screaming by this point.
Yeah, for sure. Again, they're never going to come into pit. It costs too much time. But unfortunately, yeah, the tyres are going to be destroyed. And sitting behind another car is going to cost a lot more time. But the fact that they've not been battling, they've not been trying to make overtakes on each other, has been a pretty good factor in terms of the tyre wear. So they're going to be in a good spot, I think. I don't think it's going to be too much of a worry moving forward in this race. But again, they don't really need to make a move here, any of these drivers. They should be pretty good.
Leandro Verle now closing to within 0.3 of a second, just slowly reeling in this leading pair. No massive speed differential or anything just yet. We're just watching the gap very slowly come down. Castro Alves running very, very chill, very mature. Taking a look at the line that he's using, dipping towards that yellow line, but being careful not to cross it. Very nice and tight without taking too much out of the road. Absolutely no problems there. And this is the battle. What is this? Triple Eight. So this is you and Flores.
Yeah, this is Swanaga and Flores here, and they're actually catching up to the group in front, which is indeed Emiliano, Dorso, and Lima. And yeah, you're talking about that yellow line. Don't dare dip below that yellow line. That's where we've really seen all the incidents of the weekend happen. Someone dips it down below that line, they make a mistake, cars are too close behind to react, and unfortunately it cleans out a group of cars. But these two are absolutely flying right now, although they, the group in front of them are still 8.4 seconds behind the leader of the race. So it becomes very difficult for them to get into those top three positions, unfortunately. But again, if you can put yourself in 4th, 5th position, all it takes is one person to make a mistake, and then you do indeed inherit that qualifying spot.
Those two drivers are doing a really good job. Flores doesn't want to overtake Swanaga at the moment, because at the end of the day, if they're making up time to Emilio Dorso and Lima in front. They want to keep doing what they're doing now until this becomes a 4-car train. Maybe at that point you can think about attacking, but right now, it looks like they're borderline the fastest cars on track. They were 12.5 seconds down on the leaders, remember? They're now 10.5 seconds down.
Yeah, they are. And, well, here we go. They are now overtaking Yao Lima and Emiliano Dorso like it's absolutely nothing. I have no idea how they've lost so much momentum here, but they have. But now there's 4 cars. So I'm actually thinking here, well, if this was the plan for them to let 2 cars catch up and go as a 4 towards the front, it is yeah, it is. They're going to latch onto the back of these 2 here. So you can see how much momentum they gained with just 2 cars working together. Now there's 4 of them. With 8 laps to go, it's going to be tough to gain a second a lap here, but they're trying to give themselves their best shot. I think this is very clever here. I think Yao Lima and Emiliano Dorso, they've both, obviously they're not going to be in comp with each other, they've both said, look, let's let this group of cars catch us behind, potentially catch up and make it a 7-horse race for those 3 spots.
I mean, watching those 2 cars pass, I was about to call you out, Luke, and ask why you didn't tell me these cars had DRS, because the differential in speed between those 2 pairs of cars was borderline staggering. It was really quick.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a super speedway as well, so they really do, they can catch up at a rate of knots. It'll be interesting to see what the timing is as they cross the line for the very next time, which we're about to see, actually. So through the tri-oval they will come, and we will see what the time has come down to. It's 9.8 seconds off the lead, and actually the 2 in front here are absolutely motoring. They group behind. The number 21 here, Yao Lima's just not able to hold pace. Half a second, so they're half a second faster than the lead group as it stands. But ultimately, Yao Lima and Emiliano Dorso, I guess they've got damage to the car because they got caught up very, very quickly. And also now they're just not able to hang. But yeah, the group behind are just going absolutely huge pace right now, but they're just not fast enough, unfortunately. Half a second a lap. It's just not going to work out. It'll be 3.5 seconds they'll catch up. So they really do need these at the front to make a mistake.
Relying on a mistake is never a good place to be, but knowing that you've done everything possible so that if a mistake does happen, you can almost effortlessly pounce on it, that matters a lot in racing. We've seen so many times drivers who look like they're comfortable out front go for some interesting last lap shenanigans. Don't even get me started on that open wheel drop. Oh my God, that was insane around Watkins Glen, even though they managed to make it to the finish line. All sorts of stuff can happen.
Sorry, John. It's 7 tenths they've taken this lap here. So again, this is only going to keep happening.
This is amazing.
They've saved some tires, I guess. They're on proper super pace right now. There is no stopping them, and it's only going to get quicker and quicker each lap. The more the momentum they gain, the group in front are going to start to stagnate here for sure. And the only thing that really is going to save the front 3 is if they just don't battle. Just stay like this, get yourself through, you are golden. But ultimately, the group behind are genuinely catching so super quickly. And what they could do with, what the P4 and P5 could do with right now is Verlet to go, right, I'm having a little go here. I want to win this race. I don't care about qualification. I just want to actually go out and win this race. But look how quickly across the line they go again. So 0.3 of a second is the gap between the front 3. It's 8.5. It's now another half a second taken. So it's going to continue to come down. But again, they just need them to make one little mistake as a group in front, and then they're going to be golden. So again, see them go side by side, go 2 by 2, or maybe a potential 3 by 3. Just needed to battle. Need the front 3 to battle ready, and we could genuinely see these 2 catch up. It's a bit too much to do. If they have 15 laps, I think they'll catch them, to be honest. But 5 laps is going to be very, very difficult. But yeah, nice to have a little bit of excitement near the end of this race for sure.
Exactly right. Suinaga and Flores just putting themselves in the best possible position to capitalize on a mistake if one happens. At this rate, by the end of the race, they'll be sort of within about 5 seconds of Leandro Verlet if they keep going at this kind of pace. And that means, of course, even a minor mistake that allows Verlet to continue on track, but maybe hits the wall or something, you could see both of these cars leapfrog them to get into 3rd and 4th, respectively. So still all to play for here on lap 21. But unfortunately, I think Suinaga and Flores, they are semi-reliant now. In fact, now almost completely reliant on a mistake ahead of them. But what pace!
It's just come out of nowhere. That's the real baffling thing here. It's kind of like it took them maybe 10, 15 laps to go, all right, we should be doing this. And then they start doing this. Yeah, if they were doing this from a lot earlier in this race, they would have absolutely blitzed the top 3. Not even a question being asked there. Again, it's about 0.4 of a second it took out. So the front 3 have kind of figured it out a little bit here. But again, still losing 0.4 a lap, which is in oval racing, absolutely massive. That's the equivalent of maybe what would that be the equivalent of in road racing? Maybe 4 seconds, you know? That's kind of how it works. It's 4/10 is just huge. The gap comes down 6/10 of a second, so ridiculous. We are running out of laps, unfortunately, but this is good, really, for Suenaga and indeed Flores. Moving forward in this competition, they'll realise very, very quickly that, actually, hold on, we figured something out here. We've got some pace. And actually, some back markers are starting to get involved with the leaders. That looked like a massive cluster up the front end there. And, well, has anything gone down? That's the... Oh, big moment there. That's a huge moment. Is that Verlet? That is Verlet. Verlet's just made that. Yeah, it is. That's Verlet's made, well, he's battling with the back markers here. And this, with 3 laps to go, this is exactly what he doesn't need. So right now, I think that Suenaga and Flores maybe, just maybe, able to catch up here, as Verlet has made a big error there. He tried to check down. I think he might have had contact with the back marker. And now he's just got to sit in behind them and hope he doesn't get caught, because it's too late now for him to gain that momentum back and be as quick as the leaders. Like, he's lost that advantage now, and we know that the cars in behind him are absolutely flying. And this is not good for him, going side by side. There's only 2 laps to go, so probably going to be okay here. But ultimately, if that back marker doesn't let him go up ahead, yeah, this could be, I don't know what's going to happen here. This could be, again, you see 1.4 seconds here. He's lost a second off of the leaders, but ultimately, Suenaga's gained 6/10 off of the leader as well. So it's working both ways. Right now, Verlet's slower than the leaders, whereas Suenaga is quicker than the leaders. This race is not over. I think that there is a potential for Verlet to be caught here.
So let's color in some of the rather interesting potential drama there as well. That back marker that Verlet was side by side with is the car, I believe, Michael Velez, that he hit towards the beginning of the race. So they're meeting each other on track once again.
It's 3.5 seconds. He's lost another 1.5 seconds here, and well, the leaders are sorting themselves out. So Castro Alves and Lopez, they are both golden here. They've got some serious pace. But now it's 3.3 seconds, so again, they're going to need to find 1.5 seconds a lap, but if he's not working with anyone that's got any real pace here, Verlet could be in trouble, because we think that Velez has got damage to the car. That's why he's a lap down, ultimately. But this, with 1 lap remaining, they're about to come across the line here. It'd be interesting to see how far Verlet is ahead of Suenaga. It could be close. I think it might be okay, and I don't want to over-dramatise the situation, but it could be close here. Across the line, then we're on the final lap again. Another nice, cool graphic. That makes things a lot easier. Good to see. Bruno Castro Alves then P1. 4/10 behind then is Emmanuel Lopez. Those two will not care 1 iota as to how things are going down. And there we go. Verlet's going to get caught here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got to get on board with P4. Verlet is getting caught. It's, 9/10 of a second. We're on the final lap of the race here. And I think you'll find Verlet is going to lose that top 3 spot. So Suenaga is just in behind Leandro Verlet. There he is. So there's Verlet. He's struggling here. He's got no pace in a straight line. And he just, I think he might have already been overtaken here. I think he's already been overtaken. So we're coming, I think he's done. Doesn't look like he's going fast at all here. And has he lost out? I think Castro Alves is going to win this race. Lopez is going to finish in 2nd position. And, well, there we go. Here we go. We see them both coming across the line now. So that is going to be your P1 and P2. Who's going to get P3? I think it's going to be Suenaga, is it not? Suenaga is, no, is it Leandro Verlet? It is Verlet. So Verlet did just about hang on. No, it was Flores. It was neither of those two. It was Flores that took it. Oh, man. Wow. Woo-hoo-hoo.
What an amazing final lap. And Leandro Verlet, after effectively keeping his nose clean and not doing too much since the incident early on in the race, is now going to finish in P4. To be fair, P4 is maximum points to be invited back to the semi-final. But for most of the race, Verlet was on track for one of those automatic positions as well. And that late race, shall we say, bit of an issue with the back marker. We still actually don't know what the issue was, whether the back marker made an error, whether Verlet made an error, whether it was something else. We don't know. We just know that the resulting impact of that was huge. You put it beautifully, Luke. The 2 cars behind was something like 7 seconds off the leader. Verlet was 4/10 off the leader. And they closed that gap in single-digit laps. It was incredible to watch.
Yeah, once he lost a toe, once Verlet lost a toe of the front 2, it's just a sit and duck. You're on your own. You're pushing against that air on your own. You've got no one to slipstream, so you're going to lose a lot of top speed. And when you're going around an oval here where top speed is absolutely everything, you are, pedal to the metal constantly. There's no braking, there's no gear changing. And, if you're a second a lap down, you cannot regain that. And even if you use a back marker to then tow with them, they're a lap down for a reason because they're not going as fast as everybody else. So it's almost impossible. And well, it looks like Flores has managed to get himself into the top 3, and I think it's like 5 laps. They caught up to 7 seconds. I knew that it was going to be close, but I just didn't think it was actually going to happen. And then it came to the final lap, and it was 9/10.
And it was already done.
2 seconds in 1 lap. And yeah, it was already done by the time we got on board with them. Crazy.
Absolutely insane stuff. Let's go ahead and take a look at our final results here for the stock car race, sponsored by Splunk. Emmanuel Lopez and Bruno Castro Alves will take home that 1-2, but it's Nguyen Flores. How on earth? I'm not sure Flores expected to be on the podium, but like you say, Luke, at the end of the day, all you can do is go as fast as you can and hope that there's a mistake. There was a mistake, and Flores capitalized, so 100% of the credit goes to them. Verle, Rondoletto, All, Dorso, Suinaga, Velez, and Favoretto will round out your top 10. But what a final couple of laps.
I have to apologize to people watching at home because I'm watching the stream back on my phone. So it's about a 10-second delay, and I've just realized that I am that excited that I've pretty much got my face right up to the camera. I need to sit back in my sensible position because I'm just pumped from that. Anyway, Yel Lima, P11, Richard Max in P12, Evandro Dantas and Osmar Camargo then 13th and 14th. Again, you can see there are a lot of laps down. Victor Miranda and Danilo Colio. Oh man, I am sweating in places I didn't know existed. What a race it was. We've got ourselves some replay action here, some of the highlights, and as you can see early in the race, the low train were the fastest. They just completely hung the top side, the high side out to dry. It became single file relatively early. We also saw some cars fly. I can show you the world.
That car on the left, by the way,
hey?
48, the car that slid off, Rondoletto, still finished in 5th.
Wow,
unbelievable.
Rondoletto is an absolute beast. Well, that's what's happened there.
Oh.
So a backmarker car was down low, below the yellow line, and he kind of faked a move to go up to the racetrack, and then everyone kind of checked up. So that was very naughty from the backmarker. So that was actually not Michael Velez's fault. Velez got involved. Verle then was with damage pretty much for the rest of the race. And here's Verle then trying to go past Velez, and Velez just completely closes the door. So yeah, Verle trying to get past everybody, and now he's on the there we go. So he comes back on the circuit, and that's where he lost it. So he's on the apron. So Verle lost all that momentum because he had to go on the apron to get past Michael Velez. Velez being a back marker, but in NASCAR the back markers don't have to get out of the way. They kind of just hold their line, make sure they're nice and safe. I'm still sitting too far forward. I'm 5 more races to go today. I'm so pumped.
We'll just go ahead and move further back there. Luke, absolutely fantastic racing there. Look, we just want to say a massive thank you to Splunk, Logitech G, Quantum Pay, and McLaren for helping us put on this broadcast. You've just seen an absolute peach of a stock car race, but don't go anywhere. The open wheel race is coming up next. So grab yourself a drink, maybe a little bite to eat, and we'll be back after this break. If anyone can hear me, Open Wheel Challenge. I'm John Sargent. With me is Luke Crane. And this second qualifying session is about to get underway. My heart is still beating at a comfortably elevated rate thanks to that stock car race, Luke. What an amazing start to the day.
Yeah, follow that to Lara drivers.
Right?
Oh, I've got to imagine if this was better. God, this is not ideal. We're going to need another couple of casters, ladies and gentlemen, for the second broadcast of the day.
Yep. Second half of this race, maybe.
Yeah, for sure. There's a blimp again, by the way. Just thought I'd on blimp watch. There it is. Just in the sky. We've got 12 drivers by the looks of things in this race, which is a little bit disappointing considering how many people had qualified. But ultimately, some of the names in here, it is just going to prove to be a fantastic race. That is for certain. No times are posted as of yet, but we have got a chance of redemption for Michael Velez. Damien Hall, who in the first race when we were at Okayama in month number 1, he caused a catastrophic crash by not getting off the line. Again, a chance of redemption for him. We've got Yao Lima here once again as well. And where's Rondoletto? So Rondoletto has qualified, but not by the looks of things in the race, which is a huge, huge shame.
We've got Suinaga here as well. This almost feels like we're rerunning the stock car race in at Watkins Glen. A lot of drivers.
I'm all for that. I'll take that. No dramas. Absolutely.
I would. Well, I'm expecting a lot of dramas if we did that, but in the best possible way. Really, really good, fun race to start us off. And we'll see what Watkins Glen can provide us here as well. We just want to remind you guys, by the way, we're collecting tweets from you this evening using the hashtag Logitech G Challenge. So throw your tweets out there. We'll be hunting them out. Send us your questions. Let us know who you're cheering for. Let us know what you think of the races, which have been incredibly exciting so far. And we'll probably hook up with some of your tweets a little bit later this evening.
Just if you hadn't realised, John, there's a blimp in the sky again there. Just thought I'd show you.
Racetrack is well known as the home of the Formula One United States Grand Prix for 20 consecutive years. Let's get stuck in. Turn 1 allows drivers to be a little bit greedy because of a very wide exit, but it's easy to accidentally take too much, so be careful. You can take part of the inside curb, but taking the whole thing might unsettle the car and cause unnecessary understeer. The S's at turns 3 and 4 are a critical point in your lap to get your lines right and maintain maximum speed. The barriers are extremely close to the track. It's surprisingly tight and there's no room for error. Get this right though, and you will have a speed boost all the way down the back straight. The loop coming off the back straight is the first in a series of corners that get progressively tighter through the chute and then the toe. So you will need to manage your speed and adjust appropriately for each successive turn. The toe and heel corners, unsurprisingly, make up the boot, a hammerhead-shaped up and downhill section of the track added in 1971. Getting a smooth run round each corner will be your aim to get the most out of this technical section of the lap. So, what are you waiting for? Visit LogitechGChallenge.com to enter, and we'll see you on the track.
So back on board with qualifying now at Watkins Glen. We can see Diego Barcel currently setting the pace, a 1:17.552, but plenty of opportunity for other drivers to mix it up and get up onto that front row of the grid. Michael Velez now, the redemption story. It's real, Luke, currently in P2.
Yeah, currently in P2 and looking very good indeed. Well, confidence may have taken a little bit of a hit, if we're going to be completely honest, from that race. But, the beauty of being qualified for 2 consecutive races is that you're only as good as your last race, and if you performed well here today... Oh, hello, that's a moment. Crikey, that is going to leave a stain in the seat for sure. But yeah, if he has a good performance now, his last race was great.
Several more of the drivers from the last race looking to come onto the open wheel and be competitive here as well. Such a different style of racing. I find it incredible that drivers can basically be in the top 10 for their discipline across a racing, just a skill set, oval racing versus open wheel. It boggles my mind how different this is, yet some of these drivers, they're just as good at one as the other. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's kind of, once a driver figures out the physics of a particular sim or a particular game, whatever you want to call it, kind of pretty good for the most part. You're gonna, if you're quick on oval, you're gonna be pretty quick in terms of road racing and vice versa. I think it's harder. I think it's easier to go from oval to road than it is to go from road to oval. Right. In my honest opinion, there's a couple of particular drivers. Casey Kerwan for me is one of the very best at both. He currently is racing in the eNASCAR Coke Series, and he also is like an 8K iRacing for road, which is a phenomenal number in terms of that. And also like Bono House as well. He is incredible when it comes to like IndyCar. But then he goes to the road and he's like 8K iRacing there as well. It's phenomenal to see that there are certain drivers that are right at the top level. It's very difficult to be amazing at both at the top level. It's quite good. It's good. It's not hard, not easy, sorry, but not too difficult to be average at both, but to be exceptional at both, yeah, it's very, very difficult. But again, you can nail the physics. It's pretty much... Sure. Yeah, when you lose the car, you've got to do the same thing to save it, effectively. It's just all about knowing the limit of the tyres within the sim.
Well... Talking about limit, we had to go to the helicopter view of Gonzalo Pio Perez there because, quite frankly, that's probably the only vehicle within 5 miles of here. Sorry, Blimp, you're not that. That could even keep up with him. A 1:16.865. I'm not sure I've seen this in qualifying all weekend. That is a blistering pace.
And it makes my little synopsis of the race at the start of the stream sound like I know what I'm talking about once again, which is great news, because I really don't, ladies and gentlemen. I have no idea what I'm talking about. But yeah, I told you to watch out for him. Argentinian Gonzalo Perez. He was the top of the timesheets in terms of qualifying again by a full 0.2 of a second. Well, that gap has been absolutely smashed. And actually, right now, he is 0.8 of a second faster than his qualifying time to get here. Like, that is ridiculous.
I basically don't understand how this is possible. I'm looking at Diego Marcel. I'm looking at every other driver in this lobby right now who must be looking at their screens going, okay, let's see who improved. What did he just do? And suddenly everyone's going to be back out on track going, where am I losing all this time that Perez has just magically found from nowhere? That is a sensational effort in qualifying. We've still got 2 minutes to go, but it's difficult to see that being beaten.
Yeah, that is, that's a phenomenal time, 16.8. And again, when you're 0.7 of a second faster than everybody else, it is, very difficult for anyone to beat you. But thankfully, we are at a circuit that promotes the slipstreaming. Again, we're on the part of the circuit now with Octavio Rondoletto. So Rondoletto is here, actually. He just joined the server a little bit later.
He snuck in.
Octavio. Great to see you. He'll be putting his lap times in later on in the session, which means that the track temperature may have changed ever so slightly, but it's not really a huge advantage to go later. We do see drivers do it, and it's maybe more psychological than anything else. But if you beat Gonzalo Pio Perez this time, congratulations. I'll happily write you out a certificate myself and sign it, because that time is ridiculous.
Luke signing the certificates of participation here, folks. You heard it here first.
And a rosette. I'll give him a rosette. I don't care. I'll give him a medal.
Ooh,
that time is ridiculous.
That's a step up. Oh, and that's a step backwards, unfortunately. We're going to try that one a little bit again. That is indeed Octavio Rondoletto, and I don't think he's going to get another opportunity. Now, the difference between here and stock car at the end of the day is that if you have a little bit of a moment at over 150 miles an hour, well, I'm not sure you're going to get a second chance like he did in the stock car where he came back to finish 5th.
No. But again, he's very much at the top of his game in terms of oval racing. So apply what you've learnt from the physics in that to this. You should be relatively good as well. We've got some track conditions here for you, John. Of course, look, someone's left the hob on at 39.64 degrees again. But yeah, nice.
A reasonably rubbish induction hob there, but yep, 39.64 degrees. I love how absolutely precise that is. And just a smidge over 25 degrees ambient air temperature. Cloudy with a very, very brief breeze, just enough to tickle your hair and, get yourself photo ready when the photographers come a-running, Luke. I'm sure you'll be delighted with that, but basically ideal racing conditions.
Yeah, it just looks like the clouds had beans to me, and it's very windy from the clouds. That's what I'm seeing in that image right there. But qualifying done and dusted. A couple of the favourites not really near the front, but yeah, as long as you can keep your nose clean, that's the worst part of qualifying poorly. As we've seen, John, well, as one of us saw yesterday, off the start line, sometimes it just doesn't go well in the mid-pack, and ultimately your race could be ruined of no fault of your own.
Will we see Octavio Rondoletto charge through the field here as well? His qualifying effort, as we saw, ended in the barrier. He didn't really want... Well, I think he was on track to post a much better time. He wasn't able to do so. So we could... Those charges up through the midfield, especially in the open wheel, are what has led to a lot of, frankly, these first lap incidents. Let's wait and see if someone else breaks the clutch today.
Absolutely. It is race time here, ladies and gentle cars. John, please keep your eyes open. You will see some racing action here on lap number 1, and I will need your help. So
okay,
let's not rely on the replays today.
No problem. I'm here for you, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We're just waiting for... You're always waiting for 1. Looks like we're waiting for about 5 at this point in terms of getting onto the grid. Once we're on the grid, we are ready to rock and roll. 15 laps here at Watkins Glen. It is a long circuit here at Watkins Glen as well, but it doesn't have the chicane at the top of the S's along that big back straight, which means slipstreaming is a huge factor. And yesterday we saw in the EMEA region that potentially, if you make the move too early, being in second position or being in fourth position really is the key spot. Making that move on the last lap is really where you need to be making it, not a lap earlier, because if you indeed are ahead with 1 lap to go, you're more than likely going to be overtaken in the slipstream zones. So
or end the race in the same position with 3 wheels.
Exactly that as well. That is also very quick because your car's lighter, as we found out yesterday from Lemonec.
Oh, what a race.
We've had some memories. We've had some memories, John, that will bond us forever.
If this race is half as exciting as that race from yesterday, I'm going to be one happy bunny.
Good stuff. Hopefully it's just as exciting, as we will see them all now grilling up. We're about to potentially hear the engines go off, and Barney waiting to raise that flag. Oh, there we go. Just a little tip of the hat, letting everyone know that we're all good. And we are green light racing here, ladies and gentlemen, and we are frantically waving that flag. There we go. And if you couldn't see it on screen, we've got a little sign that says green flag at the top of your screen as well. Brilliant stuff. And, well, everyone got through turn 1 relatively unscathed. I think that's the cleanest race that we have seen all weekend so far. We have seen we've seen parts of car take into orbit, to be completely honest, this weekend. But that was very, very clean indeed. But now they've all got through cleanly. It means it's going to be an absolute slipstream fest. It's going to be 3, 4, potentially 5 wide coming up towards the first right-hander after the big long straight. And, well, have they got through here cleanly again? They just about have, and there's going to be a late lunge up the inside. Don't do it. Not this early in the race. Just get through. Don't cause a crash. Okay, they're going to go for it. Michael Velez has already been in the wars today in the oval stock car races, and we do not want to be going past that tarmac or that concrete little bit of patch there, because indeed it's a bit raised, and it will send you off wide, which has just happened there. Diego Marcel will hold on. Gonzalo Pio Perez has apparently got a different engine to everyone else because he's already off into the distance.
Michael Velez here, maybe just trying to take the high line. It doesn't work quite as well around Watkins Glen. You have to rely on the other car to give you a bit of space, so let's not have too many heart and throat moments. It looks like he is settling in behind Diego Marcel at the moment. Really good fun, almost side by side there. Can't quite make it stick, but now we're settling into single file. And finally, a T1 where nothing happened and the replay's not about to bite me on the bum.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like it's all good. Well, as far as the front 3 are concerned, we haven't seen the rest of the field. They're all going to be in a massive scrapyard pile up, aren't they, in the background now?
Maybe.
We're just going to have the to be continued at the bottom right-hand corner of our screen. But, yeah, by the looks of things, everything is okay. As we do see now, Michael Velez is going to make the move here up the inside down towards the loop. And will Diego Marcel try and hold on to the position? No, he will not. And that is the clever play there. Just sitting behind for the next 14 laps. So you're going to be golden. As we come through this left-hander, again, doesn't dive up the inside as Diego Marcel. Meanwhile, Gonzalo Pio Perez, you do still have to do 15 laps, Gonzalo. It doesn't matter how fast you are. It's almost like he's been told, right, if you go really far in front here, it's only 12-lap race for you. He is off into the distance, nearly 2 seconds the advantage. And, yeah, again, told you to watch out for this driver. And all of a sudden, becomes one of the favourites for this region in the whole competition. That is how much pace we are seeing on show today.
So not quite a completely mistake-free lap number one. Andre Sinaga and Rafael Blanco were 12 and 14 seconds behind respectively, and Octavio Rondoletto 25 seconds behind. So something's gone on here, and I've just been informed we have the Quantum Pay replay of what went on, so we're not going to miss that either. Let's go ahead and take a look at what went on. Oh my God, this is asking for trouble.
Yeah, it's a full-paced formation lap by the looks of things, and well, expect to see some baby Delaras being born in 9 months' time, because that was, very intimate, to say the very least.
I have to say, that's quite quick as a gestation period for a Delara. Maybe get some cost saving going on in the single make series. See a plan coming together here.
I have not seen David Attenborough talk us through, so I just guessed it was 9 months. It could be longer, it could be shorter, I have no idea.
So that was towards what is now the back of the field, unfortunately. Sunaga, Blanco, and Rondoletto, who sadly has been involved in some sort of incident 2 races in a row. He's going to find
three of the quicker drivers, John, as well. Just to throw it out there, they are 3 of the faster drivers in the field.
Yeah, but he's going to find it so much harder in this race to make it up to a top 5 finish, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but the opportunity is open now for someone like Diego Marcel. I think Gonzalo here, barring any mistakes, is going to get himself a qualifying position at the first time of asking. Michael Velez has already qualified, and we've got Diego Marcel, just checking my notes here. Diego Marcel is actually already qualified. So right now, Gonzalo Pio Perez is the only driver that would find themselves passage through to the semi-finals. So Rodolfo Santos needs to really push the boat out a little bit here and potentially close up.
A 1:17.0 as we start lap 4. Gonzalo hasn't got an off switch, or if he does, or if something goes absolutely burnt out on this car halfway through the race, we're basically going to see it explode. Absolutely unreal. Second and third now, once again in a tussle.
Yeah, no idea why they're battling as hard as they are right now. If I'm Diego Marcel, I'm braking really early here, and I'm letting... Well, okay, there we go. Did exactly what I said. Yeah, Michael Velez indeed will just hold on to that position. I think Velez is happy to battle here every single lap, whereas Diego Marcel is kind of like, I'm happy to be in front of you, but let's work together a little bit more. But ultimately, if they do keep doing what they're doing there, Rodolfo Santos, Damien Hall, and then we've got Northern Motta, they are going to close up here. So potential for a 5-way battle for that final qualifying spot. Again, Michael Velez and Diego Marcel, they are going to take risks after risk. And there's the move being made then by Damien Hall. So Hall moves up the inside of Rodolfo, and I don't think that's a good idea, battling like that. Again, they're only going to lose time. You want to be making overtakes really only in the slipstream part of the circuit. It's just going to cost the group too much time. You cannot go on your own and catch the group in front. It's just not really possible here. It's very similar to the stock car series in terms of you need to work with other people if you find yourself in an adverse position with a couple of seconds to fill in between you and the group ahead. But like I was just about to say, Michael Velez and Diego Marcel, they've already qualified. So in all fairness, they are going to battle with each other. They're going to put on a show. And if they have a crash, they have a crash. They're already there in the semi-finals. Doesn't really matter too much to them. Whereas Damien Hall, Rodolfo Santos, and Motta, all 3 of those drivers, they all need that position. They all want to get to the semi-finals.
Another very clean overtake there as Diego Marcel retakes second position. I don't mind these guys doing this all race long. I thoroughly enjoy it, to be perfectly honest. We'll wait and see whether... I don't know if that was a mistake induced, because that closing speed was very, very quick. But otherwise, job done again for now. Gonzalo Pio Perez, 4 seconds in the lead now on lap 5. Absolutely unreal pace from the Argentinian. And behind them, though, I think the real battle is Damien Hall, Rodolfo Santos, and Northon Motta. We saw Santos get past, but then he went wide on the very next corner, gave Motta a little bit of a look in, but has just about managed to hold it together. And these 3 are running tight as you like. Make that 4. Is that 4? It is.
Yeah, Yao Lima's just made it up to the back of the group, and that's all because Damien Hall's making overtakes in silly positions. It's very simple. Like, make the overtake along that big straight, but unless you're absolutely clear into that right-hander, into the fourth from last corner, don't make the overtake. You're only going to cost each other time. You're not going to catch up to the group in front. Again, the gap now is 3.6 seconds, and you'll watch this now. Watch this here. We'll stay on board with this battle for sure for the rest of this lap, and then we'll have a look at the timing differential. So Rodolfo Santos will get this move done, no problem whatsoever. And yeah, Hall really here should just let off the gas, let it happen, and indeed then, as he does, there we go. So he moves up nice and wide, opens up the door, and then we come through this right-hander, and then we come down in towards the middle sector of this Watkins Glen circuit. And Hall then is going to lose a little bit of time there from Rodolfo. But again, he's putting a lot of pressure on Rodolfo here, which means he's going to make mistakes. Rodolfo then taking a very tight line into this right-hander. Again, they lose time because he's being put under too much pressure. And then we run along this straight here, and it's just not racing clever, unfortunately, for me. And I think Motta's racing clever. So Motta isn't pushing, isn't trying to make any moves, and just, again, figures out if these four can just run in harmony, they could catch up to the leaders. It doesn't help that Rodolfo does keep running wide, but again, they're just putting so much pressure on him that you're just looking in your rear view mirror constantly. So right now, Michael Velez and Diego Marcel just doing the perfect job here. And there's contact between Damien Hall as he makes a terrible error. And, well, that's one way of going into the pit entrance, that's for sure. Motta in P6 then has caused that. Really, you had to read the situation. But, yeah, Hall a little bit slow through the corner. And now Rodolfo, if Yao Lima can just get onto the back here, might be a really good opportunity. But look at the gap then. They lost on that lap alone 2.5 seconds.
Yeah.
So it wasn't clever enough racing if they wanted to get into the top three. I'm not here to tell people how to race or anything like that. I'm just, obviously we do this every single month, John. We see 4 different races in terms of the same track and same car. So we're kind of reading the situation or seeing how things play out from our own experiences. And they were just always costing each other a silly amount of time.
Well, speaking of seeing how things play out, let's go ahead and take a look at the Quantum Pay replay for that precise moment. These 4 have been added hammer and tongs. Watch Northern Motta, who's in the orange car at the back. He's going to be moving up onto Damien Hall, who corrects his line a little bit and dabs on the brakes, and Motta really should have left a bit more space. There also tags, I think, the pale blue car behind them, which I think was Yao Lima, and Northern Motta looks like he has damage as well. I don't know if that was just us on the spectator view or whether his vehicle is also in trouble. Currently, he's showing a 6th, but either way, Lima through in 5th place.
Yeah, I think Motta's okay. Just a little tag. Won't be so great aerodynamically. And I'd be very surprised if we see Motta up the top 3 anytime soon. But yeah, just a little nudge there to Damien Hall. And
that's the pink car behind.
So, well, I think he's still in. Is he not? No, Motta is out. Motta is just retired on this last lap. Yeah. Just had Arno QS ask in the chat, how can someone work together to go faster? It's kind of the wrong statement, if you like, to use to go faster. Basically, you don't want to hold each other up. You want to just be, I don't know, patient with your drivers. Oh God, again, you don't want to be doing that. You do not want to be doing that there. So now Lima's made the move on Rodolfo Santos, and then Santos is just basically trying to retake the position straight away. And if you get overtaken by being slipstreamed, and you do not have to let off of the gas to let them go through, it means you've lost no time, but the car behind you's leapfrogged you, and they've gained time. So then when you leapfrog them, you will then gain another couple of tenths, and then you work together to leapfrog towards the leaders. But again, if you're impatient and maybe you're not a huge fan of the fact you've been overtaken, and then you try and regain the position too quickly, then ultimately, if you go side by side through a corner, that's where you're going to lose time. So the best way to explain it really is, in qualifying, when you do hot laps, I don't know what your experience is, Arno, in sim racing, or how many laps you've done, but in qualifying, you take the same line every single lap, right? When you figure out what's the quickest line for a corner, that is the line you take every single time in qualifying. But when you're in a race, if you're racing side by side with somebody, you are forced to not be able to take that quick line. So in qualifying, if you took a wide line, let's say, through this left-hander right now, if you were forced to go on the wide, on the outside there, it's slower. And ultimately, that's what it means by work together to go faster. Effectively, it's work together so you don't slow each other up.
Michael Velez now on the back of Diego Marcel, and we're going to get to see an interesting example of whether Michael Velez is going to take your advice, Luke, and just stay behind Marcel for a little while, let the car in front do a little bit more work, keep the pressure up, but don't bounce any overtaking maneuvers, and just wait until the final laps. Maybe Marcel will use a little bit more in terms of tires as well, and Velez will just quietly wait to strike. A minor mistake there sends him a couple of tenths back, but he should be able to reel that back in.
Yeah, Michael Velez doesn't have an off button. If he gets an opportunity to attack, he's going to attack. The fact that he's already punched his ticket to the semi-finals is fantastic for him. He, again, takes so much pressure off. You can kind of do what you like, in all fairness. Who are we on board with now? We're on board with Yao Lima. Is he behind? Yeah, he is behind Rodolfo Santos then. So yeah, Rodolfo Santos is unfortunately well, fortunately for him, up ahead here. And again, they just need to, if they work together, they could potentially catch up. But with only 6 laps to go, it becomes even increasingly more difficult. And again, we're just seeing people needing to learn lessons, if that makes sense. And that's what this competition is all about. Again, please don't feel like I'm being negative towards these drivers, because this could be the first time they've ever been at this level. Like, to qualify at this level is huge. It's unbelievable achievement. Like, you can never, ever have that taken away from you as well. But if you never stop learning, like if you just decide, oh, I've learned everything I can learn, like, you're never going to improve again. And if you're not the best driver in the world, then you're always going to stagnate as, I don't know, the 10th driver, hypothetically, just use a 10th as a number. So if you can't learn from the mistakes you make, and again, you have to make mistakes to learn as well. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, if you like. So yeah, please don't feel like I'm having a go at any drivers here at all. Like, I couldn't be prouder of these drivers. To qualify at this level is unbelievable. I try to do laps myself within these games to try and qualify as well. Like, I'm trying to gain as much experience myself so I can give the best commentary I possibly can. So yeah, hats off to all of them. But you know, as the competition goes on, if you're someone who's qualifying 5 times out of 5 and you've not managed to get into the top 3, ultimately you need to be able to get to the end of the race to earn those points.
Now we have the move potentially around the outside. Michael Velez makes it stick. We saw as well, by the way, that Joao Lima there started the race in 11th place, by the way. An absolutely incredible stat. Thank you very much. Those data-driven insights powered by Splunk, of course. But more importantly, it's Lima doing what he does around the track. Currently just 4/10 behind Rodolfo Santos, and has the potential to make his way into 4th position as well. Really, really strong race so far. We're on lap 11 out of 15.
Stats powered by Splunk, powered by Brian. We're on board then with the P21, Joao Lima, as we were just talking about. Again, most improved driver across the start of the race to this point of the race, 117.8, and he's flying. Joao Lima is absolutely flying. Gonzalo Perez, who's leading this race, has done a 117.0. Yes, that is scary pace. That's the kind of pace that if you didn't have a helmet on, your skin starts to fall off.
I'm not sure I would pay to watch that. That sounds rather terrifying. Thankfully, everyone is wearing a helmet in this particular lobby. Absolutely fantastic pace. I think Perez is almost chilled out at the moment. 7 seconds ahead, not needing to go any faster. Here we go again. Diego Marcel on the inside, Michael Velez on the outside. Neither driver willing to let go. And both of them continuing to want to go side by side. This could be a little bit hairy. Velez has the inside line here and should be able to retake the racing line.
Yeah, this is perfect for Joao Lima. If he can continue to produce 17.8s and these drivers go side by side for, you know, entire laps, effectively, they've got similar pace, that might be an opportunity for him to close up.
If this happens again,
yeah, they've got nothing to lose over these two, so if they have a tangle and there's a crash, again, opportunity for Joao Lima. Joao Lima not qualified as of yet. Michael Velez has qualified already, so is Diego Marcel. Nicolas Leles, who's not racing today, he's already qualified as well. And Bruno Canavas. Bruno Canavas not racing in this race. So right now, only one driver is actually making it to our semi-finals, because the 2 spots are being blocked by Velez and Marcel. And again, I spoke about it briefly yesterday. It's really good to keep coming back and finishing in the top 3, because you're making your fellow competitors sweat and qualify via our point system. So basically, every driver scores points every single race if you finish in the top 30. So by just making it here, you gain 5 points by just qualifying, and then you can earn points by where you finish in the race. And ultimately, if you finish in the top 3, that you could be done. You could just come back in the semi-finals later on in the year, and jobs are good in. But ultimately, if you are being blocked out by the other drivers, you're forced to come back every month just to guarantee that you are indeed in the positions of qualifying with the points. So it's just putting stress onto the fellow drivers. So it's just, again, just playing head games, very mind games with the fellow drivers by Velez and Marcel. And although they are battling for position, it looks like Joao Lima is closing up a little bit, but not by enough here. With only 2.5 laps to go, John. These two have put on a very nice show indeed. But ultimately, it looks like they are going to get that top 3 and the podiums. And, well, they're going to have big smiles on their faces.
I've seen a stock car miracle today where 0.4 of a second around an oval is perhaps the equivalent of 5 seconds around a racetrack, but we are going to have to see a lap time that's 5 seconds quicker, I think, a lap. by Lima, realistically, to catch up to these two right now. Still going at it hammer and tongs. This is lap 14 of 15. This is where it genuinely starts getting interesting. And it's not just about them swapping positions anymore. It's about what position these cars are in when Perez goes into his final lap. And if I'm Marcel right now, I want to stay behind for this lap so that I can have a go on the final lap. But he's going for it once again.
Yeah, for sure. We saw Kevin van der Slick. He lost his P3 because he went a lap early, and now we're seeing very much the same here. For Marcel, I'm letting Velez go around the outside. There we go, he does. So he just lets him go around the outside, and then he can challenge him for P2. But I'm going to be honest here. I watched Nashville IndyCar earlier on this year, last month, or a couple of months ago, and I saw Marcus Ericsson facing the moon at one point, and he went on to win the race. So if he could do that, Yao Lima could still potentially get up into the top 3.
Oh, I mean, if you get an opportunity like this, even if you're trying to stay behind, you still have to at least apply a bit of pressure. Look at that, just the tiniest bit of early braking by Marcel. He knows what he's doing here, Luke. He wants to line this up for a final lap overtake, and I think he's playing the smart move here. These guys, you're right, they don't have very much to lose at all, but now actually Marcel's going, this is how I have the last laugh.
Yeah, for sure. There's two factors in this. Diego Marcel's playing a very, very clever game, or Michael Velez's reputation precedes him. He's a very aggressive driver. He doesn't like to give any space. He does not, and you know, certain things like I don't like people taking my chocolate or sweets away from me. He doesn't like being overtaken to the same degree as I don't like chocolate being taken away from me, and I get very angry. Yeah, exactly. You know. So Michael Velez does not like positions being taken away. But here we go then. Oh, perfect camera angle here, by the way. Diego Marcel then is going to slip up towards that rear wing, and it's going to be like taking candy from a baby. Velez is not going to be able to defend it. And how aggressive can you be then, Diego Marcel? Not aggressive enough here, but he's got one more opportunity here. 2 corners to go before he's got his final opportunity. Runs a little bit deep there, but still close enough. This right-hander, how late can you get on the brakes? And more importantly, how early can you get on the power, Diego Marcel? It looks good from this stage so far, and up the hill they come, and Michael Velez then, I think, might be safe here. You will see that blue car close up, but not going to be close enough, and that will be the last opportunity, realistically, for Diego Marcel to make the move. And actually, you see he runs very, very deep there through the right-hander, and indeed will not be able to make the move. But Gonzalo Pio Perez, his first attempt here in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, boy, did he deliver. He won. He was super quick in qualifying for the event. He was super quick in qualifying for the race. And he was super quick in the race. Gonzalo Pio Perez, remember the name, ladies and gentlemen, for my money, in the LATAM region, becomes the favourite for the Open Wheel Championship. Michael Velez in second and Diego Marcel in third.
Absolutely beautiful racing there, and Perez, what a race, managing to dip below the 117s as well. Fastest lap in racing conditions, and bear in mind that wasn't one of the first 4 or 5 laps, Luke. That wasn't on absolutely daisy fresh tires as well. He took the car for a stroll this afternoon, if we're being honest. We didn't see him put a wheel wrong. We didn't even have him on camera for that long, but that's because we knew he was getting on with it. 7 seconds he managed to maintain that lead, and I get the feeling if he wanted to, that gap could have been larger.
Yeah, maybe he was driving within himself. If he was, that is some scary pace that the Argentinian has. As soon as I saw the timesheets this week when I was doing my research, I was just like, oh boy, to be 2/10 of a second faster than some of the names that are on the list coming into this race. Like Michael Velez, Diego Marcel, those are 2 of the fastest drivers we've seen all season long in the LATAM region. And to be 2/10 of a second faster than them, it was genuinely at a canter, effectively, compared to the rest of the field. But it was unbelievable pace. And I do not use these words lightly. Does become the favourite for me for this region, for sure.
Let's go now and take a look at our final results for the open wheel race sponsored by Splunk. It will be no surprise to anyone to see Gonzalo Pio Perez comfortably taking an 11-second win. To be fair, they were fighting a lot, but still, that is an impressive gap. And Michael Velez and, hang on a second. Got Rodolfo Santos there in the third. Lima in fourth. We've got Marcel, Blanco, Castro, Feitosa, Sunaga, and Motta making up the top 10 here.
Well, I think Diego Marcel may have just given up the position there and let Rodolfo Santos qualify. By the looks of things, again, maybe they're friends, maybe he made a mistake, who knows? Then the other drivers, we saw Damien Hall with the most impressive pit entry we've seen so far this season. He finished in 11th spot. Bastian Salinas in 12th, then Jonathan Charavia. Yeah, that'll do. Finished in P13, and then it was too quick for me. P14, I didn't see who that was. Anyway, here we go. We saw that it was almost 4 wide. there, and well, that is not ideal. Again, we do congratulate both parties on the baby Dilara being born soon. Then we just saw these two battling for P2 for the entirety of the race. Michael Velez and indeed Diego Marcel. Velez managing to hold on here, and then we see the pit entry of dreams. That is one way of getting onto the pit limiter and making sure that you're below the 60 kilometers an hour speed limit. And then again, watching the battle for P2 as Velez just about gets ahead here on Diego Marcel. Diego Marcel does not defend the position, and you see he was the one racing the cleverest, to be fair, out of both of these drivers. Didn't really ever push the boundaries, but ultimately Velez with the aggression managed to get that P2. Again, still battling side by side. And it was just really two completely different driving styles in theory, because it was Diego Marcel just driving very placid, and Michael Velez just, okay, whatever happens at this stage. So congratulations to both of them. Again, both getting their podiums. Well, actually, no, they didn't get a podium, did they? Because Diego Marcel dropped back down the order, which, again, we need to find out exactly what happened there in terms of some information. But until he says something, we won't know. But ultimately, it was indeed a fantastic performance from our winner. One of the fastest drivers, I would say, not only in the region, but maybe in the world at this point. That was sensational.
Definitely a world-class performance there, and we're looking forward to seeing him in the semi-finals. Now, earlier we asked you to send in your tweets using the hashtag Logitech G challenge, and we have one particular from Nano Flores. I wonder who this might be. Dodging everything P3 in the Logitech G challenge a la McQueen. Very, very well done and very well driven as well.
5 rules of dodgeball: dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge.
A massive thank you once again, by the way, to Splunk, Logitech G, Quantum Pay, and McLaren for helping us put on this stream. We're now 2 races down with 1 to go. When we come back, the McLaren 720S GT3 sports cars will be in action around Brands Hatch. Don't go anywhere.
For the Logitech McLaren G Challenge in September, we transport you to Brands Hatch, one of the UK's most loved racing circuits. Let's get stuck in. Off the Brabham Straight, your first corner will be the Paddock Hill Bend. Avoid the inside curb as this will bounce the car around, causing you to lose valuable time. Heading into Druids shortly afterwards, you can afford to brake late here since the corner is on a steep incline. Keeping just clear of the curbs on the exit, you'll then have a good downhill run going towards Graham Hill. Surtees soon follows, where you don't want to run wide because it will be crucial to get the power down early so you can gain as much time as possible with a good exit onto the back straight. Hawthorne Bend is then the high action point of Brands Hatch. Accelerate mid-corner and get as smooth a high-speed exit as you possibly can to maintain your momentum. Finally, approaching the end of the lap, make sure to carry as much of your speed as possible through clearways onto Clark Curve for maximum speed heading onto the home straight. Visit LogitechGChallenge.com to enter, and we'll see you on track.
Welcome back to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. I'm your host, John Sargent. Joining me is Luke Crane, and we have reached the sports car segment of the evening. 2 races down, 1 to go for Latin America.
Yeah, absolutely. This is now the Diego Cargnin and Jada Borges show. I've seen, well, Borges is on camera right now. Those two are the 2 to watch out for during this race, but there's so many new names here today. I'm super pumped to see them indeed coming to fruition. Adrian Castillo and indeed Rodrigo Ibarra, one from Costa Rica and one from Paraguay, representing their countries. The first time in the G Challenge history, I believe, they've those 2 countries, apart from last time out, but I mean this season, first time those 2 countries have been represented in the G Challenge history. So that's always good to see new countries being represented. I could say represented 80 more times if I want to in the next couple of sentences, but I will just stop. I'm sorry.
I'll start keeping a tally here. I'll hold you to that. 80 and counting. We'll take you down to 78 just because we're feeling nice. 8.5 minutes are left to go now in the qualifiers. No one's setting a lap time yet, but of course they will be soon, and they will have the opportunity to go back into the pit lane or realistically hit escape and rush back out onto the road and do a second stint if they need to. But as things currently stand, it's a rather delightful field of what I believe are 15 drivers, and a lot of different names here as well. No, I beg your pardon. 21 drivers total in this lobby, Luke.
Oh yeah, this is going to be incredible. Again, it's been a pretty stagnant race over the course of the weekend of Brands Hatch and this car specifically, and we are just waiting for one group of drivers to absolutely set the fireworks off and go bananas, and maybe this is the time, who knows?
Well, let's take a look at one of the drivers that could end up doing just that. Over the last 2 months, we've been watching Renan Negrini compete in our monthly qualifiers, and Renan has been making some massive improvements. So we caught up with him to see how he's doing.
The inside lineup towards 3. He will send one up the inside. He's been squeezed there by Negrini, and ultimately, that is a very naughty move there by Negrini.
Bom, meu nome é Renan Matheus Negrini, eu sou do Brasil, mas de Minas Gerais, Uberlândia, e eu comecei a jogar em 2005 no PlayStation 2, no Gran Turismo 4, e tô todo esse tempo aí jogando jogos de corrida, né, até hoje em dia. Então, basicamente, eu tive alguns bons resultados, mas é isso mais ou menos. Eu fui para 2 mundiais jogando Forza Motorsport e no ano de 2019. E agora eu tô tendo a sorte também no Assetto Corsa, no campeonato da Logitech. Então, eu comecei a assistir por causa da minha família, que sempre foi ligada ao automobilismo, e também porque eu tinha um grande ídolo no automobilismo, que foi o Ayrton Senna, e sempre me motivou a acompanhar. Então, sempre tive esse apoio aí pra estar ligado ao automobilismo. Então, meus pais sempre acompanharam desde o começo, e eles me deram todo o suporte pra mim estar aqui hoje. Então, eu gostaria de participar se tivesse oportunidade, né? Com certeza seria da Fórmula 1, mas eu gostaria de começar pelo kart lá de baixo, né? Ter toda a base ali para chegar na Fórmula 1. E eu acompanho sim, eu gosto muito de assistir, eu assisto principalmente Fórmula 1, né, Stock Car, GT3. Então, o que eu faço para melhorar, eu pretendo sempre jogar contra quem é melhor que eu. Com isso eu acabo aprendendo com eles e melhorando minhas habilidades. Então eu acho que isso é o melhor que tem, que pode ser feito, que é jogar contra quem é melhor que você sempre vai ter vai tirar um aprendizado disso e vai acabar melhorando. Eu acho que para você ser o campeão desse evento da Logitech, você tem que ter um conjunto de fatores aí para ser campeão, como consistência, com certeza, mas ter sorte também de evitar os acidentes e que possa prejudicar, e treinar, né? Tipo, tem que ser o mais dedicado possível que tu possa ser e ir pra cima dos caras, né? Não tem o que fazer, é correr e ganhar. Eu acho que meu ponto alto da minha carreira com certeza foi em 2019, quando fui pra Le Mans, que a gente não tava tendo um resultado muito bom e a gente chegou na final, eu peguei o carro em nono e eu consegui chegar em sexto e ajudar meu time, né? Porque sexto era a última posição que recebia a premiação. E eu conseguindo fazer isso, fiquei muito feliz com o meu desempenho. E foi isso, com certeza foi esse o meu ponto alto da minha carreira até hoje. Bom, o campeonato é um campeonato muito grande, né? Organizado pela Logitech, então com certeza eu pretendo dar o meu máximo para chegar à final. E eu só penso nisso, só penso em ganhar. E é isso que eu vou tentar fazer, chegar nas grandes finais e ser campeão.
And that was Renan Negrini. Always good to hear from some of our drivers. Don't think he's currently in the lobby here today, but he did set one of the fastest times. So hopefully we will see what his points total looks like at the very end of the challenge to see whether he makes it through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, the spotlight we've just shone on him, unfortunately now, too busy signing autographs and indeed doing public appearances to race this month. But maybe he'll be back next month, who knows. But yeah, a superstar in the making. Not yet qualified, so we'll definitely see them racing again for sure.
4 minutes left to go now in this qualifying session. And a reasonable number of cars also in the 122s as well. A couple of vehicles clearly making a bit of a mistake on their first banker lap, so they'll be looking to fix that. 2 cars in the 122s. They're going to be joined very shortly by a few more, I am sure. 6 or 7 cars in the 123s, and then we have the 124s. This is a little bit more strung out, I have to say, Luke, compared to the other sports car races we've seen this weekend so far.
Yeah, still relatively early in the session. Still chance for maybe 3, potentially 4 laps remaining here, actually. It's quite a short circuit. So we did see a couple of cars yesterday around the 27s with this much time to go. They've all qualified for this for a reason. They're all capable of posting 25s at the very least. And the qualifying session tends to be a little bit faster than hot lapping as well. The fastest time we saw in qualifying was a 23.3, and already, as you can see here, 7/10 quicker. And as I said, it's the Jada Borges and Diego Cagnin show that is still happening right now. Fabrizio Montez is just in behind in third, but those two are showing the way for sure.
Borges and Cagnin absolutely carrying the flag and leading the charge for this field of drivers. The only 2 at the moment in the 122. Still opportunity for everyone else to improve, of course. Montez is going to be looking at those times going, I've got half a second I can improve here somewhere at a minimum. Let's see if we can find a way around this track that allows me to take advantage of that. But as it currently stands, it's the 2 suspects that we would expect to see at the top of the leaderboards, already qualified, of course, and doing a phenomenal job here, trying to stop some of their rivals from automatically getting through to the semi-finals. Driving through a little bit of debris there. It looks like someone may have had a little bit of a date with the wall, or possibly with one of the distance markers, but no harm done. We're going to carry on moving through to the start-finish straight.
Yeah, as we're watching Montez then come across the line here, will we see Fabrizio potentially move up into the front 2 positions? Need to find, well, it is faster, but not enough, and actually will be a 10th of a second off, and comes into the pits for a fresh set of rubber. I'm just wondering, there is time to indeed get some fresh rubber on the tyres, on the wheels, and then come back out of the pits, and then potentially have a run on tyres that are going to perform a little bit better. So Fabrizio Montez, we saw just pull off the circuit. Munoz, then currently in P8, as it stands, 23.8, about 1.2 seconds off pole position. The front 2 really are indeed maybe head and shoulders above the rest. And like you said, John, if those 2 are at the front end of the grid, they block 2 positions to qualify through to our semi-finals later on in the year. And yeah, it just puts a lot more pressure on everybody else in the region. But they are the standouts as it stands. Rena and the Greenie not being here, he has the pace to match those two drivers, specifically this week, actually. So yeah, a huge shame not to see him putting the pressure on. But those two are the stars right now to watch out for. And a track is very difficult to overtake on, John, as well. You'd be very, very brave to bet against them. That's for sure.
Only 600ths of a second separates second from third at the moment, so there's still an opportunity for a car to potentially split them. Don't forget as well, we did actually move in. Wow, that was a very artistic camera angle there. I was worried we'd collide with something. But Montez is going to be on fresh rubber for his final qualifying attempt. So it might well be we'd have to wait until something like a minute after qualifying finishes as he gets the car back around. He's got a real opportunity to split that front duo or potentially even take pole position himself.
Yeah, for sure. As we see Miguel off the circuit there. It's Lincoln Miguel. That will be qualifying over for them unless they can get themselves sorted back onto the circuit and across the line. So still 35 seconds, but I believe that might be the session over for them. As we are on a board here with AceCast as well. You can see the number next to their name, by the way. That's their ping. Just to let anyone know that's like thinking, why have they got a number next to their name? That's actually their ping. So yeah, it just shows us really who's got a good connection, who's got a bad connection, as it goes down by 1-3-3 now. Israel Ramos currently 15th. We've got Damian Neary as well. We're on board with Garcia. Garcia then has just about managed to get onto another lap time up towards turn number 2 as they come up through the exit of Paddock Hill Bend into turn number 2 down towards Graham Hill. It's still Jada Borges then and Diego Cargnin as your top two. Then 600ths of a second behind is Fabrizio Montez. Montez has got onto another lap time here though, as AceCast pulls out, and that is actually part of the old rallycross circuit there. As you pull in, it's not in use anymore. But yeah, that's where I used to do some rallycross. Munoz then, doesn't look like they're going particularly fast here. Around the final corner, we will indeed come. We've got to run as wide as possible on the exit here, but don't run onto the grass because you'll just keep going. Aston Solo also looking to get their final lap times in. Everyone who crosses the line right now, that's their final lap over. Into the pits we come then for Aston Solo, and that is indeed not going to be an improvement, of course. Is anyone else going to be able to indeed potentially get up towards that front two, as Amador then has crossed the line? Amador, what position did you go up to? As we were on the second page, and now all the pages just completely disappeared. Borges now, who again is right at the sharp end, is probably going to be one of the last drivers to cross the line. And maybe just getting a little bit more insurance. It was definitely a quick time. There's no reason for him to be that far right on the circuit unless he was going to go potentially faster. I guess we'll find out exactly what went down very, very shortly.
So qualifying is now over. Let's go ahead and take a look at the track conditions, except what you see in the background is absolutely trolling you. We will not have a wet race. Sorry, guys. Maybe I can convince someone to do that in the semifinals or finals, but I suspect not anyway. Very pretty circuit, though, I have to say. It is going to be a 25-degree ambient temperature and a 30-degree track temperature, so slightly cooler than we had previously on iRacing. We've got absolutely no breeze at all, and it is bright and sunny. The images that you see behind you are typically representative of the United Kingdom. Other weather options may also be available.
That's what it looked like out my window this morning, and I thought Brian had put like a video onto my window as I woke up, because it was nice and sunny yesterday, and then I wake up today and it was just drizzling outside, and I'm like, come on, I thought I lived in a hot country. Now the last couple of years it's been really hot, but yeah, because we were all stuck inside over the last couple of years, of course it was bound to be hot, and now we're allowed back outside again. It's like, no, you had your fun. You're allowed to look at it from the inside of your house.
Right.
And now it's now you're allowed outside there. You've got to experience the rain again.
Normal service resumed. So this is your grid. Yep. We've got Borges and Cargnin, 1 and 2. Absolutely no surprise us there. Montez and Santos will be taking up row number 2. And we've then got Sebastian. Wow, we've got a 10 in there. Sebastian Munoz and Amador will be row number 3. Miguel and Asecas will be in row 4. And then Aston Solo and Garcia will make up row number 5. So that's your initial top 10. Yeah, that's Munoz, by the way, P5.
Here's your second set of drivers then in on the 6th row of the grid. It's Robson and Hernandez. Behind them, Herrera and Oliveira. We've then got Martins and Eli Zeu. God, I'm struggling today. Ramos and Neary then in 17th and 18th. Ibarra and Alvarez round out your top 20.
You got no accents, Luke. I feel like you timed this tactically just to spite me, but Gonzalo Herrera will be making up the rear of our grid for this race. Every possibility, of course, of getting some valuable points moving up the order as the race goes on. 21 drivers will be on the grid here for this final race for the LATAM region here at Brands Hatch. Looking forward to it.
What accent do you want? I can do any accent.
Ooh,
It's up to you.
can you do the rest of this race in a South African accent?
No. Right,
Okay.
moving on.
Yep, cool.
Good chat.
Yeah, very easy stuff. Taking a look at the grid and where drivers are at, obviously the top two are the top two. Is there anyone that you think, oh, never mind, we've already gone green flag racing, let's go.
Yeah, Borges into the lead, then Kargnin follows suit very closely in behind, and again, having it being too wide for P3 and behind them, this is perfect for them to jolly off into the distance. But yeah, Borges, Kargnin, it is still about those two in terms of the LATAM region on ACC. Those two have been absolutely standout performers. We've then got Fabrizio Montes, who does indeed hold a P3, and Bruno Santos. The P3 is like winning the lottery right now, because P1 and P2, they're occupied by people who've already qualified. So there is only one spot available this week, which again makes it very, very tough for everybody. So there's like, what? How many cars would that make? It's 19 cars battling for one position? Yeah, frantic stuff for sure.
Oh, that is going to be absolutely delightful. Don't forget, of course, they're battling for one position that automatically gets you into the semi-finals, but you are accruing points every single month that you race in these monthly round races, so there's always the opportunity to go into the semi-finals on points alone. That said, you obviously would prefer to be automatically there. You don't want to have to be counting up points and hoping that you're in the top 30, Luke, but there are more than one way to skin a cat here at the Logitech McLaren G Challenge.
I got 5 points, so yeah, it happens. I've written that. It's on my my CV now, so whenever for future employers, they'll know that I scored 5 points in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge in 2021, and that will forever be there. No one can ever take that away from me, John. But yeah, like you said, you score points by racing. You score points by just qualifying. Obviously, you get the 5 points. I can't race and commentate. I can barely commentate, to be honest. But yeah, then once you get into the race and wherever you finish, you get more points the higher you finish. So yeah, it's always worth battling every single week to accrue as many points as possible and then potentially see you in the semi-finals.
I'll make you a deal, Luke. I am absolutely happy to co-commentate with you while you're driving next month if you make it into the final grid of any one of our racing disciplines. I would love to do that.
I'm down, 100%. I'm well up for that. Let's fine.
Go for it.
I'll be at the back. I'll be at the back of the grid. No dramas in the race. You know, I've just barely qualified in the top 30 last month, but yeah, if I get the green light, I'm coming back. I'm trying to qualify. I'm getting in there.
You're going to be the back marker that causes the incident, mate.
Oh, okay, yeah, probably not a good idea, is it? Yeah, thinking of it that way, I don't want to be sending someone to the moon. Yeah, okay, we'll leave it. We'll leave it. It's fine.
Yeah, we'll stick the moon. We'll stick with sending Bitcoin to the moon, maybe, but we'll leave the drivers well alone on this occasion. So Borges and Kargnin now 1 and 2. Montes holding on to third position as things currently stand, but the battle is just starting to heat up. I feel like at the 17 minutes left to go mark, the drivers are starting to settle in reasonably well, and we should now shortly start to see who's going to be picking up the pace and who's going to be putting who under pressure.
Yeah, with only one spot being available to qualify, it's kind of a case. Well, at the moment, with the front two being already into our semi-finals, Fabrizio Montes, how much pressure is he going to be under? Not a lot by the looks of things. You've got Bruno Santos and Sebastian Munoz. Munoz has actually dropped behind Bruno Santos. So Santos is kind of on his own trying to challenge towards third position. But Munoz and Lincoln Miguel, they're the two to watch out for here. Those two are super, super close. They're actually just in front of what we're on board with right now. They are the closest battle on circuit as it stands. It looks like we've got Keika Oliveira. Maybe not going to be finishing this race. Their timing's all bugged. Maybe out of the race, actually. Israel Ramos as well. Damian Neary. I don't think they're out of the race, actually. They're still in. And that is actually the fastest lap that they've produced so far, which on the first lap is going to be slow anyway because they were indeed on a rolling start, but not going full pelt across the line. Borges still leading the way. Kargnin then in second position. And they are gapping now Montes. And it's looking, again, pretty good for these two. These two, again, have been a standout. Month 1, they finished 6th and 9th. And then month 2, last month, they were 1st and 2nd. And right now, they're 1st and 2nd once again.
Borges here setting a lap time that no one is coming within half a second of except for Kargnin. These two are about to whiz off into the distance. And unless Kargnin catches up, and they have a jolly good bit of racing going, I can see them continuing to bridge this gap and just making it bigger and bigger and bigger. I don't know, bar a mistake, how Montez is going to be closing in on them right now. They've already got a 2-second gap back to Montez. This is incredible.
Yeah, for sure. And like, let's just actually talk about the front two for a second here. Let's just throw a scenario at you. Borges beat Kargman last month, sorry.
Yep.
So he's already got one over on his fellow driver. He goes out and does it again today. That sets a statement, doesn't it? It's like, oh, you can't beat me. It's as simple as we're going to get to the final. If I'm ahead of you, you cannot beat me. So yeah, I'm expecting to see fireworks really from the front two. Although Borges, again, just being able to gap a 22.9 in a race. That is sensational pace here early on as it goes. But Kargman just has to find something here and maybe just put a little bit of pressure on. Needs to get close enough to at least attempt the move. Because the last thing you want is to, of course, be one of the fastest people in the region, and you know that. But there's one driver you could just not beat. It was like being at school and you do the 100 meters, and every year you are just super quick. Like, you know, when you got siblings, you're faster than your siblings, you're faster than all your mates. But there's that one kid that's faster than you. Every single year, you're praying for his family to relocate so you can win Sports Day. And it's the same here.
We're reliving some childhood trauma here live on stream, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're enjoying. We'll be getting the therapists in time for the North American session later on today. Bruno Santos currently still in 4th place, 2.5 seconds. I'll make that about 2.1 actually, but still comfortably behind Fabrizio Montez. Two drivers that were very close to each other just now, David Asecas and Rafael Asunsolo in 7th and 8th. They were about 0.2 of a second apart from each other, so I get the feeling that Asunsolo looking for a way past, trying to find a way to cement that overtake. Around Brands Hatch, though, like you say, Luke, very difficult to do so. Generally speaking, just the one racing line. Going offline to overtake someone, incredibly tough around here.
Yeah, for sure, and you're not going to get Asunsolo working with anyone, that's for sure. Judging by the name, but he needs to get it done as early as possible. Along the back straight they come, and Acecast still leading the way. But actually, Miguel has caught up to the back of Munoz and up to the back of Santos. This is brilliant for Montez. Montez then is in a position here where the 3 cars behind are going to battle sufficiently enough to just gain your time. You just need to keep it nice and clean effectively. And how that's going to play out, obviously that group of 3 cars, they're going to try and overtake each other because they want to go and put pressure on Montez. It's as simple as that. As again, we're on board with Asunsolo. Nice camera view here as we come up towards the final corner on this Brands Hatch circuit here in Britain. And 13 minutes to go. Again, not really too much going on, unfortunately. And it's just the nature of the circuit. This is one of those circuits where you've got to be tested. And that's a good thing about the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We've got circuits like Kyalami we've had previously where you're going to quite easy to make overtakes, and it tests your skill set in terms of the racing more so than anything else. There's a little bit of a mistake there actually from Santos. Munoz closes up down towards Graham Hill. Looks like Santos has indeed figured it out. He's all good. He's going to hold on to that position, P4, but ultimately it's just hemorrhaging time here for Munoz and indeed Miguel. But this is a whole different challenge really. Again, I kind of likened it to Monaco yesterday in Formula One, where you have to be exceptional at qualifying 1 lap pace to be able to get the maximum out of your weekend. It's very similar here at Brands Hatch. You qualify really, really well, you're more than likely going to indeed find yourself in a very, very nice position as you come up towards the points positions later on in the day. And there was a little bit of a nibble there by Munoz, but not quite close enough, and actually backed out of it, but ultimately put himself under pressure from Miguel. Miguel really close in behind here. These 3 could be covered with a blanket as it stands up towards the right-hander there, where Bokida made an incredible move yesterday, so overtaking is possible, but you have to be a very special driver indeed to pull it off, that's for sure. Up towards the final corner once again, and actually Munoz, who didn't look like he was going to be going forward here on Santos, is actually now in the clutches here of Miguel. Miguel looking to move up to that top 5.
Very exciting 3-way battle here. This is for 4th position, by the way. Bruno Santos currently in 4th, Munoz in 5th, and Miguel in 6th. Little bit of a wobble moving on to the start-finish straight from Munoz on those curbs, but managing to keep it together, and now they are proper nose to tail. Who's going to make a successful move on who first? 11 minutes left to go. Plenty of time for something to happen here. Taking a slightly wider line as we try and take a bite out of Munoz, but unfortunately, at this section of the circuit, there's just nowhere for Miguel to go.
Oh, the camera angles here are absolutely superb. This is brilliant, actually. It might be worth staying on board with Lincoln Miguel here for the rest of this lap and then the start of the next lap as well, because I'm going to just explain to you the trials and tribulations of this circuit. All the overtaking opportunities, for the most part, are done now for this lap. It is indeed the first few corners of the race. First few corners of the lap is really where you need to indeed get the job done, because the rest of this circuit is just too fast in terms of there's no big braking zones. You can't try and slip one up the inside or try and outbrake somebody. But yeah, it'd be nice to have a cheeky little onboard for a lap and just show you exactly what I mean by that as we come up over the hill. Again, sometimes you get a very special move, but as long as someone makes a mistake, that's really where you're only going to get that opportunity into the second and third sector. But ultimately, it sometimes does happen. We saw it yesterday from Bokida, but we're not going to see it here from anybody else as it stands. 10 minutes to go. Ace Cast then runs a lot wide there, big time wide actually, as I think we're on board then with Lincoln Miguel once again. In behind Sebastian Munoz. Here we go. So I'm just going to explain to you here. It's turn one. You've got to try and square someone up in front of you, so they run wide through Paddock Hill Bend. Then you can make a move up in towards turn two. Again, not quite close enough realistically there to make any moves. And again, you've got to try and be on the power early out of turn number two to force a mistake through that left-hander in Graham Hill. Make them run off onto the grass. They can't gain any traction. That means they're not going to be able to get the throttle pedal down 100%. That means you're going to be sluggish. And then in towards 30s, it's really your last opportunity to make that overtake. And then you can make it stick here. As long as if you can try and make an overtake around the outside of that left-hander, you now have the inside for this next two right-handers. If you have the inside line of a car, you can just hang them out to dry. Just squeeze them off onto the curb there, and they will just keep going on that grass. Through then the second of those right-handers up the hill. And again, if they make a mistake through there and run a little bit too far wide, then you could potentially have an overtake opportunity through this right-hander. Again, you've got to be banking on a mistake happening from the car in front. And Bokida indeed had that yesterday. And right now, I tell you what, we've got a potential opportunity here for the car in front to Munoz might be close enough here to potentially force that mistake into turn number one. So watch this. We're on board here with Lincoln Miguel. And if we see the car of Bruno Santos go to the right-hand side here, he will indeed be slow through corner number one. And then the potential for the overtake up towards turn number two is on. And it actually does look like this is the potential opportunity. Not quite close enough, I don't think. No, we're not. But again, you've just got to try and force them to overdrive the car through turn number one and then make a mistake up towards turn number two. It's very difficult to make an overtake anywhere else. That's the best opportunity, really, around this, again, Monaco-esque circuit. But the difference between the walls is the grass. The grass are the walls, effectively. Once you get onto the grass, you're kind of done for, and that's where you lose so much time. And actually, there's a mistake from Bruno Santos, currently in P4. But ultimately, even if one of these drivers get into that P4 position, Fabrizio Montes holds on to that one qualifying position for the semi-finals and will not let go of it, that's for sure.
Whichever driver ends up coming away with maybe pulling away from this mini pack still has to wrestle with the 2 or 3 second gap to third position in front if they want that automatic qualification spot to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge semifinals. Very heavy on the curbs there, and a big mistake. I think that was Munoz and Miguel having a massive look in.
There we go. This is the opportunity then. So Miguel is really close. So we are going to see if this comes into fruition. So again, make sure that you're close behind around the final corner. Make sure you're on the power early enough. And actually, little bit of a mistake there by Lincoln Miguel. So Miguel then is close, but you've got to force then the driver in front, which you can see with a slipstream, is Munoz, to go in very deep into turn one. He has not opened up that corner well at all, has Sebastian Munoz. But I tell you what, I think he's just about got away with it. And yeah, it is going to work out here. So Lincoln not able to get the job done, but you've got to be banking on the driver in front of you making a mistake here around Brands Hatch. But also, you've got to showcase your skill set by making them make that mistake. If you indeed keep putting your car right up their rear view mirror or indeed into the wing mirrors, and they're focusing on you opposed to their braking zones, and they miss it by half a meter, that's where the mistakes can happen. Again, Miguel very close here, looking for that top five. Of course, these drivers not quite qualified for our semi-finals, but every position does indeed count for the points. But also, they're more than likely going to be racing against each other over the next couple of months to try and qualify. So if you can get one over on that driver in front of you, and you've got that psychological gain on them, as there's another mistake by Munoz, he runs wide. If you can get that psychological gain on the driver and just let them know, you can't beat me. You cannot beat me. Or, you know, for Munoz right now, it's to Miguel, you cannot overtake me. There's no chance for you here. It just bodes well moving forward in the competition. So this race, it's more about this one race. It's about the next couple of months here. Again, you know you're not really, realistically, unless someone makes a huge mistake, going to get up to third, and that's a big mistake. Lincoln Miguel runs off the circuit there. And, well, Sebastian Munoz is going to be very happy with that, because not going to be looking into the rearview mirror and actually could be looking to move forward up towards that top 4. So yeah, slight mistake around the final corner, and you know, instead of it being walls at Monaco, here it's grass or gravel at Brands Hatch, and you lose so much time. Munoz though right up the back here of Santos, and well, it was looking like on the previous lap he's going to be overtaken. Now looking to go forward in this race. It can change so quickly.
Munoz there getting a little bit of breathing room, can focus purely on Santos in front of him. This is the closest battle on track at the moment. We have got Asakas close-ish to Eliseu in 11th, but not actually close enough realistically to make an overtake yet, just within a second. So we're going to stay on board with this for a little bit. You can see a tiny bit of speed differential opening up to Santos, but you need a much bigger differential than that if you want to be able to pull this off mid-lap. That's a big mistake. No, I beg your pardon. He was mostly on the Geo-Gravel. It was going a little bit wide for Santos. You can see there's a bit of extra speed for Munoz coming up here. And if he can line Santos up, he might be able to do exactly what you said earlier, Luke. Just stay behind and force that mistake into turn 1. This is an opportunity.
He's gone for it early. There's been contact between the two. Santos runs wide. Be patient here, Munoz. Be patient. Now look at him. He's under pressure from the car behind. So Miguel's now back involved here. And he's not patient. He tries to force one up the inside. He has forced one up the inside. And there's just synchronized spinning in the background. What are you doing? Why are you making that decision there? Just, you can set them up through turn number 1. It's just the final corner's too quick to set one up the inside. And ultimately, they've both had it coming together. And the big winner out of that situation is P4. They're going to be happy. Montez, though, is holding on to P3. But Bruno Santos is just going to be looking at his rearview mirror going, well, cheers, lads. I appreciate that. You know, I was under a bit of pressure there. Ran off circuit a couple of times, but now you're not behind me. I'm good. I'm just going to crack on.
Let's now go ahead and take a look, of course, at the Quantum Pay replay of that coming together. A little bit optimistic, I reckon, from the car behind. Here we go on board Munoz.
Yeah, so Santos makes a mistake. And yeah, Munoz has just tried to take advantage of it too quickly when he didn't need to, but then because he couldn't get the overtake done, was then checking up and was slow, and then was under pressure from Lincoln Miguel. So then Lincoln Miguel was like, well, I'll do exactly the same as what I've just saw Munoz do. And it doesn't make any sense to me. He could have just been a little bit more patient there, waited for turn 1. And I think he probably could have potentially got 2 positions nailed there up towards turn number 2. As close as they were, but yeah, just not enough patience. Santos, though, with the driver, ironically, who made all of the mistakes on that lap, is the one that survives it. It's a P4 comfortably.
I think I'm going to be almost a little bit more harsh there. I feel like Miguel had an opportunity, but just I think his front axle was barely alongside the rear axle of the car in front. I just think he went for a gap that maybe wasn't fully there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, definitely wasn't patient enough for sure. Like that's
What a pity.
Needed just to wait. Needed to wait a couple of corners, and again, this is, you know, racing games aren't. This is not 20 years ago. You know what I mean? This is not the turn of the century. This is 2021. These games are so realistic, and as soon as you have contact with the car loses complete weight on the circuit. You basically take off effectively, and as soon as you have contact with anybody, your car just You're not supposed to have contact with these cars. They're not built for that. Yeah, so as soon as you've got a car sticking to you, you're effectively going through a corner with someone else's aero, working with your aero of the car, and that's why the cars just spin around. They're not built for it.
Well, Montez is going to be reasonably happy with the lack of pressure there. Bruno Santos has actually closed the gap, to be fair. 3 seconds behind Montez now, so 2 minutes to go, though, in this race. I think this might be a little bit too little too late, but similar to what we've seen earlier on today, Luke, it's not about necessarily overtaking immediately. It's more about putting yourself in position to guarantee that you can be competitive if a mistake is made in front.
Yeah, Montez right now, if this was 20 minutes, 20 minutes left to go in the race right at the start, he would have been quite happy with how it's going, catching up to P2, have a nice little ding-dong during the race. But right now, he's just thinking, can you hurry up, please? I'm happy being 2 seconds behind you. Let me just finish in 3rd position. There's only a couple of minutes to go. I don't want to be catching anyone. I don't want any more hard work to deal with. As we are on board with Hernandez in behind Robson then. So this is the battle now for P6. They were given or gifted a couple of positions then from the shenanigans that we saw earlier on in this race, as there is the potential for a move up towards turn number 2. Again, this is the most likely position you're going to see overtakes being made across the weekend. Ironically, we have only seen one. So, yeah. Do I know what I'm talking about? Probably not.
The good news for the cars that are trying to overtake, right, is that I think the leader of the race crossed the start-finish line with something like 1:35 left to go. So there's going to be a further 2 full laps before the race is actually over.
Oh,
That's
Cognan
into the green stuff. Montez right behind, and that was a massive lump in throat moment.
Yeah, that's the save there. And Cognan, of course, already qualified. He's not going to give the position up here. But again, Montez is just going to be like, come on, mate. I don't need this. I don't need this kind of stress. I've got 1 lap to go here. Like, just let me have safe passage in P3. But ultimately now he's right up in behind P2 of Cognan. And Cognan, well, Borges, I said it was about Borges and Cognan. All of a sudden, Borges has just found that extra level once again. And wow, here we go. Potential move then up towards turn number 2. And I said that Montez doesn't want to really be getting involved in anything like this. Well, he's forced to get involved in this. They've got a big gap, though, to Bruno Santos behind, so there's not really too much to be worried about. But ultimately, if they have contact and end up facing the wrong way, there's going to be a lot of things to worry about. Run wide, though, out of Graham Hill. And Montez and Cognan, this is an unlikely battle. We didn't think it was going to happen. I think we're about to see these two go at it. Borges will have no idea what's going on in the background. He's just off gallivanting on his own. Probably got some sexy sax playing on the radio in the car, just chilling. Bit of George Michael, and nothing to be too worried about right now. Listening to Heart FM, and just a couple of corners to go. Borges has just been the standout of the show thus far. Diego Cognan has, hold on, Montez, I think, has done the sensible thing here and just dropped off and gone, do you know what? I don't need to. There's another mistake here. He saved it again. I'm wondering if he's doing it intentionally. It's like Tokyo Drift 2.0. Cognan does hold on to it once again, and Montez will be looking at this thinking, why? Why are you doing this to me? Stop stressing me out. I don't need this. Oh, it's not ideal. Borges will cross the line, though, and, well, star of LATAM on ACC. Borges picks up that checkered flag, and, wow, he has just reached another level now. Cognan does hang on. No idea how. Surely going to have no tyres left there as he hit something. And, well, it is going to be Montez who, on the final couple of laps there, is going to just be like, why are you doing this to me? No need for it, Diego. Like, just let me go through in P3. I don't need to see you playing Tokyo Drift on your own. Need for speed shift up in front. No need for it. But anyway, they are the top 3. Montez finally does get the checkered flag, and he's like, I've got a win there. The job's a good one.
Very nice end to the race there. An unlikely battle for P2, but the drivers just about managed to keep their cool. Really delightful stuff. And Montez, of course, bagging himself a slot in the all-important semi-finals. Very calm and collected drive from him. It wasn't smooth sailing. He had plenty of pressure put on him, but everyone who put pressure on him also disappeared with a couple of laps left to go. It was an interesting race if you were Montez.
Yeah, it was a strange one, wasn't it? It was kind of like, got a decent gap ahead and there's not really much going on in front of me. These two have been arguably, the drivers to beat. It's not even arguably. They have been the drivers to beat over the course of the championship. They're probably going to drive away from me. I'm not worried about being on their pace today. I've got a couple of months now if I stay in this P3 to find their pace. And then all of a sudden, the last couple of laps, it's like, well, no, hold on. You've got to start avoiding someone drifting around corners. And it's just like, do you mind if you just cross the line ahead of me and not cause any drama? That would be fantastic. Luckily, it did work out in the end. Did get that P3 and will qualify for our semi-finals.
Very well done. Congratulations. But of course, Borges and Cognan, at the moment, they're stamping their dominance a little bit in the LATAM sports car scene. Whoever makes it through to the semi-finals with them are going to be going, hang on a second. It feels like there's a little bit of a gulf in class between those two drivers and everyone else. And that's part of the reason why they keep coming back. It's like, no matter who qualifies, we're going to be here, we're going to be in the race, and we're going to force you guys to recognize just how dominant we are at the moment. Montez took a little bit of a bite out of that today, fair, but at the end of the day, those two still finished first and second.
Yeah, 100%. They are the ones to beat, and more so Borges. Like, yeah, just hit a bit of a different level. We've seen him be very close to Cognan. Today, it wasn't quite so close. No mistakes being made by Borges. And so right now, I'd say that there is a clear 2 dominant drivers, but I think there's one that's just reached another level once again.
So we now have our final results. Let's go ahead and take a look at the sports car results sponsored by Splunk. Borges taking home the victory, and Cognan will manage to hang on to second place. We've got Montez then capturing that 3rd place position and that all-important direct ticket into the semi-finals. Behind him, we've got Santos and Asun Solo, and then Munoz and Amador. Asekas, Robson, and Hernandez will make up our top 10. Pereira, Eliseu, and Neri are going to be 11th through 13th. Alvarez, Martins, and Herrera will then be behind them. Ibarra, Miguel, Garcia, and Ramos will make up our top 20. And unfortunately, we're into DNF territory there, I think, from Lincoln Miguel onwards, plus 5 laps, but still getting very, very valuable points. Crucial valuable points towards their semi-final qualification. So the fact that they're here and potentially coming back to grab some more points month after month is going to serve them extremely well indeed. And now we're into the replays to take a look at some of the moments from that very exciting race.
Yeah, for sure. Again, Brands Hatch has been kind of, it's like a game of chess, as I said earlier, more so than any other circuit we've had those so far, but still, very interesting race. Munoz, Santos, Miguel, they were battling for the entirety of the race, and well, ultimately there was a mistake from Santos that caused them all to check up, and yeah, here we go. So Munoz was earlier in the lap, Santos had made a mistake, which meant Munoz got too close. Then Munoz made a mistake himself. Miguel then tries to make a move. Here we go. Makes the move up the inside there. And you know what? I think that's more on Munoz more than anything. I think Miguel has got a car far enough alongside there, and he's just had his nose cut off. And then we see Montez versus Carglin, a battle that Montez just did not want any part of. This was for P2. Montez was like, give me P3, I'm done. I'm going off into the next stage of the championship. Borges, different level, reached a different level. And well, again, we've seen a couple of drivers who really have produced a performance that you can turn around and say they're sort of one of the favourites in the competition. Borges has done very much the same there.
So that was our sports car race. We're going to take you back now to our initial stock car race where Lopez, Castro Alves, and Flores managed to make it through with the direct invites to the semi-finals, courtesy of those podium spots. Really entertaining stock car race that had, frankly, action across every turn. Out behind them, of course, we have Verla, Rondoletto, who somehow managed to make it back up to P5. What an absolute beast. Hall, Emiliano Dorso, Suenaga, Velez, Favoretto, Lima, Richard, Max, Dantas, Camargo, and Miranda for your top 15 in the stock car. But we did actually have quite a large field. Coelho is going to be making that up. 14 valuable points in 16th place. Now we're going to be moving on to open wheel. We had that straight afterwards where Perez, Velez, and Santos managed to make it through. Yao Lima will take home 4th place and a decent 32 points. So Diego Marcel then dropping back to 5th somewhere on the final lap. Rafael Blanco, Castro, Feitosa, and Suenaga will be accompanied by Motta going into the top 10. A very entertaining race for Motta as well, it has to be said, prior to that incident. We then have Damian Hall once more. Salinas, Chavarria, and Rondoletto will be rounding out our 14 drivers that were in that open wheel race. So 3 very entertaining races and 3 very different driving disciplines, but with a lot of the same names in each today, Luke. Really good day, and I can't wait to see what North America has in store, but LATAM certainly has not disappointed.
Yeah, they've improved again. See, every single month we're seeing each region improve and get faster, and seeing lots of new names come through as well. Just goes to show that the semi-finals are going to be amazing. You know, we're just over the halfway point in terms of 3 of our regions, and yeah, definitely the improvement is there to see. But yeah, like you just mentioned briefly, North America's next. Stock car to kick off the show. Oh, yes, please.
Now, wherever you're watching from in the world, you can go ahead and participate yourself. Anyone can race. All you have to do is go to logitechgchallenge.com and race in the stock car, in the open wheel, or in the sports car. It's entirely up to you. All you have to do is get one of the 30 fastest qualifying times next month or the month after. So there are still 2 opportunities for you guys to go ahead and grab one of those places. Now, a massive thank you once again to Splunk, Logitech G, Quantum Pay, and McLaren for helping us put this stream on, but we are not done yet. That was Latin America, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be moving into North America after this break. A time of high drama here today in LATAM, and we still have 1 region left to go. You're not going to want to miss the conclusion of this weekend's challenges here at the Logitech McLaren G Challenge.
So these 3, they've got themselves a golden opportunity for that golden ticket. It's all about whether they can just go out there and grasp it now with both hands.
Let's talk a little bit about how drivers like Verle can get their way back into a race, Luke, because if you have several drivers working together and are effectively in each other's slipstream and you're not, How do you make up time on them when you haven't got another driver to work with? It looks like magic to me.
Well, you can't, but he has had the slipstream. He's not been far enough back to not have it. Like, there's no way he would have caught up otherwise.
So you're still catching it about a second behind, just about.
Yeah, it's about 1.2, I would say. He's probably you're just about grabbing a toe. And it's a super speedway, so you're flat out the whole way round.
Yep.
So a lead car can only go as fast as the engine can produce, because obviously the friction of the air that you're driving into is going to stop you from going any faster.
Sure.
Whereas then you're punching a hole in the air for the car behind, which means they can the engine's doing less work and can produce more speed effectively. Yep. So yeah, that's why that's happening. I'm not too sure who we're aboard with right now. Actually, I think this is the battle for P4. Actually, it is. Is it Yao? No, sorry, it's a little bit further back. Actually, it's Swinaga then in P6, and then we've got Nehu and Flores, who is in P7. So they're very, very close to each other. And what we've seen in this race so far, John, plenty of incidents, plenty of action. So if these two can just keep themselves on the straight and narrow, you never know. An opportunity may open themselves up for them to get into that top three. Who knows?
Well, I'll tell you what, straight and narrow seems to have been a little bit of a difficult prospect for some of our field in this race so far. It's been an absolutely incident-packed first half of the race. Hopefully we'll see 6th and 7th able to close up. They are 6 seconds behind, by the way, Emiliano Dorso. So they have quite a lot of time to make up. But if the two of them can work together, maybe we'll get to see that gap slowly come down. Emiliano Dorso, though, also has Yao Lima for company. So, unfortunately, they're going to need to have some sort of major difference in speed for them to close that up in 12 laps. I mean, crazier things have been done.
Yeah, we saw McGillivray yesterday.
So good.
You know, around about a second behind the group in front, and then just had a double run on the final lap. I'm wondering here at Verlet, he's got two options here. Look, just stay in the top three, and you're going to be great. Get in that top three, you're going to be absolutely superb, and job is a good one. But ultimately, if he wants to push for the lead, he is within striking distance. Like, he will get a brilliant run. He's probably just off the limit, I would say, as it stands. Unless it's the damage that's causing him to be in this position. But I just don't think he'll be able to hang with any damage right now. So, yeah, I think he's in a prime position to maybe attack later in this race and take the win.
All comes down to what's going to happen in the last couple of laps of the race. We're currently on lap 13 out of 25. And around about this time, Luke, we start to see potential tyre degradation and different sort of driving behavior once the tyres start screaming really come into play. We might see some additional mistakes coming out of drivers where the limits of the cars are just moving subtly lap to lap.
Sorry?
Where the limits of the cars are just moving a little bit lap to lap because of how much the tyres are screaming by this point.
Yeah, for sure. Again, they're never going to come into pit. It costs too much time. But unfortunately, yeah, the tyres are going to be destroyed. And sitting behind another car is going to cost a lot more time. But the fact that they've not been battling, they've not been trying to make overtakes on each other, has been a pretty good factor in terms of the tyre wear. So they're going to be in a good spot, I think. I don't think it's going to be too much of a worry moving forward in this race. But again, they don't really need to make a move here, any of these drivers. They should be pretty good.
Leandro Verle now closing to within 0.3 of a second, just slowly reeling in this leading pair. No massive speed differential or anything just yet. We're just watching the gap very slowly come down. Castro Alves running very, very chill, very mature. Taking a look at the line that he's using, dipping towards that yellow line, but being careful not to cross it. Very nice and tight without taking too much out of the road. Absolutely no problems there. And this is the battle. What is this? 888. So this is you and Flores.
Yeah, this is Swinaga and Flores here, and they're actually catching up to the group in front, which is indeed Emiliano, Dorso, and Lima. And yeah, you're talking about that yellow line. Don't dare dip below that yellow line. That's where we've really seen all the incidents of the weekend happen. Someone dips it down below that line, they make a mistake, cars are too close behind to react, and unfortunately it cleans out a group of cars. But these two are absolutely flying right now, although they, the group in front of them are still 8.4 seconds behind the leader of the race. So it becomes very difficult for them to get into those top three positions, unfortunately. But again, if you can put yourself in 4th, 5th position, all it takes is one person to make a mistake, and then you do indeed inherit that qualifying spot.
Those two drivers are doing a really good job. Flores doesn't want to overtake Swinaga at the moment, because at the end of the day, if they're making up time to Emilio Dorso and Lima in front, they want to keep doing what they're doing now until this becomes a 4-car train. Maybe at that point you can think about attacking, but right now, It looks like they're borderline the fastest cars on track. They were 12.5 seconds down on the leaders, remember? They're now 10.5 seconds down.
Yeah, they are. And well, here we go. They are now overtaking Yao Lima and Emiliano Dorso like it's absolutely nothing. I have no idea how they've lost so much momentum here, but they have. But now there's 4 cars. So I'm actually thinking here, well, if this was the plan for them to let 2 cars catch up and go as a 4 towards the front, it is yeah, it is. They're going to latch onto the back of these 2 here. So you can see how much momentum they gained with just 2 cars working together. Now there's 4 of them. With 8 laps to go, it's going to be tough to gain a second a lap here, but they're trying to give themselves their best shot. I think this is very clever here. I think Yao Lima and Emiliano Dorso, they've both, obviously they're not going to be in comp with each other, they've both said, look, let's let this group of cars catch us behind, potentially catch up and make it a 7-horse race for those 3 spots.
I mean, watching those 2 cars pass, I was about to call you out, Luke, and ask why you didn't tell me these cars had DRS, because the differential in speed between those 2 pairs of cars was borderline staggering. It was really quick.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a super speedway as well, so they really do, you know, they can catch up at a rate of knots. It'll be interesting to see what the timing is as they cross the line for the very next time, which we're about to see, actually. So through the tri-oval they will come, and we will see what the time has come down to. It's 9.8 seconds off the lead, and actually the 2 in front here are absolutely motoring. That they group behind. The number 21 here, Yao Lima's just not able to hold pace. Half a second, so they're half a second faster than the lead group as it stands. But ultimately, Yao Lima and Emiliano Dorso, I guess they've got damage to the car because they got caught up very, very quickly. And also now they're just not able to hang. But yeah, the group behind are just going absolutely huge pace right now, but they're just not fast enough, unfortunately. Half a second a lap. It's just not going to work out. It'll be 3.5 seconds they'll catch up. So they really do need these at the front to make a mistake.
Relying on a mistake is never a good place to be, but knowing that you've done everything possible so that if a mistake does happen, you can almost effortlessly pounce on it, that matters a lot in racing. We've seen so many times drivers who look like they're comfortable out front go for some interesting last lap shenanigans. Don't even get me started on that open wheel draw. Oh my God, that was insane around Watkins Glen, even though they managed to make it to the finish line. All sorts of stuff can happen.
Sorry, John. It's 7 tenths they've taken this lap here. So again, this is only going to keep happening.
This is amazing.
They're on. They've saved some tires, I guess. They're on proper super pace right now. There is no stopping them, and it's only going to get quicker and quicker each lap. The more the momentum they gain, the group in front are going to start to stagnate here for sure. And the only thing that really is going to save the front 3 is if they just don't battle. Just stay like this, get yourself through, you are golden. But ultimately, the group behind are genuinely catching so super quickly. And what they could do with, what the P4 and P5 could do with right now is Verlet to go, right, I'm having a little go here. I want to win this race. I don't care about qualification. I just want to actually go out and win this race. But look how quickly across the line they go again. So 0.3 of a second is the gap between the front 3. It's 8.5. It's now another half a second taken. So it's going to continue to come down. But again, they just need them to make one little mistake as a group in front, and then they're going to be golden. So again, see them go side by side, go 2 by 2, or maybe a potential 3 by 3. Just needed to battle. Need the front 3 to battle, really, and we could genuinely see these 2 catch up. It's a bit too much to do. If they have 15 laps, I think they'll catch them, to be honest. But 5 laps is going to be very, very difficult. But yeah, nice to have a little bit of excitement near the end of this race for sure.
Exactly right. Suinaga and Flores just putting themselves in the best possible position to capitalize on a mistake if one happens. At this rate, by the end of the race, they'll be sort of within about 5 seconds of Leandro Verlet if they keep going at this kind of pace. And that means, of course, even a minor mistake that allows Verlet to continue on track but maybe hits the wall or something, you could see both of these cars leapfrog them to get into 3rd and 4th respectively. So still all to play for here on lap 21, but unfortunately, I think Suinaga and Flores, they are semi-reliant now. In fact, now almost completely reliant on a mistake ahead of them. But what pace!
It's just come out of nowhere. That's the real baffling thing here. It's kind of like it took them maybe 10, 15 laps to go, all right, we should be doing this. And then they start doing this. Yeah, if they were doing this from a lot earlier in this race, they would have absolutely blitzed the top 3. Not even a question being asked there. Again, it's about 0.4 of a second it took out. So the front 3 have kind of figured it out a little bit here. But again, still losing 0.4 a lap, which is in oval racing, absolutely massive. That's the equivalent of maybe, what would that be the equivalent of in road racing? Maybe 4 seconds, That's kind of how it works. 0.4 is just huge. The gap comes out 0.6 of a second, so
Ridiculous.
we are running out of laps, unfortunately, but this is good, really, for Swenaga and indeed Flores. Moving forward in this competition, they'll realise very, very quickly that actually, hold on, we figured something out here. We've got some pace, and actually some back markers are starting to get involved with the leaders. That looked like a massive cluster up the front end there. And, well, has anything gone down? That's the... Oh, big moment there. That's a huge moment. Is that Verlet? That is Verlet. Verlet's just made... yeah, it is. That's Verlet's made... well, he's battling with the back markers here. And this, with 3 laps to go, this is exactly what he doesn't need. So right now, I think that Swenaga and Flores maybe, just maybe, able to catch up here. As Verlet has made a big error there. He tried to check down. I think he might have had contact with the back marker. And now he's just got to sit in behind them and hope he doesn't get caught, because it's too late now for him to gain that momentum back and be as quick as the leaders. Like, he's lost that advantage now, and we know that the cars in behind him are absolutely flying, and this is not good for him going side by side. There's only 2 laps to go, so probably going to be okay here. But ultimately, if that back marker doesn't let him go up ahead, yeah, this could be, I don't know what's going to happen here. This could be, again, you see 1.4 seconds here. He's lost a second off of the leaders, but ultimately, Swenaga's gained 0.6 off of the leader as well. So it's working both ways. Right now, Verlet's slower than the leaders, whereas Swenaga is quicker than the leaders. This race is not over. I think that there is a potential for Verlet to be caught here.
So let's color in some of the rather interesting potential drama there as well. That back marker that Verlet was side by side with is the car, I believe, Michael Velez, that he hit towards the beginning of the race. So they're meeting each other on track once again.
It's 3.5 seconds. He's lost another 1.5 seconds here, and well, the leaders are sorting themselves out. So Castro Alves and Lopez, they are both golden here. They've got some serious pace. But now it's 3.3 seconds, so again, they're going to need to find 1.5 seconds a lap, but if he's not working with anyone that's got any real pace here, Verlet could be in trouble, because we think that Velez has got damage to the car. That's why he's a lap down ultimately. But this, with 1 lap remaining, they're about to come across the line here. It'd be interesting to see how far Verlet is ahead of Swenaga. It could be close. I think this might be okay. And I don't want to over-dramatise the situation, but it could be close here. Across the line, then we're on the final lap again. Another nice, cool graphic. That makes things a lot easier. Good to see. Bruno Castro Alves then P1. 4/10 behind then is Emmanuel Lopez. Those two will not care 1 iota as to how things are going down. And there we go. Verlet's going to get caught here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got to get on board with P4. Verlet is getting caught. It's, what, 0.9 of a second. We're on the final lap of the race here. And I think you'll find Verlet is going to lose that top 3 spot. So Swenaga is just in behind Leandro Verlet. There he is. So there's Verlet. He's struggling here. He's got no pace in a straight line. And he just, I think he might have already been overtaken here. I think he's already been overtaken. So we're coming, I think he's done. Doesn't look like he's going fast at all here. And has he lost out? I think Castro Alves is going to win this race. Lopez is going to finish in 2nd position. And, well, there we go. Here we go. We see them both coming across the line now. So that is going to be your P1 and P2. Who's going to get P3? I think it's going to be Swenaga, is it not? Swenaga is... No, is it Leandro Verlet? It is Verlet. So Verlet did just about hang on. No, it was Flores. It was neither of those two. It was Flores that took it. Oh, man. Wow. Woo-hoo-hoo.
What an amazing final lap. And Leandro Verlet, after effectively keeping his nose clean and not doing too much since the incident early on in the race, is now going to finish in P4. Now, to be fair, P4 is maximum points to be invited back to the semi-final. But for most of the race, Verlet was on track for one of those automatic positions as well. And that late race, shall we say, bit of an issue with the back marker. We still actually don't know what the issue was, whether the back marker made an error, whether...
プロフェッショナルドリフトドライバーの田口和也です。ドリフトって非日常的な車の動きをしているので、見ているお客様を楽しませられるっていうのがドリフトの魅力だと思っています。決して安全ではない、一歩間違えばクラッシュになってしまうっていう危険と隣り合わせの興奮っていうのが非常に自分自身で運転している中では魅力でありますね。 僕のレースの会場だと普段は一般道として使われている普通の道でレースをすることがあるんですけど、物理的にそういったところでは練習をすることができないんです。なので僕は事前にシミュレーターでトレーニングをしてます。いかに自分が掴んでいるステアリング、そしてペダル、さらにはシフトが今車がどのような動きをしているかをどのくらい伝えてくれるかっていうのが非常に重要なんですけど、 G923 はステアリングを通して車の動きのフィードバックをリアルに伝えてくれるのでトレーニングに重宝しています。ドリフトのスタートは日本の方が先で、アメリカは後からドリフトがスタートしたんですけど、今となってはもう完全にアメリカではプロフェッショナルのモータースポーツになっていて、ドライバーだけではなくてチーム、監督、メカニック、そしてオーディエンス、お客さんも全てがみんなプロなんですよね。日本人としてアメリカのドリフトシーンで活躍することによって母国日本のドリフトモータースポーツカテゴリーももっともっと盛り上がってメジャーになっていってくれればいいなというふうに思ってます。G923 は僕にとっては欠かせない存在ですね。
Am I allowed in here? Normally I'm behind the wheel. The beauty of esports is that anyone can experience the adrenaline of Formula One for themselves. Just grab a gaming setup, put it onto drive, and let the data guide and help. Hi, I'm Lando Norris, and you're about to experience the art of data.
I think the biggest advantage of the G923 for me is just how realistic it is. The feedback that you get as soon as you plug it in, it was pure enjoyment as soon as I started driving. This is kind of the closest I can get to accessing that adrenaline and emotion of being on a gravel rally stage in Finland and flying over those crests. For me, it's about getting as real as I can to the environment that I race in, and obviously the wheel is the best instrument for that.
プロフェッショナルドリフトドライバーの田口和也です。ドリフトって非日常的な車の動きをしているので、見ているお客様を楽しませられるっていうのがドリフトの魅力だと思っています。決して安全ではない、一歩間違えばクラッシュになってしまうっていう危険と隣り合わせの興奮っていうのが非常に自分自身で運転している中では魅力でありますね。僕のレースの会場だと普段は一般道として使われている普通の道でレースをすることがあるんですけど、物理的にそういったところでは練習をすることができないんです。なので僕は事前にシミュレーターでトレーニングをしてます。いかに自分が掴んでいるステアリング、そしてペダル、さらにはシフトが今車がどのような動きをしているかをどのくらい伝えてくれるかっていうのが非常に重要なんですけど、 G923 はステアリングを通して車の動きのフィードバックをリアルに伝えてくれるのでトレーニングに重宝しています。ドリフトのスタートは日本の方が先で、アメリカは後からドリフトがスタートしたんですけど、今となってはもう完全にアメリカではプロフェッショナルのモータースポーツになっていて、ドライバーだけではなくてチーム、監督、メカニック、そしてオーディエンス、お客さんも全てがみんなプロなんですよね。日本人としてアメリカのドリフトシーンで活躍することによって母国日本のドリフトモータースポーツカテゴリーももっともっと盛り上がってメジャーになっていってくれればいいなというふうに思ってます。G923 は僕にとっては欠かせない存在ですね。
I allowed in here? Normally I'm behind the wheel. The beauty of esports is that anyone can experience the adrenaline of Formula 1 for themselves. Just grab a gaming setup, put it onto drive, and let the data guide and help. Hi, I'm Lando Norris, and you're about to experience the art of data.
I think the biggest advantage of the G923 for me is just how realistic it is. The feedback that you get as soon as you plug it in, it was pure enjoyment as soon as I started driving. This is kind of the closest I can get to accessing that adrenaline and emotion of being on a gravel rally stage in Finland and flying over those crests. For me, it's about getting as real as I can to the environment that I race in, and obviously the wheel is the best instrument for that.
We are green light racing here, ladies and gentlemen, and we are frantically waving that flag. There we go. And if you couldn't see it on screen, we've got a little sign that says green flag at the top of your screen as well. Brilliant stuff. And, well, everyone got through turn one relatively unscathed. I think that's the cleanest race that we have seen all weekend so far. We have seen some, well, we've seen parts of car take into orbit, to be completely honest, this weekend. But that was very, very clean indeed. But now they've all got through cleanly. It means it's going to be an absolute slipstream fest. It's going to be 3, 4, potentially 5 wide coming up towards the first right-hander after the big long straight. And, well, have they got through here cleanly again? They just about have, and there's going to be a late lunge up the inside. Don't do it. Not this early in the race. Just get through. Don't cause a crash. Okay, they're going to go for it. Michael Vellerson has already been in the wars today in the oval stock car races, and we do not want to be going past that tarmac or that concrete little bit of patch there, because indeed it's a bit raised, and it will send you off wide, which has just happened there. Diego Marcel will hold on. Gonzalo Pio Perez has apparently got a different engine to everyone else because he's already off into the distance.
Michael Velez here, maybe just trying to take the high line. It doesn't work quite as well around Watkins Glen. You have to rely on the other car to give you a bit of space, so let's not have too many heart and throat moments. It looks like he is settling in behind Diego Marcel at the moment. Really good fun, almost side by side there. Can't quite make it stick, but now we're settling into single file. And finally, a T1 where nothing happened and the replay's not about to bite me on the bum.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like it's all good. Well, as far as the front three are concerned, we haven't seen the rest of the field. They're all going to be in a massive scrapyard pile up, aren't they, in the background now?
Maybe.
We're just going to have the to be continued at the bottom right-hand corner of our screen. But, yeah, by the looks of things, everything is okay. As we do see now, Michael Velez is going to make the move here up the inside down towards the loop. And will Diego Marcel try and hold on to the position? No, he will not. And that is the clever play there. Just sitting behind for the next 14 laps. So you're going to be golden. As we come through this left-hander, again, doesn't dive up the inside as Diego Marcel. Meanwhile, Gonzalo Pio Perez, you do still have to do 15 laps, Gonzalo. Doesn't matter how fast you are. It's almost like he's been told, right, if you go really far in front here, it's only 12-lap race for you. He is off into the distance, nearly 2 seconds the advantage. And, yeah, again, told you to watch out for this driver. And all of a sudden, becomes one of the favourites for this region in the whole competition. That is how much pace we are seeing on show today.
So not quite a completely mistake-free lap number one. Andre Sunaga and Rafael Blanco were 12 and 14 seconds behind, respectively. And Octavio Rondoletto, 25 seconds behind. So something's gone on here. And I've just been informed we have the Quantum Pay replay of what went on. So we're not going to miss that either. Let's go ahead and take a look at what went on. Oh, my God. This is asking for trouble.
Yeah, it's a full-paced formation lap by the looks of things. And, well, expect to see some baby Delaras being born in 9 months' time, because that was, yeah, very intimate, to say the very least.
I have to say, that's quite quick as a gestation period for a Delara. Maybe get some cost saving going on in the single make series. See a plan coming together here.
I have not seen David Attenborough talk us through, so I just guessed it was 9 months. It could be longer, it could be shorter, I have no idea.
So that was towards what is now the back of the field, unfortunately. Sunaga, Blanco, and Rondoletto, who sadly has been involved in some sort of incident 2 races in a row. He's going to
Three of
find
the quicker drivers, John, as well. Just to throw it out there, they are three of the faster drivers in the field.
Yeah, but he's going to find it so much harder in this race to make it up to a top 5 finish, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but the opportunity is open now for someone like Diego Marcel. I think Gonzalo here, barring any mistakes, is going to get himself a qualifying position at the first time of asking. Michael Velez has already qualified, and we've got Diego Marcel, just checking my notes here. Diego Marcel is actually already qualified, so right now Gonzalo Pio Perez is the only driver that would find themselves passage through to the semi-finals. So Rodolfo Santos needs to really push the boat out a little bit here and potentially close up.
A 1:17.0 as we start lap 4. Gonzalo hasn't got an off switch, or if he does, or if something goes absolutely burnt out on this car halfway through the race, we're basically going to see it explode. Absolutely unreal. Second and third now, once again in a tussle.
Yeah, no idea why they're battling as hard as they are right now. If I'm Diego Marcel, I'm braking really early here, and I'm letting... Well, okay, there we go. Did exactly what I said. So, yeah, Michael Velez indeed will just hold on to that position. I think Velez is happy to battle here every single lap, whereas Diego Marcel is kind of like, I'm happy to be in front of you, but let's work together a little bit more. But ultimately, if they do keep doing what they're doing there, Rodolfo Santos, Damien Hall, and then we've got Northern Motta, they are going to close up here. So potential for a five-way battle for that final qualifying spot. Again, Michael Velez and Diego Marcel, they are going to take risks after risk. And there's the move being made then by Damien Hall. So Hall moves up the inside of Rodolfo, and I don't think that's a good idea, battling like that. Again, they're only going to lose time. You want to be making overtakes really only in the slipstream part of the circuit. Yeah, it's just going to cost the group too much time. You cannot go on your own and catch the group in front. It's just not really possible here. It's very similar to the stock car series in terms of you need to work with other people if you find yourself in an adverse position with a couple of seconds to fill in between you and the group ahead. But like I was just about to say, Michael Velez and Diego Marcel, they already qualified. So in all fairness, they are going to battle with each other. They're going to put on a show. And if they have a crash, they have a crash. They're already there in the semi-finals. It doesn't really matter too much to them. Whereas Damien Hall, Rodolfo Santos, and Motta, all three of those drivers, they all need that position. They all want to get to the semi-finals.
Another very clean overtake there as Diego Marcel retakes second position. I don't mind these guys doing this all race long. I thoroughly enjoy it, to be perfectly honest. We'll wait and see whether... I don't know if that was a mistake induced, because that closing speed was very, very quick. But otherwise, job done again for now. Gonzalo Pio Perez, 4 seconds in the lead now on lap 5. Absolutely unreal pace from the Argentinian. And behind them, though, I think the real battle is Damien Hall, Rodolfo Santos, and Northern Motta. We saw Santos get past, but then he went wide on the very next corner, gave Motta a little bit of a look in, but has just about managed to hold it together. And these three are running tight as you like. Make that 4. Is that 4? It is.
Yeah, Yao Lima's just made it up to the back of the group, and that's all because Damien Hall's making overtakes in silly positions. It's very simple. Like, make the overtake along that big straight, but unless you're absolutely clear into that right-hander, into the fourth from last corner, don't make the overtake. You're only going to cost each other time. You're not going to catch up to the group in front. Again, the gap now is 3.6 seconds, and you'll watch this now. Watch this here. We'll stay on board with this battle for sure for the rest of this lap, and then we'll have a look at the timing differential. So Rodolfo Santos will get this move done, no problem whatsoever. And yeah, Hall really here should just let off the gas, let it happen, and indeed then, as he does, there we go. So he moves up nice and wide, opens up the door, and then we come through this right-hander, and then we come down in towards the middle sector of this Watkins Glen circuit. And Hall then is going to lose a little bit of time there from Rodolfo. But again, he's putting a lot of pressure on Rodolfo here, which means he's going to make mistakes. Rodolfo then taking a very tight line into this right-hander. Again, they lose time because he's being put under too much pressure. And then we run along this straight here, and it's just not racing clever, unfortunately, for me. And I think Motta's racing clever, so Motta isn't pushing, isn't trying to make any moves, and just, again, figures out if these four can just run in harmony, they could catch up to the leaders. It doesn't help that Rodolfo does keep running wide, but again, they're just putting so much pressure on him that you're just looking in your rear view mirror constantly. So right now, Michael Velez and Diego Marcel are just doing the perfect job here. And there's contact between Damien Hall as he makes a terrible error. And, well, that's one way of going into the pit entrance, that's for sure. Motta in P6 then has caused that. Really, you had to read the situation. But, yeah, Hall a little bit slow through the corner. And now Rodolfo, if Yao Lima can just get onto the back here, might be a really good opportunity. But look at the gap then. They lost on that lap alone 2.5 seconds.
Yeah.
So it wasn't clever enough racing if they wanted to get into the top 3. I'm not here to tell people how to race or anything like that. Obviously we do this every single month, John. We see 4 different races in terms of the same track and same car. So we're kind of reading the situation or seeing how things play out from our own experiences, and they were just always costing each other a silly amount of time.
Well, speaking of seeing how things play out, let's go ahead and take a look at the Quantum Pay replay for that precise moment. These 4 have been added hammer and tongs. Watch Northern Motta, who's in the orange car at the back. He's going to be moving up onto Damien Hall, who corrects his line a little bit and dabs on the brakes, and Motta really should have left a bit more space. There also tags, I think, the pale blue car behind them, which I think was Yao Lima, and Northern Motta looks like he has damage as well. I don't know if that was just us on the spectator view or whether his vehicle is also in trouble. Currently, he's showing a 6th, but either way, Lima through in 5th place.
Yeah, I think Motta's okay. Just a little tag. Won't be so great aerodynamically, and I'd be very surprised if we see Motta up the top 3 anytime soon. But yeah, just a little nudge there to Damien Hall. And
that's pink
there we
car
go.
behind.
So,
yeah.
Well, I think he's still in. Is he not? No, Motta
He's
is
down
out.
to
Motta
9th
is
now.
just retired on this last lap.
Yeah.
Just had Arno QS ask in the chat, how can someone work together to go faster? It's kind of the wrong statement, if you like, to use to go faster. Basically, you don't want to hold each other up. You want to just be, I don't know, patient with your drivers. Oh God, again, you don't want to be doing that. You do not want to be doing that there. So now Lima's made the move on Rodolfo Santos, and then Santos is just basically trying to retake the position straight away. And if you get overtaken by being slipstreamed, and you do not have to let off of the gas to let them go through, it means you've lost no time, but the car behind you's leapfrogged you, and they've gained time. So then when you leapfrog them, you will then gain another couple of tenths, and then you work together to leapfrog towards the leaders. But again, if you're impatient and maybe you're not a huge fan of the fact you've been overtaken, and then you try and regain the position too quickly, then ultimately, if you go side by side through a corner, that's where you're going to lose time. So the best way to explain it really is, in qualifying, when you do hot laps, I don't know what your experience is, Arno, in sim racing, or how many laps you've done, but in qualifying, you take the same line every single lap, right? When you figure out what's the quickest line for a corner, that is the line you take every single time in qualifying. But when you're in a race, if you're racing side by side with somebody, you are forced to not be able to take that quick line. So in qualifying, if you took a wide line, let's say, through this left-hander right now, if you were forced to go on the wide, on the outside there, it's slower. And ultimately, that's what it means by work together to go faster. Effectively, it's work together so you don't slow each other up.
Michael Velez now on the back of Diego Marcel, and we're going to get to see an interesting example of whether Michael Velez is going to take your advice, Luke, and just stay behind Marcel for a little while, let the car in front do a little bit more work, keep the pressure up, but don't bounce any overtaking maneuvers, and just wait until the final laps. Maybe Marcel will use a little bit more in terms of tires as well, and Velez will just quietly wait to strike. A minor mistake there sends him a couple of tenths back, but he should be able to reel that back in.
Yeah, Michael Velez doesn't have an off button. If he gets an opportunity to attack, he's going to attack. The fact that he's already punched his ticket to the semi-finals is fantastic for him. Again, it takes so much pressure off. You can kind of do what you like, in all fairness. Who are we on board with now? We're on board with Yao Lima. Is he behind? Yeah, he is behind Rodolfo Santos then. So yeah, Rodolfo Santos is unfortunately, fortunately for him, up ahead here. And again, they just need to, if they work together, they could potentially catch up. But with only 6 laps to go, it becomes even increasingly more difficult. And again, we're just seeing people needing to learn lessons, if that makes sense. And that's what this competition is all about. Again, please don't feel like I'm being negative towards these drivers, because this could be the first time they've ever been at this level. Like, to qualify at this level is huge. It's unbelievable achievement. Like, you can never, ever have that taken away from you as well. But if you never stop learning, like if you just decide, oh, I've learned everything I can learn, like, you're never going to improve again. And if you're not the best driver in the world, then you're always going to stagnate as, I don't know, the 10th driver, hypothetically, just use a 10th as a number. So if you can't learn from the mistakes you make, and again, you have to make mistakes to learn as well. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, if you like. So yeah, please don't feel like I'm having a go at any drivers here at all. Like, I couldn't be prouder of these drivers. To qualify at this level is unbelievable. I try to do laps myself within these games to try and qualify as well. Like, I'm trying to gain as much experience myself so I can give the best commentary I possibly can. So yeah, hats off to all of them. But you know, as the competition goes on, if you're someone who's qualifying 5 times out of 5 and you've not managed to get into the top 3, ultimately you need to be able to get to the end of the race to earn those points.
Now we have the move potentially around the outside. Michael Velez makes it stick. We saw as well, by the way, that Joao Lima there started the race in 11th place, by the way. An absolutely incredible stat. Thank you very much. Those data-driven insights powered by Splunk, of course. But more importantly, it's Lima doing what he does around the track. Currently just 4 tenths behind Rodolfo Santos and has the potential to make his way into 4th position as well. Really, really strong race so far. We're on lap 11 out of 15.
Stats powered by Splunk, powered by Brian. We're on board then with the P21, Joao Lima, as we were just talking about. Again, most improved driver across the start of the race to this point of the race, 117.8, and he's flying. Joao Lima is absolutely flying. Gonzalo Perez, who's leading this race, has done a 117.0. Yes, that is scary pace. That's the kind of pace that if you didn't have a helmet on, your skin starts to fall off.
I'm not sure I would pay to watch that. That sounds rather terrifying. Thankfully, everyone is wearing a helmet in this particular lobby. Absolutely fantastic pace. I think Perez is almost chilled out at the moment. 7 seconds ahead, not needing to go any faster. Here we go again. Diego Marcel on the inside, Michael Velez on the outside. Neither driver willing to let go. And both of them continuing to want to go side by side. This could be a little bit hairy. Velez has the inside line here and should be able to retake the racing line.
Yeah, this is perfect for Joao Lima. If he can continue to produce 17.8s and these drivers go side by side for, you know, entire laps, effectively, they've got similar pace. That might be an opportunity for him to close up.
If this
also,
happens
again,
here.
yeah, if they've got nothing to lose either, these two. So if they have a tangle and there's a crash, again, opportunity for Joao Lima. Joao Lima not qualified as of yet. Michael Velez has qualified already. So is Diego Marcel. Nicolas Leles, who's not racing today, he's already qualified as well. And Bruno Canavas. Bruno Canavas not racing in this race. So right now, only one driver is actually making it to our semi-finals because the 2 spots are being blocked by Velez and Marcel. And again, I spoke about it briefly yesterday. It's really good to keep coming back and finishing in the top 3 because you're making your fellow competitors sweat and qualify via our point system. So basically, every driver scores points every single race if you finish in the top 30. So by just making it here, you gain 5 points by just qualifying, and then you can earn points by where you finish in the race. And ultimately, if you finish in the top 3, that you could be done. You could just come back in the semi-finals later on in the year, and jobs are good in. But ultimately, if you are being blocked out by the other drivers, you're forced to come back every month just to guarantee that you are indeed in the positions of qualifying with the points. So it's just putting stress onto the fellow drivers. So it's just, again, just playing head games, very mind games with the fellow drivers by Velez and Marcel. And although they are battling for position, it looks like Joao Lima is closing up a little bit, but not by enough here. With only 2.5 laps to go, John. These two have put on a very nice show indeed. But ultimately, it looks like they are going to get that top 3 and the podiums, and well, they're going to have big smiles on their faces.
I've seen a stock car miracle today where 0.4 of a second around an oval is perhaps the equivalent of 5 seconds around a racetrack, but we are going to have to see a lap time that's 5 seconds quicker, I think, a lap by Lima, realistically, to catch up to these two right now. Still going at it hammer and tongs. This is lap 14 of 15. This is where it genuinely starts getting interesting, and it's not just about them swapping positions anymore. It's about what position these cars are in when Perez goes into his final lap. And if I'm Marcel right now, I want to stay behind for this lap so that I can have a go on the final lap, but he's going for it once again.
Yeah, for sure. We saw Kevin van der Slick. He lost his P3 because he went a lap early, and now we're seeing very much the same here. For Marcel, I'm letting Velez go around the outside. There we go, he does. So he just lets him go around the outside, and then he can challenge him for P2. But I'm going to be honest here. I watched Nashville IndyCar earlier on this year, last month or a couple of months ago, and I saw Marcus Ericsson facing the moon at one point, and he went on to win the race. So if he could do that Yao Lima could still potentially get up into the top 3.
Oh, I mean, if you get an opportunity like this, even if you're trying to stay behind, you still have to at least apply a bit of pressure. Look at that, just the tiniest bit of early braking by Marcel. He knows what he's doing here, Luke. He wants to line this up for a final lap overtake, and I think he's playing the smart move here. These guys, you're right, they don't have very much to lose at all, but now actually Marcel's going, this is how I have the last lap.
Yeah, for sure. There's two factors in this. Diego Marcel's playing a very, very clever game, or Michael Velez's reputation precedes him. He's a very aggressive driver. He doesn't like to give any space. He does not, and you know, certain things like I don't like people taking my chocolate or sweets away from me. He doesn't like being overtaken to the same degree as I don't like chocolate being taken away from me, and I get very angry. Yeah, exactly. You know. So Michael Velez does not like positions being taken away. But here we go then. Oh, perfect camera angle here, by the way. Diego Marcel then is going to slip up towards that rear wing, and it's going to be like taking candy from a baby. Velez is not going to be able to defend it. And how aggressive can you be then, Diego Marcel? Not aggressive enough here, but he's got one more opportunity here. 2 corners to go before he's got his final opportunity. Runs a little bit deep there, but still close enough. This right-hander, how late can you get on the brakes? And more importantly, how early can you get on the power, Diego Marcel? It looks good from this stage so far. And up the hill they come. And Michael Velez then, I think, might be safe here. You will see that blue car close up, but not going to be close enough. And that will be the last opportunity, realistically, for Diego Marcel to make the move. And actually, you see he runs very, very deep there through the right-hander, and indeed will not be able to make the move. But Gonzalo Pio Perez, his first attempt here in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Boy, did he deliver. He won. He was super quick in qualifying for the event. He was super quick in qualifying for the race. And he was super quick in the race. Gonzalo Pio Perez, remember the name, ladies and gentlemen, for my money, in the LATAM region, becomes the favourite for the Open Wheel Championship. Michael Velez in second and Diego Marcel in third. Having it being too wide for P3 and behind them, this is perfect for them to jolly off into the distance. But yeah, Borges Cagnin, it is still about those two in terms of the LATAM region on ACC. Those two have been absolutely standout performers. We've then got Fabrizio Montes, who does indeed hold a P3, and Bruno Santos. The P3 is like winning the lottery right now, because P1 and P2, they're occupied by people who've already qualified. So there is only one spot available this week, which again makes it very, very tough for everybody. So there's like, what, how many cars would that make? It's 19 cars battling for one position. Yeah, frantic stuff for sure.
Oh, that is going to be absolutely delightful. Don't forget, of course, they're battling for one position that automatically gets you into the semi-finals, but you are accruing points every single month that you race in these monthly round races, so there's always the opportunity to go into the semi-finals on points alone. That said, you obviously would prefer to be automatically there. You don't want to have to be counting up points and hoping that you're in the top 30, Luke. But there are more than one way to skin a cat here at the Logitech McLaren G Challenge.
I got 5 points, so yeah, it happens. I've written that. It's on my my CV now, so whenever for future employers, they'll know that I scored 5 points in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge in 2021. And that will forever be there. No one can ever take that away from me, John. But yeah, like you said, you score points by racing. You score points by just qualifying. Obviously, you get the 5 points. I can't race and commentate. I can barely commentate, to be honest. But yeah, then once you get into the race and wherever you finish, you get more points the higher you finish. So yeah, it's always worth battling every single week to accrue as many points as possible and then potentially see you in the semi-finals.
I'll make you a deal, Luke. I am absolutely happy to co-commentate with you while you're driving next month if you make it into the final grid of any one of our racing disciplines. I would love to do that.
I'm down, 100%. I'm well up for that. Let's fine.
Go for it.
I'll be at the back. I'll be at the back of the grid. No dramas in the race. You know, I've just barely qualified in the top 30 last month, but yeah, if I get the green light, I'm coming back. I'm trying to qualify. I'm getting in there.
You're going to be the back marker that causes the incident, mate.
Oh, okay, yeah, probably not a good idea, is it? Yeah, thinking of it that way. I don't want to be sending someone to the moon. Yeah, okay, we'll leave it. We'll leave it. It's fine.
Yeah, we'll stick the moon. We'll stick with sending Bitcoin to the moon, maybe, but we'll leave the drivers well alone on this occasion. So Borges and Cagnin now 1 and 2. Montes holding on to third position as things currently stand, but the battle is just starting to heat up. I feel like at the 17 minutes left to go mark, the drivers are starting to settle in reasonably well, and we should now shortly start to see who's going to be picking up the pace and who's going to be putting who under pressure.
Yeah, with only one spot being available to qualify, it's kind of a case. Well, at the moment, with the front two being already into our semi-finals, Fabrizio Montes, how much pressure is he going to get?
Welcome everybody to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge Round 3 race weekend. Over the course of this weekend, we've already taken apart the races in EMEA, in APAC, and in Latin America. And now it is North America's turn to receive the baton. We're going to have 3 magnificent races here this evening. My name's John Sargent. With me, as always, is Luke Crane. Luke, our last set of 3 races this weekend, but they promise to hopefully be the best we've seen yet, especially, I'm not going to lie, I'm looking forward to the stock car. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you very much. Very much looking forward to this as well. EMEA have historically been the best region in terms of how close the racing is and in terms of the depth in talent. But last month, for me, North America stole the show. Are they going to be able to do the same again? Well, we're about to find out.
We certainly are. Let's move on to today's show and let you know exactly what you're going to see. Luke, why don't you go ahead and let us know, let the viewers know at home how today's races are going to go down.
Well, yeah, of course, we've got 3 qualifying sessions, 5 minutes for the stock car races at Talladega. Then they've got 10 minutes in the open wheel session. They're in lone qualifying, so that means that they're out on circuit on their own, and then no one can interfere with their lap times and whatnot, and they've got a specific amount of laps that they're allowed to use in terms of getting that time in. We then indeed have the 10 minutes qualifying for Assetto Corsa Competizione as well. Difference being they can do as many laps as they want within that 10-minute period. As soon as the clock's gone to 0, as long as they've crossed the start-finish line, they can finish that lap. But also, everybody's out on circuit at the same time, so it can be very exciting indeed. Every single driver who finishes the races today will earn points based on where they finished, but the top 3 automatically qualify for our semi-finals later on in the year. So those are the places you want to be.
Absolutely right, Luke. And don't forget, if you're watching this right now, you can compete as well. Here at the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, you've got the opportunity to qualify on your own time to focus on trying to be one of the top 30 qualifying times in your region. If you're able to do that, you're invited to play in the monthly qualifying race, which is this right here. Accumulate enough points in the monthly qualifying races or place in the top 3, and you will be invited back to the semi-final.
Yeah, we will. And then, of course, sorry about that. And then, of course, once you get to the semi-finals, it doesn't end there. You've got to continue that momentum. Hopefully, you've been building up your pace and then make it to our grand finals.
Right, so making sure you're in the top 3, very important to make it to the next round today, although even if you're not in the top 3, those points are going to come in handy. Now, today's races will take place on 3 different tracks and feature 3 different disciplines of racing. The first race you're going to see will be the stock car race on the Talladega Super Speedway. The second one will be the open wheel race, and that's going to be racing on Watkins Glen. And the final race you will be watching on this stream will be the sports car race on Brands Hatch. Over the last month, hundreds of racers tried qualifying for their chance to be featured on today's broadcast, but only up to 30 can make it onto today's show in each of our disciplines. Here are the drivers first in stock car. We're going to go through all 3 disciplines in order. Luke, what do you think about this field and who should we be watching out for today?
Well, kicking off with the stock car, it's bread and butter time for the North America region, NASCAR. All qualifying times are within 900ths of a second of P1. That is super close, the closest it's been for the entirety of the G Challenge. With only 1 driver already qualified making an appearance, that is Zeke Willis. The one to watch will be Connor Anton. He has the highest points of anyone who is yet to qualify. Take a seat, grab an IPA and some apple pie. This could be the highlight of the weekend. For me, I think it is going to be. It's going to be an absolute classic. The strength and depth of the stock car series is absolutely mind-boggling. Anyway, on to the open wheel. Brian Lockwood, after finishing P2 last month and booking his ticket to the semi-finals, once again has qualified, but this time as the number 1 seed. Fellow qualifier already into the semi-finals, Brandon Hawkin, is also back. He is the 6th seed to 2 drivers that are indeed already qualified, not the number 1 seed. Crazy. Following them is the final driver to have already made the semi-finals. That is David Porcelli. NASCAR driver Logan Clampett has made it to the monthly final this month. Remember, he had already booked his stock car semi-final spot in month 1. Dane Verano will be one of my favourites for sure. He is the only unqualified driver to have accumulated over 70 points thus far in the championship. It's home soil today, so expect everyone to be in top form, as this will be the most practiced track for sure for the region. Into the sports section then, of course, we are at Brands Hatch for the very final time. 3 already qualified drivers make it back for this month's final. Nicholas G, who is 2nd fastest and Erie Riley, who is 3rd fastest, plus we've got Ryan Yee, who qualified 10th fastest. Eric Dibon, who has made it to the final race each month with no real luck so far, is seeded number 1 today. And with qualifying being so important, expect this to be a big weekend for the American. 5 new drivers this month as well. We have got Dylan Wiley, Jesse Davidson, Max Allward, Rishi Taparia, and Jean-Sebastien Arel. So keep an eye out for them during the race. North America took all the plaudits in August monthly finals. For them to continue that trait, they will have to put on a hell of a show. This has the potential to be a classic set of races.
All I can really think of at the end of that, Luke, is does IPA really go with apple pie? I think the jury's out on that one. Certainly not a combination I've had before, but I guess don't knock it till you try it. I'll come back to you next week and let you know how that feels on my palate. For now, though, we're going to be moving into qualifying at the Talladega Super Speedway. 5 minutes for all of our drivers to get their laps in. Did you say 900ths of a second for 30 drivers? This is actually going to be insane.
Yeah, it was super, super close. You're expecting it. This, again, like I said, is the bread and butter of the North America racing community. It is NASCAR. So, yeah, expecting these drivers to be super, super close. But the fact that we've seen so many different drivers coming through the last 3 months, and they're all still super quick. All of the new names coming through are just really fast drivers. The strength and depth, I think, for North America and stock car is the most strength and depth in terms of every discipline across every region.
So if you wanted to go ahead and drive yourself and maybe try and shave a couple of thousandths of a second off your lap time, because frankly, these are the kind of margins that we're looking at between these drivers, we put together a little bit of a video earlier on how you can potentially get involved at home.
The Talladega Super Speedway, affectionately nicknamed Dega, is the longest NASCAR oval on the calendar and the record holder for the fastest speed in a stock car. Let's get stuck in. Compared to many other ovals, the track width at Talladega is wide, with corner exits that aren't as tight, so more speed can be carried through and the whole track width doesn't have to be utilized. Stay as high on the track as possible on your outlap to build up maximum speed for your qualifying attempt. On corner entry, let the corner banking carry the car in without unsettling the car over the yellow line. Keep steering straight and smooth on the exit and let the car come out but not too wide to take the shortest sustainable line through the rest of the lap. The racing line around Talladega is tighter around the inside of the circuit, with many cars choosing to stay within the innermost lane. However, this also gives a lot of space to draft and get side by side during races, which can lead to some exciting battles. What are you waiting for? Visit LogitechGChallenge.com to enter, and we'll see you on track.
Just under 2 minutes left to go in qualifying, and we want to remind you guys as well, we're collecting tweets from you using the hashtag Logitech G Challenge. Send us your questions, let us know who you're cheering for, let us know what you think about the races as well, and we'll be checking out your tweets throughout the course of the evening. And Luke, wow. Okay, a tenth of a second, that first screen, a tenth of a second, everybody is fitting on the, I don't know, like in the eye of a needle at this point. This is going to be incredible.
You're right, John. Again, I checked on you yesterday, but
I don't know,
like
Luke. I don't know.
Struggling here. You're excited, aren't you? I'm excited. This is
going to be great.
A lot of people would have noticed I didn't mention too many names during my little rundown before this, because genuinely anybody can win in this one. I want to just leave it nice and open so people watching at home have a nice organic reaction to what's going down on screen. Obviously, it's a lot more obvious when it comes to the open wheel and to the sports, but legitimately, I'm not going to do overly too much research on this, because I want to watch this as a fan as well. I'm not even joking. That's how I'm seeing it. Anybody at any time could win a race at this level in the North America stock car racing. It's as simple as that. You're seeing how close the times are as it stands then. And David Brown, again, just a name I haven't seen before in NASCAR, right up the front end. Ryan Bush second, Matt Bean in third. those 3 spots are up for grabs. There's only one driver that is back here that is already qualified. That's Zeke Willis. And Zeke Willis, where is he qualified right now? In the front page, here we go. And currently P4, and now P5, and now P6, and now P7. So as they all start crossing the line here, and now P8, ridiculous. But if he doesn't get into that top 3, that means we will see 3 people come through. So obviously Zeke wants to continue his performance and continue his pace, but ultimately, being in P8, it's going to be very, very difficult. But boy, this is going to be an absolute worldie of a race. I'm pretty sure of that.
I think I just saw the difference between pole position and 22nd place on the grid be literally just over 1/10 of a second. I have never seen this before in my life. Let's take a look at the track conditions. I can tell you what the track conditions are going to be. They're going to be closer and tighter than a Badger's Badger. Unbelievable race incoming, ladies and gentlemen. 25 degrees ambient temperature, just a smidge under 40 degrees on track. It's cloudy. There's not very much wind. Come on, I just want to see the action.
Yeah, I've got a T-shirt at home that actually says "closer than a Badger's Badger."
Nice.
I didn't know you were aware of that very well-known saying, John. But good to know that we're both on the same page.
Absolutely.
Here we go then. Talk us through the grid, John.
All right, so Kevin Freeze will take pole position ahead of David Brown. So that was I would say a last gasp lap, but realistically, it's probably by thousandths of a second. Brian Wang is then third on the grid. And then we have Raymond Rittenauer, the second, going to be lining up in 4th. Butler and Bush will be your 3rd row, and then Bean and Willis will be 7th and 8th. Rounding out your top 10, we've got Dolan and Anton.
Yeah, that was again a very British reference there with that's number Wang. We've got Lane then in 11th position, Kerfan in 12th, Drake, and then Edgerton in 13th and 14th, Adams and Hensley in 15th and 16th, Jordan and McCrickard, McDonald and Morse round out your top 20.
And then we have Jason Lettingham in 21st, Gabriel Lafrenaye, I beg your pardon, in 22nd, and Cody Smith will be rounding out our grid. But, let's put it this way, right? We're talking about just over 1/10 of a second from first till last here. It's almost brutal being half a 10th off, and that's actually worth 10 places. But I guess that's stock cars for you, and this is about as competitive as it gets.
Yeah. Watch it unfold, John. Get excited. This is about to be, this will probably be one of the hardest commentaries you'll ever do, because it's about to be absolutely nuts. But ultimately, it's going to be super fun as well. It's, one of those where anything can go down. I'm expecting it to be clean, but on the flip side, there is a high probability of there being a big one here as well. As you can see, we're always waiting for one driver, and you can just see the little hole where they should be. So we're just waiting for them to drop in.
P5 oh no, they've actually not made it onto the grid. Controversial there. Looks like one of the drivers on the 3rd row apparently isn't going to be starting the race, or if they are, certainly invisible to us as observers as things currently stand. We'll wait and see whether we do in fact have 23 drivers come the start, but right now we're on the formation lap already.
Yeah, we are on formation lap, so one lap here where they get a chance to warm their tires up and be in a good spot in terms of the race. You see a few drivers that try to weave left and right, but ultimately you just want to make sure you got tyres at the end of the race. In all fairness, they will die off very, very quickly. But this could be anybody's. Genuinely could be anybody's race here. It's all about whether you can find a couple of people to work with, find some allies during the race. 25 laps, it seems like it's a lot of laps. It's not really. It's just around about 20 minutes of racing, as all of the races are with our stock car series. But yeah, just find yourself a couple of allies. Find yourself some openings, take it, lap by lap. If you're near the back of the grid and you can make up a position a lap, even if you're right at the back, if you make one position up a lap, you can win this race. So It's just all about taking your opportunities, just keeping it in the straight and narrow, and just don't do anything too silly.
Drivers now psyching themselves up, and in 2 rows at the moment, but I suspect we'll be going into single file relatively soon. Very, very competitive field. Remember, basically a 1/10 and a half separating the entire field here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the most competitive stock car race we have seen in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, and it's all about to kick off.
It is certainly about to kick off. We're about to watch the pace car indeed drop in to the pits, and then it will be race time. Whew, exciting times again. Very close at the front end. It will be indeed Kevin Freeze in P1. Can they get a dream start here, though? That's the question on everybody's lips. Is it going to be nice and clean? Is it going to be nice and concise? And are they going to get through lap 1 here, all in a big pack? This always proves to be one of the highlights of the weekend. Will it be the highlight of the weekend, though? So we're about to go green light racing then. Kevin Frey's then in. It says P4 on your screen, but he is your pole sitter here, and it will be all on him when he decides he wants to go. He will go, as the green flag is indeed ready to wave. And we go green light racing here. 25 laps of Dega here in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, and off we go. And already settling into single file. Yeah, no questions asked there. And as you can see, P2 is going to drop down into at least P4, I would imagine. There's not really going to be a door opening for them to drop down in low, and if they're not careful here, could be forced to go right to the back very early in this race, trying to force their way down, and the door isn't open here. So not a good start then for our second place driver, David Brown then. You can see him just get absolutely hung out to dry. There's no opening for him.
Wow.
And this is what I was going to say, John. We haven't really seen this happen this weekend at all. But if you get caught on the top side and everybody knows what they're doing down the low side, you can lose 10, 15 positions. I think by the time this is done, we're going to see Brown down to maybe 11th, 12th position. We'll see it come across the line now. But the lead driver is indeed our pole sitter. Just lost 11 positions in the blink of an eye, just by being caught high side.
There you have it. Brown is downtown. A ridiculous textbook example of exactly what happens if you do not slot into single file as quickly as possible at the start of the race. This is the highest possible level here of stock car racing that we're seeing in the G Challenge. And I can't think of a clearer example to illustrate a point you make, Luke, than the one we saw just there. Brown absolutely devastated for him. That is a huge blow. But at the same time, like you say, a positional lap for 11 laps puts him back in the lead.
Yeah, well, you can see now that they're going to drop another couple of positions here. Yeah, Brown's still out there again. He tried to get something going. Malachi had a chance here to potentially move forward with them. Decided against it, went down low, and he's like, I'm going to go and cheat on the down the low side, and I'm just going to stick with them. If you guys want to carry on at the top, you guys carry on. But he had the opportunity to choose one or the other. So yeah, Malachi Drake will indeed drop into Peter 10 now. Brown drops down into 11th. Already qualified driver Zeke Willis down to 12th position. But yeah, racing clever. A lot of drivers here racing clever. The one driver who has lost out hugely here is Brown. Down then from second position on the grid down to 11th spot already. Malachi, you can see just at the bottom of your screen there, right up in behind the front 9. And Brown then has got a mega run here, but he's just had to work super hard over that lap just to get back onto the back of this train. But yeah, this is looking very difficult for Brown indeed. So you just can't work on your own to make overtakes, unfortunately. And in the other regions, we've seen that there's been lots of mistakes being made by groups of cars. Not expecting to see that now. Now they've all settled into a nice rhythm. Until they get to sort of the final couple of laps, it'll probably be kind of single formation for the entirety here. Brown trying to get something going here. He's just trying to stick his nose out and hope that someone goes, yeah, I'm going to go. I'm going to go for this as well. He really wants 2 or 3 cars to go with him, but every time he sticks his nose out, everybody declines his transaction, and ultimately he is not going to be able to buy from this shop.
Unfortunately not. So the leading train there, as you can see, it's not a small group of cars by any stretch. It's something like 10 or 12, to be fair. Everyone more or less keeping in touch with the leaders right now. Brown still insistent on taking the high line, trying to go outside. And unfortunately, for the 3rd time in as many laps, it's just not going to pay off for him at all, Luke.
Yeah, but now they're dropping down to P14 and 15. Trey McCrickard's come through. Vinnie McDonald's come through now as well. So they've just dropped another couple of positions. Zeke Willis tried to get something going with him as well. You'll see as they cross the line that they'll be right at the bottom of the front page now. And they were. So in behind them is actually the number 18 car that's made a bit of a mistake there. And they will be able to make a move. But now the lead group's around about 12 cars. And the second driver on the grid, front row of the grid, Thomas, is not going to be there at all, unfortunately.
Maybe David Brown is pulling a Rondoletto, and he's going to go down to 23rd place and then show us how it's done and come all the way back up. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want to disrespect the Latin America field, but this isn't the Latin America field, unfortunately. It's just not as straightforward as that. If you've got a group of cars that are 10, like look how strong they are as a group. We saw earlier on how good it can be when 2 cars work together, and they managed to get themselves up in towards the top 3 positions from what, 9 seconds back? When you've got 11, 12, 13 cars working together, it is almost impossible. Again, Zeke trying to get something going here then with Brown. Brown will try and look for a little bit of an opening to drop down, But ultimately, he doesn't want to lose out to Zeke as well, although Zeke has dropped down in behind, and it's just very, very scrappy right now. The front group then, as it stands, right now it's around about 20 cars. It is 20 cars. The front 20 are all very close to each other indeed here. And again, I don't know, Brown, it's almost like he's saying to Zeke Willis, you've got to come with me, or I'm happy for us to both just give up loads of positions. It's just giving away position after position here. He's got no one being able to push him. This is where he wants someone pushing him along towards the tri-oval and then along the back straight here. Again, he's just going to lose out to Vinny down low in number 18. It's just not working out well here whatsoever. Needs sort of, another 2 or 3 cars to go with them.
He's being very persuasive. I mean, he's trying. He's not giving up, is he? He's hoping someone will belatedly. Oh, no, I think that's a little bit of a nudge. It is. And that is multiple cars, unfortunately, going into the wall and each other. It started with the lightest of taps. I believe that might have been a car just hitting the front right there of Brown, just very, very lightly. And unfortunately, the reaction, just that snap wheel lock, forcing his car into someone else, and that set off a huge chain reaction.
Yeah, drivers are sort of making decisions there, going, do you know what? 7 laps into this race, we are going to try and go with you. But ultimately, it was a little bit too early, and one misjudgment has caused 5 people to no longer be in this race. I think the front sort of 18 cars are good, but unfortunately, that did not go down well at all. As you can see, Gabriel Lafreniere is in P14 now, Vinny McDonald P15. Zeke Willis has dropped right down the order. It was actually, I believe, Miles Morse. So Miles Morse was the one that caused the initial contact, and then it was just everybody else is involved there. 5 cars dropped to the back, and that is indeed game over. But ultimately, it's just given another couple of cars the opportunity to drop onto the end of this train and advance forward in this race. The front, again, around about 18 drivers are really close here. This is going to go down to the wire. We're going to start to see people go be a little bit more frantic when we get to sort of the lap 18 to 22 mark, and that's where we're going to see potentially more collisions, more incidents that we've just seen early in this race.
This really is another level of oval racing than we've seen so far this weekend in the G Challenge. It's so unbelievably close, really tight, and the tiniest of mistakes. I mean, we've seen cars clatter the wall, for example. We've seen cars properly collect someone else. This really was a very, very tiny mistake. We're talking the lightest of taps. But unfortunately, when you're at the kind of speeds that these guys are doing, the lightest of taps might as well be permission to take off.
Yeah, for sure. Trey McCrickard now looking to go on his own as well around the outside. Not quite going to work out as well. But this is good. The lead group here, what they're trying to say is, look, let's just stay in a nice row here. We'll work this race out, and we're going to lose a few drivers as the race goes on. But this group is going to become smaller and smaller as people get impatient. People try and make moves. People try and force something to happen, which ultimately just isn't really on. We've already seen that with a group of 5. And I'm sure we're going to see that with more and more cars as this goes on. I'm trying to count here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I got to the red car. Yes, there's 12 cars. 12 cars are battling in this lead group as it stands. And yeah, this will just get smaller and smaller and smaller. And ultimately, what the front 3 want it to be is just them at the front end, battling out at the end. But I don't think it'll get that small. But as it stands, top 12 battling for position. Trey McCrickard is the last of those 12 drivers.
Let's go ahead and take a look now at the Quantum Pay replay of exactly what went down and what whittled down this front group to 12. Here we go, Luke, a fairly clear picture of everything from a bird's eye view. I believe it's the number 28 car. No, was that the number 18 car giving Brown a little bit of a nudge, and that sort of set everything off?
Not really. Brown avoided it. They didn't really lose momentum, but Miles Morse here, the number 17, got kind of bump drafted into the cars in front. And it would have been fine if he had hit the car from behind square, but he didn't. He hit him on the rear right and just spun the car around front. He had too much momentum. And basically, these are like boxes on wheels. So they are cutting a big hole in the air. And if you're in behind another car, you're going to be able to gain a lot more momentum. And yeah, it's sufficient enough for you to be going enough. You've got more speed. You've got enough speed for you to be able to just turn them. You're just running straight through. Basically, that's what's happened there. It's very, very unfortunate. Brown was involved in that as well, and that's kind of the worst story we've seen so far in the G Challenge. P2 all the way down to the back end of the grid. Straight away, it was the first reason was because he was boxed out, and then the second reason was no fault of his own, just trying to avoid everything that was going down around him, and unfortunately got tagged on inside left, and that was all she wrote, unfortunately. Front 12 still the same as it stands here. John, very interesting race so far, but I guess really half these cars are kind of waiting for the next incident to go down.
And I don't know how long they're going to be waiting, but like you say, we might see some drivers start to take a couple of chances as we get to the latter stages of this race, maybe wait until sort of lap 17, 18. This front pack still being very disciplined, more or less single file, still no one really having a proper lookout just yet. We're about to reach the halfway point now of our North American stock car race, and it's certainly been an exciting one so far.
Yeah, it really has. Again, they're just showcasing their skill set really here. This is kind of, again, North America's bread and butter. This is what they do. Oval racing to the highest level. We're seeing it right before our very own eyes. And the beauty of this scenario for us is everyone that's already qualified are not in this race. Just goes to show the strength and depth of so many new names in this league group here that can hang right at the top level. So, you know, you think this is good. Wait till we get to the actual semi-finals, the final later on in the year. It's just going to be mind-boggling how good that's going to be. But again, we're here. It's month number 3, the finals number 3. We've got Kevin Fraser, who was indeed pole position. Brian Wang in second. Raymond Rittenor, the second, is in third position. Matt Bean in fourth. Ryan Bush is in fifth. And expect them, you know, sort of drivers from fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, all to start potentially looking for some opening slots, maybe looking to work together. Because ultimately, if, you know, sixth position could push fifth and push indeed fourth forward in this race, then they could all get to the front here. We saw that in the race yesterday where P4 and P3 pushed each other to the lead, and they held on for the rest of the race.
I would love to see that happen if we got almost a subgroup of cars here as part of this leading pack. I can see one car on the high side, and that is almost the definition as well, once again, Luke, of being hung out to dry.
Yeah, that is indeed the back marker. John, you're going to just have to cover for me. It would appear my son's left his Pokemon watch in the room and it's going off.
I appreciate that. I mean, well done. I'm impressed that Luke managed to get Pokemon as a cultural reference. I'll take that as a big W as far as the stream is concerned. Excellent. We'll go ahead and sort that watch out. Still the front 12 cars. We're waiting to see if we're going to lose someone else off this lead pack. Maybe the car in the rear. That's the number... I think that's the number 38 car. Yes, it is. I don't think you're quite out of slipstream range yet. You can see this is Gabe Butler. I beg your pardon. The number 88 car. Just about reeling in the car in front, but only just. Any further back and he risks completely losing that train, so just trying to stay with it as much as possible. 52.395 is the fastest lap so far, and he should just about be able to make...
to be fair.
If he can hang with this, he might be able to unlap himself.
Yeah, that was the car that went up high to get out of the way of everyone's way, so I don't think they've got any intentions really. Unfortunately, as we see another car here then being lapped as well. And I think is that Trey McCrickard trying to go again on his own? Yeah, it is. The number 14.
Yep.
Again, he's just hoping that someone's looking in their rearview mirror and going, oh, right, someone's trying to go here. Let me pull out. They can use my slipstream and we can start to push to the front. And with only 9 laps to go as they cross the line here, they have to start making moves now. Like, it has to happen. But ultimately, you need someone who's going to be unselfish, because if they don't go, like, you can't do anything. You cannot move forward in this race. Also, if someone does go with you, the chances are that it might not work. You've probably got a 20% chance of you being able to get to the front if you go now. But do you take that chance? Or leave it too late and not even go for it? So, you know, ultimately, someone's got to take a chance with them here. You know, it might completely kill their opportunity in this race, and they may lose a couple of positions by doing that. But someone's got to step out here. We're getting very much towards the dying embers in this race, and the front 3, they want this to continue like this. You know, it looks great and it's nice and clean, but ultimately P4 onwards, they're doing nothing for their championship hopes.
Look, out of all of these cars here, it's an easy decision for Trey McCrickard. There isn't really that much for him to lose. It's who's going to go out and put their neck on the chopping block with him and potentially risk their positions in the middle of this pack. Right now, Trey seems to be the only driver that's willing to do this. And maybe as a couple more laps go by, we're going to see a couple more people willing to take that risk.
Yeah, it's effectively, they need a car to pull out of this group here. But imagine, you know, cutting a piece of cake, taking a bite out of that cake, and then putting it back into the cake thinking it's going to look the same. That's how it works. As soon as you pull out, that gap's going to close up. You're not getting back in. Unfortunately, you're going to end up going to the back of the queue, and then you've got all that work to do. And we've got, you know, only 7 laps to go as they cross the time of being now. it becomes almost impossible. But someone's got to take a chance. Right now, you know, do you want to come 8th by just chilling? Or do you want to come 12th by actually going for it here? And again, I'm just super surprised here that we've not seen Tyler Adams go. He was closing up to Malachi Drake there very, very quickly. I think like the rear 3 have to try and make a decision here. Malachi Drake needs to get a nice run on the car in front of him, and then hope the 2 behind him have a run as well. And then you need to go with momentum. It's not a case of, oh, I need to pull out here, and you're instantly going to be running alongside the group down the low side. You have to have momentum. You have to have a couple of cars that have got that forward base momentum as well. 6 or 7 to go as they cross the line. Nothing really happening so far. It's still very, very close, but I'm sure it will go down very quickly indeed. When it goes, it's going to go.
The tension here is absolutely fantastic. You can see just a tiniest bit more motion left and right from the cars in the middle of the pack, thinking about whether it might be time to do something, ultimately deciding no, not just yet. Maybe we want to bunch up a little bit more, get a tiniest bit closer, but they're going to start running out of time at the end of this lap. It'll be 6 laps remaining, and for some of the cars at the back of this queue, I'm not sure that's enough time anymore, Luke.
Oh, when it goes, you'll see, John. We saw how quickly you can go when you're working together with a group of cars, how much you can catch up. Ultimately, the front 3 are going to try and break up the momentum as much as they possibly can. The back 3 are going to be trying to go as fast as they can. So, yeah, something's got to give when that happens. And, yeah, it will be... Well, I'm sure we're going to see cars facing the wrong way. That's the one guarantee of this situation I feel like we're going to have. But, yeah, you're right. We're coming up towards, what, 5 to go. Only 5 minutes of racing, or just under 5 minutes of racing to go here at Dega, and things just not really materializing as of yet. Still single file here, front 12 been like this now for pretty much the entirety of the race, maybe the first 4 laps where they were battling. Ultimately, we've not seen any mistakes from this front 12, and they are lapping very, very quickly indeed. Time's running out though for the drivers outside those top 3 positions. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch Fraze, Wang, and indeed Rittenau. Those 3 have been exceptional, not made any mistakes themselves, and they're in a great spot here. Bean is the first driver on the bubble, so he needs to get up into that top 3. Otherwise, he just doesn't qualify for the next phase of this competition. Doesn't want to be taking any chances. And of course, if he makes a move up the top side, then a big hole opens up for someone to jump into P4. The P5 will be like, yeah, go on, Bean, you give it a go. Go on your own. I'll jump up to P4 and I'll take my chances on the final lap of this race. So, yeah, right now, Bean's in a great position. He won't want anyone to make any moves right now as well. So he will want to try and gamble on the fact that I'll be in P4. I can then make a run like we saw yesterday with McGillivray. I'll make a run. I'll go for it on my own. But ultimately, he doesn't want to see a pack form behind him on the high side.
Freeze, Wang, and Rittenau very happy for the race to finish as is, of course, because they will get those top 3 positions where they're guaranteed to come back into the semi-final. We're now really reaching the point where if something's going to happen sort of any further back than 4th place, it has to happen now. We might have some last lap heroics from Bean, and I'd love to see whether he could pull that off. But realistically now, hopes are starting to fade for the cars at the back of this pack. We're on lap 22 or 25, so at the end of this lap, it's only 3 circuits to go.
Yeah, and also Bean will have to be very, very wary of a group forming high side behind him, because he will have to move up to cover them off and hopefully be pushed forward. So yeah, there's lots of factors that are going to come in here. Bean will be looking to be pushed forward if he can be, but ultimately then we'll leave the door open on the inside. Something's got to give there. Would he be faster? Would he be slower? He'll have to drop down to the back if he's slower, of course. So yeah, it's all about taking your chances. But the unique format of this competition, the front 3 will book their tickets to the semi-finals, and we've got 3 laps remaining. And while the front 3 have been the front 3 for the entirety of this race here, they've not really had too much to contend with. The front 2 have got a bit of a gap here, but again, with the way that drafting works on iRacing, that will be gobbled up very quickly indeed. Frey still leading the way. Wang, Rittenau then are your 3 drivers that would qualify for our semi-finals. Bean, Bush and Dolan, those are the next 3 behind. Are they going to be able to potentially make some moves? Again, nothing really happening as of yet. People are leaving it really, really late, and no one wants to take a chance here. And as it stands with 2 laps remaining, someone has got to just put themselves out there and go, I'm going for it right now. It is going to be a Days of Thunder moment. Do or die. I'm coming through. I want to win this. I want to get through to the semi-finals. Well, again, still in single file with, what, just under 2 to go.
Ryan Bush closing all the way up onto the back of Matt Bean there. You can see that gap very slowly coming down, but Matt Bean getting a half-decent slingshot onto Rittenor. Are we going to start seeing the move? Here we go.
So, well, they did. They faked to go there. Bean then realised, actually, if I leave that door open, yeah, so a couple of guys faked behind him to go with him, and then it was going to close up. He was going to lose out and go to the back of the pack. So he was, well, yeah, bang on it there. Realised what situation was going down. But again, here, he's got a great run as they come up towards one to go. And is he going to make the move? He's got to go this time. There's no way that he's going to be pulling in. And now we do indeed end up going too wide. And again, he's not quite close enough. Not quite close enough here, so he hit that wall of air. No one behind him was able to push him, and now we shall see on the back straight here. That's the best opportunity for him to be pushed, and right now he is in the perfect position because he's not too close to just step out. So you don't really want to be too close through the corner. It's on the exit now where he will step out. Anyone going to go with him? Who's going to go? And there we go. The cover from P3 is going to work out nicely. Bean then looking to go around the outside. And there's no room to maneuver. Still single file here. People just trying to jostle for position. Front three, though, still intact as they have been for the entirety. And right now, then, Bean needs someone to push him. He needs someone to push him to try and get third and fourth. And while the door does open up then for our P4, they're about to come across the line here. He has got the momentum. And I tell you what, I think he's going to take it here. He is going to take P3, I think. Yeah, just about. Bean, oh, there's contact between the two. But no, it is going to be Bean. Bean goes from fourth up to third at the depth there. And I tell you what, I think Rittenor has tried to stop him by indeed creating the contact. And then Bean's just stayed strong. He takes that third spot. Well, I thought there was going to be a little bit more action near the end of that race. I knew something was going to go down. And well, Bean waited for the perfect opportunity, got up into that top three, and he will book his place to the semi-finals. Nice. Winner, though, is Kevin Fraze in the number 25. Congratulations to him. Just dominated, qualified well, led the race all the time. Brian Wang was never really going to put his position under jeopardy. He finishes in second spot, but really, Matt Bean took the opportunity at the perfect time and managed to get that top three position.
Well, what a finish. An interesting final couple of moments as well. Contact right on the line. It looks like Bean was already ahead by that point, and I think Rittenor will maybe still finish in fourth place. We'll have to get the official timing result. I don't know if he's actually still going to finish in the top four. That was...
I want to just see I want to see that happen again. I need to see that from a different angle.
We absolutely do.
To see exactly how that went down. It looked like Rittenor was just desperate to save his position and just checked up a little bit. Again, you know, gamesmanship tactics, if you like. It happens in NASCAR all the time. And luckily for Bean, he held firm and he was golden.
Very, very exciting end to the race. Normally you would see, oh, that was really great second half of the race, or a really great final couple of laps. For us, it was a great final 20-25 seconds. It was all sort of condensed right at the end there. Everyone attempting to make their move right at once. But at the end of the day, that was even if we didn't have that much overtaking, it was almost a masterclass of oval racing. It was truly a tense delight to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what you expect from a super speedway. Next time out, we're at Bristol, I think. So that'll be completely different once again. We're not covered in dirt, though, as Bristol was last year. But yeah, Bristol all the same. It's going to be pretty incredible. Completely different challenge.
So let's go ahead and take a look at our final results for the Talladega Super Speedway, sponsored by Splunk. Kevin Fraze is going to be able to take the victory, and Brian Wang will be in second place. Matt Bean is indeed our final podium finisher, just ahead of Ray Rittenor II. We then have Jack Dolan, Ryan Bush, Connor Anton, Ian Lane, Alex Kirfan, and Tyler Adams rounding out our top 10.
Our second group of 10 then is Malachi Drake, Trey McCrickard, Cody Smith, Vinny McDonald. We then got Jason Leadingham, Gabrielle Lafreniere. We got Christopher Jordan, Robert Edgerton, Gabe Butler, and Shane Hensley.
Into the lapped vehicles now, but of course they will also be able to pick up those valuable points. So just a couple of cars going all the way down to 7 points for 23rd place. And here are some of the highlights from that race. Not necessarily a lot going on, but certainly a lot being built. The tension was insane. And this, what an excellent textbook example. I mean, you know, not great for Brown, Luke, of course, but when we were describing what would happen if you got hung out to dry, he unfortunately ended up showing us in the first two laps.
Yeah, you can see he's just desperate to try and find an opening to drop down low, and it just never materialised. And he dropped down into P15 in the end. And you can see here, then there was the contest. So 18 did, so Brown, by getting out of the way, unfortunately, then got in the way of 17's mess. So you got to feel sorry for him. Again, there was a little bit of contact down the back straight, and he kind of got away with it. And I think we can see it again here. Yeah, we are. So, yeah, it's kind of, he did go down the same as the driver came up. It's, yeah, it was interesting to say the least here, but it just wasn't a good day in the office for Brown, unfortunately. I don't know what, it's just, they're having a bit of a fight there as we cross the line. That wasn't Brown, of course, actually. That was the battle for P3 at the end. And it was just, it was a little bit scrappy from both of them. It was kind of, I want P3. I really want P3. I want P3 a little bit more than you do. No, I want it a little bit more. And unfortunately, one person had to be sacrificed. But there you go. That's how it works out sometimes.
And what must be going through your mind if you're one of the cars that are in front of that group? We didn't really see anyone pull out and try a serious overtaking maneuver, but if you're at the front of that pack, even though you're in the best possible position on the racetrack, right? You're in P1, you must always be thinking about, hang on a second, when's the attack coming? You have to be quite nervous if you're in that scenario, surely.
Yeah, with the front two in this scenario, they were kind of golden, because it doesn't matter whether you're on your roof, whether you're in the air, or whether you're on all four wheels. If you're, a couple of hundredths behind the front two, you're not going to catch them. They're going to be across the line, it's fine. They're not going to get pit maneuvered. Unless someone's side by side with you, then you're maybe in trouble. At the end of NASCAR races, that's how it ends. It's just become the norm that you can kind of dump people off the circuit if you like. It's a bit weird, but it is what it is. But yeah, the front two, they had nothing to worry about this time around. But yeah, I understand what he's saying. As we progress through this championship, and obviously when we're going to come down to an actual winner at some point, that's when things are going to get very interesting.
You guys saw a graphic earlier on. We had the incorrect names, 21st to 23rd. We'll just go ahead and show you that. It was Miles Morse, David Brown, and Zeke Willis that were the final three drivers. They're important to make sure we get this right, because they've got 9, 8, and 7 points respectively, and they're going to be able to have those added up and hopefully see them through to the semi-final after they race in the next 2 months as well of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Right, so at the end of that race, Luke, honestly, all I can think of is I really wish that race was 5 times as long. That was really quite entertaining. I wanted to see that field of 12 get whittled down even further. They actually all stuck around all the way to the end. We didn't really see fewer than 12 cars, even at the checkered flag. They did a good job of hanging on.
Yeah, hypothetically, if they didn't have to pit, let's say, and the race was 5 times longer, you probably have the same result, really. Everyone was patiently waiting. There was a couple of drivers at the back end that were trying to force something to happen, and no one was really interested in going with them. So I feel like if there was no such thing as tyre wear or indeed fuel usage, and they didn't have to come into the pits, and we had a 5 times race length, it'd just be the same result, really. Patience, very much patience. But you've got to feel for the drivers that are out of the race today, but they've got to take solace in the fact that they are all super, super fast there. You can't really turn around and say out of that group of 21 drivers or 23 drivers who just raced that anyone significantly stood out. Qualifying was close. The racing was close. It's just all about being in the right position at the right time.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and have a chat with Kevin. The winner from that race, I believe, is on the line now. How's it going? Can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you guys. How you doing? Yeah, how you guys doing tonight?
Oh, we can hear you just fine, Kevin. Thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations. What an incredible result. Very, very tense all the way up into the final moments. You've now booked your ticket through to the semi-final. How are you feeling?
It's pretty awesome. Couldn't have done it without my teammates who were working with me tonight.
Yeah, I think the key moment really was Brown being hung out to dry at the top side. Everyone went to single file really early in the race. And was that part of your plan going into this race?
Yeah, we wanted, especially with this new draft model, you want to get everybody that you can working with you down on the bottom line, because it just seems you have to be very organized on top. So we wanted to stay together as much as we could.
Are you surprised that no one tried earlier to try and go too wide, try and build a bit of a group on the top side? Or did you think that as soon as you got into the lead, it was just going to be single file for the entirety of the race and maybe get attacked at the end?
We were actually discussing among with my teammates, we were surprised that nobody tried to see what it would take in order to get to the front. They were all staying in line, and then at the end, you don't really know how many cars you're going to need, but you also risk dropping like a rock with this and getting hung out to dry and losing the draft.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And, well, luckily, you were good. You were out in the lead. You controlled the race. So congratulations to you, mate, and we'll see you in the semi-finals later in the year.
Thank you. You guys enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you very much, Kevin. That was Kevin Fries, the winner of the Stock Car Challenge here at the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. You heard it. It was very much a game of risk and reward, and ultimately, well, they stayed in the order that they were, with the exception of third place. Very, very well done to all of the drivers concerned. A massive thank you as well to Splunk, to Logitech G, to Quantum Pay, and to McLaren for helping us put on this broadcast. That was race number 1 of 3. Still plenty of action coming on here tonight. We now go to Watkins Glen with the Dallara IR01s as the open wheel race edges even closer. We'll see you in a couple of minutes for that. Welcome back to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. I'm your host, John Sargent, and joining me as always is Luke Crane. We have now finished our first race in the North American region, and we move on now to the open wheel. This is going to be very exciting indeed. We're on Watkins Glen. We're racing the Dallara IR01s, and this track has not failed to provide top-tier excitement all weekend long.
No, absolutely. Could not agree more with you there. Fantastic to be here. Home soil for these drivers as well, being at Watkins Glen. Logan Clampett we see there in the list as well. David Porcelli's here as well. Who else we got here? Brandon Hawkin is here as well. So it looks like Brian Lockwood is the only one out of the the big hitters, if you like, that is not here. So this is going to be very, very exciting indeed.
This will be rather delicious. 21 drivers in this lobby. They, of course, have 10 minutes total to qualify. 8.5 still remaining. So we haven't got anyone with a time on board yet, but we are about to. That wasn't someone going off track, by the way. You can go that wide on that corner. This is the number 28 car. This is Eric Heater, looking to get his first lap time in. A little bit unsettled over the inside curbs there, but won't have lost quite too much time.
No, yeah, you can run over the curbs through there, but the only question really is why. You don't need to go over the curbs through the first sector. It's just best to stay away from them. But again, if you've maybe found something out, found a little bit of time there because you used the curb. Again, I was using a lot of the inside curb through turn number 1 when I did a couple of laps there, and realised that actually using a little bit less of it, you gained a bit more time. Running not so far wide on the exit of the corner is also worth a bit more time as well. Obviously, you want to take the shortest route, but it's very difficult until you actually do it. It's very difficult to indeed ingrain that in your mind. So obviously, these drivers have found something that I didn't find, and I'm not going to question them because I'm commentating their racing.
Now, if you want to go ahead and figure out how to get better on Watkins Glen, or maybe you're new and you fancy checking out what the Dallara IRO1 has to offer on iRacing, we've got a couple of tips and tricks about the Watkins Glen track and a couple of corners to watch out for if you fancy improving your own lap time. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Nicknamed the Glen, Watkins Glen International Racetrack is well known as the home of the Formula One United States Grand Prix for 20 consecutive years. Let's get stuck in. Turn 1 allows drivers to be a little bit greedy because of a very wide exit, but it's easy to accidentally take too much, so be careful. You can take part of the inside curb, but taking the whole thing might unsettle the car and cause unnecessary understeer. DS's at turns 3 and 4 are a critical point in your lap to get your lines right and maintain maximum speed. The barriers are extremely close to the track. It's surprisingly tight and there's no room for error. Get this right though, and you will have a speed boost all the way down the back straight. The loop coming off the back straight is the first in a series of corners that get progressively tighter through the chute and then the toe. So you will need to manage your speed and adjust appropriately for each successive turn. The toe and heel corners, unsurprisingly, make up the boot, a hammerhead-shaped up and downhill section of the track added in 1971. Getting a smooth run round each corner will be your aim to get the most out of this technical section of the lap. So, what are you waiting for? Visit LogitechGChallenge.com to enter, and we'll see you on the track.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen. Certainly all of these drivers on track aren't going to need me telling them anything at all. They're all about 5 seconds a sector faster than me anyway. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this plays out. We have pretty competitive lap times here. 2 1-minute 17.1s. I beg your pardon, Andre Castro is a 1:17.0. So fairly competitive to start off with. Let's wait and see whether that benchmark actually gets any faster.
Yeah, I think Brandon Hawkin may have decided here to start from the back and try and figure out, you know what, across this championship I'm going to have to make some overtakes at some point, so just as well learn how to do it here. Not that he needs to learn anything, the guy's an absolute monster car. But maybe he's going to put on a show for us, who knows?
Oh, I'd love that. I'd really, really like to see a couple of our experienced, mega fast drivers start from the back of the grid. Hopefully, though, it doesn't result in chaos on lap 1 and then we don't get to see them. I want to see them push through the field. I want to see one of these drivers, especially an open wheel, where you take a position every lap, for example, Luke, and it's just delightful to see what the speed differential is, even though they're technically in identical equipment, just really showing their class. I'd love something like that to be on the cards today in our race.
Yeah, for sure. Dave Verano, by the way, just put in a time that was good enough for the second row of the grid. He is in P4. Porcelli yet to put a time in. Brandon Hawkin and Logan Clampett. 3 big hitters yet to put lap times in, wondering whether they are indeed waiting till the death of this session to put times in, or whether they're all just going to start from the back. Again, I know what you want to see, John. I would also like to see them come from the back, but we have seen far too many incidents recently over the last couple of days through the midfield of the pack, and you don't really want to get caught up in any of that, do you, ultimately? And actually, it looks like we have had Brandon Hawkin put a time in, and there it is, a 16.870. That's the first 16 we have seen in the North America region. Of course, we did see in the LATAM region time significantly faster than that, which is absolutely scary because Hawkin is one of the very best with this car.
Maybe he'll start on pole, let everyone by, and then and then start racing from the first corner. I don't know. Brandon Hawkin, 1:16.870, the number 99 car here, setting the new benchmark. Absolutely blistering pace. But like you said, Luke, we've actually seen a lap time already faster than this today. Are we potentially going to see something even faster on the cards here? And the good news is, even if you do have one of the really quick drivers towards the middle or towards the back, unlike, for example, Brands Hatch a little bit later on where qualifying is mega paramount, there is the opportunity, there is the scope on Watkins Glen to make those absolute daredevil overtakes and make them stick as well. The drivers just have to be a little careful that they don't overdo it and end up in the barrier.
Yeah, for sure. But ultimately, we've also seen that if you make overtakes in the wrong place around this circuit, you can cost yourself a significant amount of time.
Oh, yes.
And if you've given yourself the job to overtake 10, 12, well, in this case, 20 drivers if you're Logan Clampett, or Porcelli, 19 drivers, it becomes very difficult to then catch up to P1. But Hawkin is very difficult to catch up, whether you start just in behind him or even in front of him. That guy, like I said already, is a monster with this car. Expect to see the very best from him today. And I'm chuffed to see people like Brandon racing once again. Already qualified, doesn't need to be here, but ultimately wants to showcase his skill set. And I, for one, I'm all for it.
And we are now on board with David Porcelli. The number 15 car hasn't set a time yet. Leaving it till, well, properly leaving it until last. I think he's only actually going to get one lap in because I believe he crossed the line at 1:15. So he's just a second or two shy, unfortunately, of getting another flying lap. So it's all on this one. 1:17.523 was the lap he just did. This is his final lap. We'll see if he can improve on that.
Yeah, Logan Clampett, I don't think he's putting a lap time in. Logan Clampett is actually an e-NASCAR driver, qualified for the semi-finals of our stock car series in month number 1. He is one of the most talented sim racers there are in the world today, racing in the Coke series on iRacing, one of the most prestigious titles there are in sim racing as well. So to see him pulling his hand to something else is always quite cool to see. And yeah, whether or not he indeed does start from the back or not, just for a bit of fun, will again remain to be seen, or whether he's going to put a lap time in right at the death here. Brandon Hawkin still is in P1, maybe 0.2 of a second clear of Andre Castro. Again, Clampett yet to put a time in. Greg Laborde, surprised to see him that far back down the order. Not had the best of qualifying, that's for sure. Matt M. Adams then currently in 3rd position with Dane Verano. Then expect to see him up near the front. Porcelli as well. Expect them both to be up near the front. And we did just see a change of position there, but as it's moved over, I can't quite see exactly how that went down. But qualifying is over, and the man to beat is Brandon Hawkin, as we probably would have expected.
So qualifying is now complete. Let's go ahead and take a look at the conditions for our second of our 3 races this evening. This is the open wheel competition. Track conditions, just a smidge under 40 degrees Celsius on track and a 25-degree ambient temperature. Nice and toasty. God, I wish I was on holiday. We then have cloudy weather conditions with a light breeze as well. So pretty close to ideal racing conditions here. Drivers aren't going to have to worry about rain or anything like that. None of that jazz. Nice and warm on track. Looking forward to a really exciting race. Are we going to see Logan Clampett try and carve his way through the grid from the back? We'll find out in just a second. In the meantime, Brandon Hawkin is going to be on the front row alongside Andre Castro. Behind him, we have Matt Adams and David Porcelli, then Dane Verano and Noor Afani. Jeffrey Decker and Raymond Aguilar will be in 7th and 8th positions respectively, and Todd Aitchison and Abigail Paquet will make up your top 10.
Next 10 drivers on your grid then are as follows. We've got Swaby and Leonard on your 6th row. We've got Ridgeway and we've got Bergeron. Then we've got Sudik and Blaze, Heater and Pose. We've got Scott and Laborde.
Then moving into our final screen, it is going to be Logan Clampett starting from 21st. Oh, I would love to see Logan plow through some of this field. This is going to be really fun if that indeed is what is happening. I'm not going to get ahead of myself, though. We'll wait and see.
Hold on, did you just say that? You want to see Logan plow through the field? Okay,
oh, wow.
Well, if you want to see everybody making, big accidents on circuit, that's up to you. Whatever you're into, John. Whatever you're into.
I'm here
I like
all
to see
night.
nice, clean, close racing.
Well, we'll find out what position he ends up in. Fingers crossed, because he didn't actually set a time in qualifying. I hope he is just electing to start from the back of the grid. I really, really do want to see his performance here and how he does with the Dallara IR01s. This is going to be really fun to watch from both ends of the grid as well.
Yeah, don't let that hide the fact that John wants to see everybody crash in this race.
I mean, it could just be some rallying, they don't have to crash.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to see that regardless. 21 cars, all battling for position. As we can hear the engines going off here. And we are green light racing. There we go. And as Barney, the flag man,
that was slow on the flag.
Ballistic there on the podium. And we are good to go here. Oh, wow, there's some very late maneuvers as we've already got some carnage at the back then. Looks like someone spun the car off the grid, which is never ideal. Brandon Hawkino got a fairly good start, yet still leads the way. And Andre Castro instantly trying to get to the lead with Matt M. Adams as always making it 3 wide, not P3. He is in P3. And wow, this is dangerous here. And wow, fair play to Hawkin. He's decided to get, it was going to come to a poor ending for sure. It was never going to work out, to be fair. And actually, it does look like Logan Clampett did not take part in this race. It was only 20 drivers here. Brandon Hawkin read that situation like it was a book. He saw that was going to end very poorly indeed. And he was like, nope, I'm not getting involved. I'm backing out of this. And then instantly, as soon as he backed out, Andre Castro gets sent into the shadow realm by Matt Adams. And ultimately, it looked like it might have been a bit of netcode, but still, it was the aggressive nature of lap number 1 putting yourself in that position. Like, poor Andre Castro really is the innocent bystander there. He was far left, and it was Matt Adams that made it 3 wide. But this is racing. Ultimately, they are there to race. And, almost provided an incredible overtake, but ultimately, that is going to be a day over for Castro.
Let's now go ahead and take a quick look at the Quantum Pay replay for some of the incidents off the grid first. This is what happened off the start line.
Yeah, well, there we go. You can see drivers very much struggling to get the car going. There we go. Little tag of the wall there. And that means another 2 cars are cleared out. Synchronized spinning. Give that oh, no. Dismount's terrible there from the blue car. So around about a 4.3, we're going to give that there. And then as we come up towards the leaders here, you can see that Brandon Hawkins trying to indeed take the lead once again and actually loses out. So Dane Verano moves down into P2 now. Matt Adams, I can tell you right now, isn't looking to work with anybody here, ladies and gentlemen. Matt Adams wants to win this race, and he'll do it any way possible.
Matt Adams is like a rocket at the moment, absolutely trying to speed off into the distance. Goes a little bit deep there, but just about hangs on. And Dane Verano, well, he's made up a fair bit of ground since the start, now in a P2. Brandon Hawkins is just trying to play things safe at the moment, maybe gauging exactly what everyone's going to do, trying to figure out where people are weak, where they're slower, where they're faster, and gauge what his opportunities are going to look like a little bit later on in the race. Worth pointing out as well, Andre Castro isn't out of the race or anything like that, just ended up having a bit of a wobble, and he is back in 4th place, right behind Brandon.
I just want to give a shout out to Randy here. Gave some information about Bergeron and Logan Clampett. And 10 seconds later realised that one of them's out of the race and the other one wasn't in the race. So thanks, Randy, for the information, my friend. Yeah, we can't use it, I'm afraid. It is what it is. Up to the lead then. Matt Adams still leading the way. Dane Verano then looking to try and get himself up into the lead and actually going to pull Brandon Hawking along as well. And Hawking then goes up the inside and he's going to try and make a double overtake here in towards the loop. And well, Matt Adams there just had to get on the brakes very, very early. Brilliant stuff then from indeed Verano and Hawking down towards the left-hander. Adams is now going to try and go around the outside. Not quite going to work out then. So they've all completely changed positions. Hawkins gone from 3rd to 1st. We've got Verano who's gone from 2nd to actually 2nd. And then we've got Adams who's gone from 1st down to 3rd.
if they do this every lap, they're going to start taking chunks of time out of their own lap times, and we're going to see this front four become a front six or even a front eight if they're not careful. The next cars along the road, by the way, David Porcelli, just 2.5 seconds off the lead, and we then have Jeffrey Decker right there with him, and Todd Eichenson immediately behind him as well. So that's cars number 15, 16, and 7. If these guys keep fighting, 5th, 6th, and 7th place are going to be joining this pack.
Yeah, just like John said, guys, please stop battling. We don't want to see any more cars join this train. That wouldn't be fun to watch, so please stop battling with each other. Let's have some respect here. This is fantastic stuff here, and they're side by side through the S's here. This can surely only end badly. Nearly sent it to the wall then for Matt Adams. Verano, though, side by side, and I say nearly sent it to the wall. They're just on the absolute limit there. It's brilliant for both of them. And, well, there is some rallycross taking place. They're trying to make the overtake on the grass. In behind is Andre Castro. And hold on, Andre Castro was sent off wide earlier in this race. And it looks like he's in P4.
That's
so
right, yeah.
I guess he didn't hit the wall. He just ran wide.
No, he didn't hit the wall. It was just a wobble. He lost out. I think he lost out. He went down to something like P5. He's made it back up to P4, so he's right back up there with the leading pack. But off camera, we have had another incident. So let's go ahead and take a look at this Quantum Pay replay of what went on. We missed this action on camera. Let's take a look. I think this is Jeffrey Decker, by the way.
No, this is the incident. Oh, no, hold on. Yeah,
this is Jeffrey Decker, unfortunately, out of the race.
Yeah, that is wheels going across circuit, and you don't want to be hitting one of those wheels as well if you're in behind. That's for sure. Front three, they're not going to be, it's not going to affect their race, but Jeffrey Decker is indeed out of the race here.
Very unfortunate for him there, and just on the outside, gets a little bit of a tag, and unfortunately that's enough to send him into the wall at those kind of speeds. Very unfortunate for him, but this is still a hugely dynamic fight. Is that Brandon out in front? Is this P2, yeah. P3, and P4? They're about to go 3 wide.
Oh, they tried to sandwich him there, didn't they? But ultimately, the meat of the sandwich just slides on through the 2 pieces of bread.
Don't you hate it when that happens?
Oh, well, yeah, exactly. It's never really in my hands long enough a sandwich for it to slip out. It's just straight in my mouth. We had a message earlier from one of the team saying, God, you guys, all you do is mention food every single broadcast. Always something different. And I just realised that is the truth. It's not exaggerated in any shape or form. We do mention food a hell of a lot.
We certainly do. But to be fair, the analogy was absolutely perfect on this occasion. The front 4 cars still continuing to constantly battle with each other. And this is possibly the most exciting lead in the first half of the race I have seen on Watkins Glen. Really, really good fun, this, and I do hope it continues all the way through the race. Are they going to take 10ths off each other's lap times? Yes. At this point, I don't even care.
Yeah, I don't care either. It's not my position in the semi-finals. It's at jeopardy. I'm here to watch some motor racing and get excited about it. Pretty simple. Brandon Hawkin, though, he's another one that doesn't really care about what's going on behind him because he is now about 2 seconds in the lead, so they will not be getting a tow from him. And realistically, this 4 drivers here, they have to work together to try and catch up to the leader, but none of them are really willing to do that. Here we go then. Dane Verano is going to make a late lunge up the inside here. And Adams closes the door. And again, when a car behind you is on the limit like that, as we've got Castro now trying to make a move up the inside as well, Dane Verano then leaves the door open and then closes the door off for Porcelli. And ultimately, Matt Adams now, very similarly to what Brandon Hawkin did earlier, is going to try and drive away. And actually, Matt Adams has taken that wide line every single time. So it looked like, again, you said earlier, John, you're like, oh, he's run wide there. And I was agreeing with you. I'm like, yeah, that's not really the line you want to be taking. Scrap that, because Porcelli's trying to make a move again behind in the pink car on Dane Verano. But it just looks like it's an intentional line. It gets a very good exit, actually. That part of the circuit, if you don't get a good exit out of the right-hander, unfortunately, you're going to get slipstream down in towards the next right-hander and lose the position. And it looks like Matt Adams has actually found a way to counter that, which is the first time we've seen it all weekend. Very clever indeed.
I don't remember the last time I have used this many calories sat in my chair, because the clench I am feeling every time we see these 4 is absolutely insane. This is almost like they're filming a drama for Netflix at this point, Luke. I don't know who's going to be ahead from one lap to the next. This is brilliant top-tier racing.
There are other streaming services out there as well, ladies and gentlemen, just
absolutely.
To let you know. As we head along the long straight here, where the chicane would be, there's a blimp in the sky there, John, just letting you know. There's a wheel just being tagged off there. I don't think that's quite legitimate. I think these are all good. There's a wheel waving. That's oh, there we go. Bit of a tag there. So Matt Adams is going to lose out there big time. And Dane Verano then under a little bit of pressure here. And I think Porcelli's going to come through. So Porcelli just being gifted a couple of spots here. Andre Castro is just up ahead as well. But yeah, there was a car there with a wobbly wheel, just giving everyone a wave. I think the wheel's now back attached. And that was a super fast engineer or pit crew. They must have been in a car running alongside, just fixing it as it was going. But the car's all good.
Dane Verano's front left tyre repaired by the nanobots mid-race, everyone. All good. And we are once again resuming racing. Out in front, I believe, according to the timing, it is Brandon Hawken. I keep having to double check because God knows who's actually in front at any one point. Andre Castro will be behind him, and then David Porcelli and Dane Verano. And we're on board at the moment, looking backwards from David Porcelli, waiting to see if Dane Verano will be able to catch him up soon. I think he's too busy being defensive with Matt Adams all over the back of him.
Yeah, Matt Adams here is again looking to make another move. He's going to have to go the long way round. Will he be covered? Yeah, he is. He's got it done already. He actually had the tow from the car in front to help the situation out. Through the right hand, and we come down the hill, and yeah, job is a good one. Dane Verano, although moving down into P5, will be relatively happy that he does indeed have three wheels all facing in the right direction. Later on, he's going to watch his back and go, oh, wow, okay. That wasn't supposed to happen, but he would have no idea that he momentarily did lose a wheel. As it stands, though, you're right, Brandon Hawken out in the lead on his own. Andre Castro, who, again, got absolutely sent on lap number 1, has recovered beautifully well and actually has produced the fastest lap of the race. The only driver to produce a 16 is actually Andre Castro. So superb stuff from the number 4 driver. We've then got Porcelli, who is in that final qualifying position. But actually, if we look at it, I think Porcelli's already qualified. Yes, so Porcelli and Brandon Hawken have already qualified. So right now, Andre Castro is actually the only driver that would officially qualify for the semi-finals because the other 2 spots are occupied by people already there.
Very, very impressed with Brandon Hawken, by the way, Luke. I just think that early on in the race, he was absolutely trading places non-stop with Adams and Castro. So I don't know how he shifted into another gear to suddenly be 2.5 seconds up the road, because when he was in the lead of the race before, everyone was still swapping first place. It's almost like Brandon went, yeah, okay, I've had some fun jostling for position. Let's put the hammer down. And he is properly sent it up the road. This is absolute class from him.
Yeah, and, you know, from my extensive research, this would be the 3rd race in a row in this championship that he would indeed have won as well, and that'd be the only driver to do so. I can't take credit for that, that's Brian. Brian just gave us that information. But yeah, that was Brian's extensive research. But he'd be the first driver to get 3 wins from 3.
That's actually quite incredible, isn't it? We thought Nikita was quite close to doing it. But if Brandon Hawken manages to win this one, I think he will officially be the only driver to have done that. And I don't think anyone else is that dominant. The funny thing is, based on the fights we were seeing earlier on, it wasn't like the LATAM race, for example, where there was an 11-second lead by the end of the race. This was actually really, really close. But at the end of the day, whether you win by 1,000th of a second or 20 seconds, a win's a win's a win.
I tell you what, this camera angle here, well, that camera angle there, very much reminds me of like Micro Machines from back in the 90s. Again, we're trying to force a 3 wide here. Oh dear, that ain't gonna end well. Off we go. And well, Dane Verano, it was, if there was only those 3 cars going 3 wide along that straight, that worked. But the fact that they did indeed have Porcelli just up ahead of them, or was it Andre Castro? I think it was Andre Castro, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So Andre Castro was just up ahead and boxed in the car to the right-hand side. Then ultimately they are trying to make a move as well. And yeah, that's just why it went array, let's say. And well, Dave Verano no longer in this race. So that could have worked if there wasn't the car in front of them, but there was. And ultimately, probably should have lent on their experience a little bit more there and been a little bit more patient.
Oh, how unfortunate. I mean, we've been treated to such good racing, or even using one of the other cars, which I think was a back marker on the right-hand side as well. Going 3 wide when one of the cars had to slow down for a back marker, that was never going to be the recipe for success.
It wasn't a back marker. It was Andre Castro.
Oh, was it?
Andre Castro is in second, yeah. So it was for position. So Porcelli was trying to make a move for position.
So there were 4 of them
Matt
there.
Adams was wide left. Verano's trying to come through.
Yep.
And as soon as he made it 3 wide, it forced Porcelli. It was either Porcelli tries to make the move on Castro and keep momentum, or lose 2 positions. So that's why that was going down. Again, Andre Castro, Porcelli and Matt Adams. Matt Adams hasn't qualified here. So we're going to get a replay of this by the looks of things.
That's right. Let's go ahead and take a look. This is Dane Verano, ladies and gentlemen, on this Quantum Pay replay. And, well, I mean, that says all you need to know. Almost getting sucked into the side of him there. 4 cars. I'm not 100% sure who this front car is, but Dane Verano is...
Castro.
Oh, yes, sorry, that is Castro. And sadly, there wasn't room for all of them to go through there. Dane Verano, the one that unfortunately is out of the race as a result.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, again, like, it was for all of those were for position. They got boxed in, and, you know, Castro can't go any faster than he was going. He's got his foot flat to the floor. But ultimately, it has had a devastating effect then on Dane Verano. We will see him back for sure. He's been incredible all season long, yet to get through. And just to give some context, by the way, I do mention Brian quite a lot. He's the man in our ear, basically our god. And yeah, he's very, very good at what he does. So sometimes he feeds us some information. Sometimes it's useful. Most of the time it's not. But yeah, just a shout out to Brian.
What's Brian's role in the Oh, he's our god. Oh, okay. Yeah. Every broadcast needs a Brian. Every broadcast
he's our dad. He tells us off when things aren't going well.
I mean, he does that too. It's true. Yeah. You don't want to get told off by Brian. That's a big no-no.
Absolutely not.
And that's Andre Castro on Porcelli. Brandon Hawken out in front going, haha, you guys have fun. I'm bored of this now. Let's go ahead and send myself off into the distance. I will see you guys in the semi-final, except you won't, because we'll see you again next month, Brandon, because you're going to come back and you're going to try and win again and again and again.
Yeah, he is basically like Dr. Disrespect, but with a third title to his name, which I thought was impossible, but ultimately here we are. That was interesting, by the way. They nearly took the chicane on the back straight there. It looked like it was going to take the chicane at full speed. That wouldn't have been ideal. It's like they forgot what circuit they were on. These three, though, battling for position. Remember, Porcelli and Hawken have already qualified. So they, well, again, just to confirm, it is Porcelli that went through. Yes, he's already qualified. So right now, the only position up for grabs is P3. The only way that Castro and Adams both qualify is by forcing Porcelli to finish in P4. So what goes down over the next couple of laps is going to be glorious. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be delicious. It's going to be all of the words. And I'm super excited for it.
So you're saying that if Castro and Adams conspire to force Porcelli off the road, they both go through?
That I guess not really in those words, but
okay.
That's one way of looking at it, I guess.
Oh no, I can't believe it.
Porcelli is forced off the road, and Castro and Adams are now P2 and P3.
I promise everyone watching that was not my fault.
Put the button down.
Sorry, no, I'm stepping away from the button. Do not touch the button, John.
Off he goes. Porcelli already qualified, so don't worry. You know, all is not lost. Performed very, very well here today, and we will see Porcelli back once again. Can't wait to see a replay of how that went down and how John is just. It would just be a big, giant version of John on the circuit, just kicking the car off the circuit.
If there was a replay where it also included my webcam, you would see me holding my head in my hands going, I can't believe that actually happened. Please tell me my face isn't on this. We're about to hop into a Quantum Pay replay of that crash. Let's go ahead and take a look how that went down.
Well, are they both going to conspire together? Adam, well, no, it looks like Adam has just moved across
no, not
there.
Really.
He's gone to make it 3 wide, has Adam, and actually Porcelli's moved across to kind of close the door. And then they've had a coming together. And Adam, again, has been involved with not only... Well, here we go. I think we're seeing it once again. Yeah, there we are. So we're seeing it once again. Yeah, so they both kind of moved over. It's both their fault, really. Adam didn't really need to be putting himself in a position to make it 3 wide again. But he's already sent Castro off the circuit once today, and now he's sent Porcelli. But again, I think Porcelli is as much at fault as Adam. A little bit of net code in there as well. And it's a recipe for disaster, as we've just seen. And also, when a commentator mentions something that probably won't happen, it generally does.
Hey, I'm really glad he didn't hit them both, because if it did, that would have been the caster curse to end all caster curses. But right now, we're on the penultimate lap. It's lap 14 out of 15 in our open wheel race. Brandon Hawken currently leading by 5 seconds, with Matt Adams just behind Andre Castro in second place, about 1 second behind now. This is the furthest apart these cars have been all session long, and it's mainly because whenever they get close to each other, one of them just mysteriously disappears.
Well, I think that they'll be pretty happy with it. Like, it's been great battling frantically and whatnot, but ultimately, on the final lap, it's just kind of like, yeah, let's just get to the finish now. I'm in the top 3. I'm golden. I'm going to make it to the semi-finals. I don't really want to be having to do any extra work on this final lap. Make it nice and easy. And with Porcelli not being involved right now, it's been made very, very easy. They've got 9 seconds behind them to, be pretty happy about. Todd Aitchison is the next driver. Again, will not qualify from that position. Nur Afani then in P5 as it stands. Abigail Hackett is in 6th position. We've got Philip Scott, Lyndon Swaby, Blaze and Aguilar as your top 10. It's all about the front drivers. Brandon Hawkins, we're on board with right now, as again, John's a blimp up in the sky there. Up towards the final couple of corners here at Watkins Glen. And Brandon Hawkins has been an absolute smoke show of a driver over the last couple of months, picking up 2 wins from 2. And like I said earlier, Dr. Disrespect is the 2-time. We've got our very own 3-time. Brandon Hawkins comes across the line, or comes around the final couple of corners, should I say. And the Canadian, he is going to pick up the 3rd victory out of 3. The only driver who is perfect in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Brandon Hawkins takes the checkered flag and picks up his 3rd win in a row. He is the man to beat for sure in this championship and continues to do it month in, month out. Fastest lap of the race as well, I think, a 117.054. And actually, no, there is a 16 just in behind. I think it might be, it's Andre Castro.
16.4.
Yeah.
Matt Adams.
16.4. Where are we seeing that?
Absolutely incredible. Dame Verano 16.9. Matt Adams 16.459. He finishes in 3rd, though. Andre Castro will finish in 2nd, but Brandon Hawkins, clean as a whistle, he will go ahead and take that victory. Absolutely superb drive. Exciting first couple of laps. Then he basically got bored and left everyone else for dead.
Yeah, for sure. Like, first couple of laps, it was kind of like, yeah, I'll have a bit of fun here. Realised that actually taking avoiding action of drivers that are really battling for position to get qualified for the semi-finals, maybe not so much fun as you might have first thought, especially where if you have the slightest touch with these cars, the open wheel cars, the whole world explodes. But we've got a little bit of replay of some of the action here, and well, this is what happened yesterday, John, where nothing happened apparently. So now you get to see it firsthand. This was right at the start of the race, and there's almost contact then between the front 2. And you can see there that Brandon Hawkins was like, nope, not getting involved in that. Oh, off into the shadow realm then for Jeffrey Decker. And then we see this then, through the middle, thread that needle. Brilliant stuff then to move up into 2nd position. Didn't really look back from that point onwards. Dane Verano, though, he would not be in that battle for much longer. And, well, here we go. We're about to see Dane Verano here. It goes 3 wide, and then just ahead, unfortunately, the boxes all 3 drivers in. Contact between the 2. Adams then makes the move up the order and ultimately holds on to that top 3. We didn't see what happened to Porcelli, who got involved. But again, John, it's not incriminate you any more than you already are.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm going to get... I take requests, by the way. Every man has his price. But all jokes aside, a really, really entertaining race. Arguably the most exciting open wheel race we had on Watkins Glen. That was an absolute peach to watch from start to finish.
Yeah, kind of can't really disagree with that. I think all the races have been relatively good. It does promote some decent racing, does Watkins Glen. But I just feel like in that final race there was... they didn't really care as much about each other. It was very ruthless out there. But yeah, it was fun. It was exciting for us. Again, it's not our semi-final positions on the line, John, so it doesn't really make too many odds for us. I just want to see action like that week in, week out.
Seeing the top 4 drivers just constantly swapping positions as well was really quite exciting. I think that race probably sets a record in the entirety of the G Challenge for how many overtakes we had in an open wheel. Obviously, in a stock car, you can have technically 20 overtakes as soon as someone is hung out to dry. But the amount of times those drivers were swapping positions, we couldn't take our eyes off them for more than about 12 seconds because, frankly, our information would be completely out of date by then. And it didn't seem to matter where on the track they were as well. It wasn't one place they were constantly overtaking. Okay, there was one place they were constantly 3 wide. They used the rest of the track as well. They didn't care.
No. They were giving it absolutely everything there. And drivers such as Porcelli, nothing to lose for him. I'm surprised that the other drivers had kind of the driving style as they did. It's kind of, if I don't make this move, it is what it is. But yeah, ultimately, we've got our top 3. Brandon Hawkins, though, the one to beat. He is the absolute standout, not only in this region, but in the competition as a whole. The only driver to win 3 out of 3, which is really, really is an impressive stat for sure.
Now, do you think that winning this 3 out of 3 is, maybe it's both actually, to be fair. Brandon Hawkins sort of cementing himself as the person to be, but also I can't think of a better way to paint a gigantic target on your back. Brandon Hawkins, if anyone finishes any race ahead of him now, they're going to be going, well, you know what? That guy won 3 races and I just beat him. Yeah,
but that's why he's doing it, I think, is to kind of say, yeah, there's a big target on my back, but you've actually got to beat me, and no one's able to do it yet. So, you know, there's obviously, if he does get beat, it becomes a case of, oh dear, that's not ideal. But on the flip side, then you, as if you are Brandon, you can look at it and go, oh, okay, now there is some work to do. But if you keep winning and keep winning and keep winning, and there's no one really challenging, ultimately you're just going to feel great about yourself, aren't you? But, you know, just on the off chance that someone does turn up and does really put those performances in, then you really can start the hard work and you know what you're up against.
And to be fair, for the first 5 laps of that race, everybody was challenging Brandon, right? He wasn't actually driving away from the pack yet. He was still part of that group that was just jostling for position every 20 seconds. And he couldn't quite get away until he sort of settled into a rhythm mid-race. But it was almost scary how fast he got when he settled into that rhythm and he wasn't constantly looking in his mirrors. I mean, that was sublime.
Yeah, for sure. There's a term in boxing of boxing clever. He raced very clever today. He was side by side, got involved with 3 drivers that really wanted it today. And each and every time he was asked a question of, well, you can either send it up my inside, but ultimately there could be some content, there could be some contact. He backed out and was like, you boys fight, you guys crack on. I'm not really interested in this. I've got a bigger picture in terms of the full 20-minute race. I'll find myself up near the front of the order at some point, but I'm just going to bide my time. So again, race really clever. Something we've seen not happen too often, John, really. And if there's anyone watching from the other regions, kind of take note, because that's how you do it.
Managing to squeeze out a 3rd victory from 3. Would it be fair to say that today was the closest he's gotten to being beaten, given those battles in the first half of the race?
No. Not in my. I don't think he's ever close to being beaten. I think it was more of a fun event for him. I think he's that far ahead right now. I'm sure that there's going to be drivers that come out there and showcase their skill set, but to be beating drivers by 5 seconds around a circuit where it's so easy to stay behind someone because of the slipstream, yeah, he's just at that level that unfortunately everyone else is now striving to get to. But also, like you said, painting a target on your back, people are going to strive to hit that level. People have got something to chase every single month as well. So he is kind of making it easy for people to figure him out. But at this stage, no one has done yet.
That's what makes me excited for the semi-final as well, because was it Perez we saw earlier, a 1:16.4 or something in qualifying and finishing 11 seconds clear of 2nd place? Brandon Hawkins might have some competition once we get some of the other regions together.
Yeah, for sure. I think that, yeah, Perez was phenomenal earlier, and he was very, very quick over 1 lap, but we didn't see him at all be challenged. So we didn't see whether, you know, he would just step out and again, race clever. Whereas we did see with Hawkins today, he could take a step back. He was happy to go down to 4th position at one point and always believed in his ability to get back up the order.
Very unusual to have a driver comfortably say, oh, I'll go down to 4th place and still be fine. We're not really going to see that in the sports car on Brands Hatch. Part of it, we have to be honest, is also to do with the circuit. Watkins Glen is just so much fun. It's easy to follow the driver in front. There are lots of ways you could potentially overtake. Circuits like this almost bring out the best in some of our drivers' racecraft. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it's not just the track, there's the car. With it punches such a big hole in the air. Like, in terms of the slipstreaming, there's no other car that gets anywhere near it within the iRacing platform. Like, for instance, if you're at Spa, you can almost get into the toe of a car in front of you, overtake them, get ahead, and then they could do the same to you back. Yeah, the slipstreaming in that car is huge, but with the big rear wing and the velocity the cars are going through the air, the big hole being punched in, the imaginary hole, if you like, being punched in the air is huge, which means you can just easily drive up to in behind them.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the final standings for the open wheel race sponsored by Splunk. Brandon Hawkins will be able to take 1st place, of course, comfortably 5 seconds ahead. We then have Andre Castro and Matt Adams taking the 2 more places in the semi-final. Brandon Hawkins becoming the 3-time winner as a result. Behind them, we have Todd Eichison, Noor Afani, Abigail Paquet, Lyndon Swaby, and Philip Scott. And behind him, we've got Michael Blyce and Raymond Aguilar. That will make up your top 10. David Porcelli, unfortunately involved in that incident earlier, but will still take home 19 points for finishing in 11th. Eric Heath is just behind him, and Dane Verano, we will see more of him in the G Challenge. I promise we'll be taking home 17 points in 13. Stephen Leonard and Jeffrey Decker will complete your top 15. So Jeffrey Decker there, unfortunately, not getting the entire race, but still taking home some valuable points. Alex Bergeron and Chase Pose, Nicholas Sudik, Greg Laborde, Robert Ridgway, and Logan Clampett, who I don't think he started the race, so he might not be getting those 9 points, but he qualified very well anyway. Those are your 21 drivers from the open wheel race. So once again, a big thank you to Splunk, Logitech G, Quantum Pay, and McLaren for helping us put this on. When we come back, it's the final race of the evening. We're going to be racing the McLaren 720S GT3 sports cars around Brands Hatch. See you soon. For the Logitech McLaren G Challenge in September, we transport you to Brands Hatch, one of the UK's most loved racing circuits. Let's get stuck in. Off the Brabham Straight, your first corner will be the Paddock Hill Bend. Avoid the inside curb as this will bounce the car around, causing you to lose valuable time. Heading into Druids shortly afterwards, you can afford to brake late here since the corner is on a steep incline. Keeping just clear of the curbs on the exit, you'll then have a good downhill run going towards Graham Hill. Surtees soon follows, where you don't want to run wide because it will be crucial to get the power down early so you can gain as much time as possible with a good exit onto the back straight.
Hawthorne Bend is then the high action point of Brands Hatch. Accelerate mid-quarter and get as smooth a high-speed exit as you possibly can to maintain your momentum. Finally, approaching the end of the lap, make sure to carry as much of your speed as possible through clearways onto Clark Curve for maximum speed heading onto the home straight. Visit LogitechGChallenge.com to enter, and we'll see you on track.
Welcome back to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. I'm John Sargent. With me is Luke Crane, and we are now on to the Sports Car Challenge. The McLaren 720S GT3s are whizzing around Brands Hatch. We've got 10 minutes of qualifying time now to see who is going to start on the front row of our final race of the day.
Absolutely, and I am super excited that Eric DeBon's here again. Sounds like an 80s lead singer of a band. Well, how well can they do? Caleb Lavender up there at the front. No time posted yet. Bit of a snooze fest from them. And
Lead
number
guitar.
4. Yeah, absolutely. Lawrence Tran then in P5. Again, no times really posted as of yet. But this is going to be an exciting one, I think.
Looking forward to it. I mean, how many drivers have we currently got in the lobby? We can see at least the top 15 there. We see Erie Riley, welcoming him back as well. Several drivers coming back from after qualifying for previous month's races too, racking up those points. Very, very important. Don't just show up for one race. Try and qualify for as many as you can so that you can maximize your points haul. But yeah, good fun. I'm looking forward to the first lap times being set. We've got 8 minutes and 20 seconds left, so we should now be starting our hot laps, and we'll get to see very shortly where that marker lies.
I think we've got 15 drivers here, which is like the perfect number, so we don't see the timing tower on the left-hand side change, which is it always changes, ironically, at the wrong time for me. When I'm trying to look at someone's position or time. But yeah, 15 drivers here. That's going to be perfect for us. So we better see it the whole time. First qualifying laps, though, are now underway. It takes the full first lap for them to go around the circuit before they cut the timing beam for them to get their first time in. Qualifying is absolutely vital around a circuit like this, being Brands Hatch. We've seen it all weekend long that if you qualify well, you're more than likely going to get a good finish in the race.
Now, last month, Alu Gobi won the sport car race for North America. So here at the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, even though she's not racing today, we caught up with her to see how they're preparing for the semi-final. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Gobi is someone to beat.
At the end of the day, she has no competition that can touch her right now.
And Alu Gobi, taking the world by storm in the North America region, has absolutely taken the Logitech McLaren G Challenge by storm. Picks up the victory then.
My name is Alu Gobi. I live in a city called Waterloo in Ontario, Canada, and I've been sim racing for about 10 years. So I first got into sim racing when I was learning how to drive. I wanted to be the safest driver possible. And so that's when I first picked up my first iRacing subscription. Once I learned that, I had the talent, it all spiraled out of there. Real racing hasn't always been a part of my life, but more recently I've been able to go to the track to earn my real racing license. So when I earned my racing license, I did it in my own car. I have a 2007 Mazda 3, and we went out with an instructor and we did some laps. Sim racing is more than a hobby to me. I think with the way sim racing is growing, races are broadcast, championships are broadcast, and manufacturers are really putting their time and effort into developing not only sim drivers, but real drivers. I think this is making motorsport more accessible to more people. So over the past year, I focused on Assetto Corsa Competizione. My first ever series with them was called More Female Racers. It's a series put on by the organizer, and strictly it allowed more female and more perhaps non-binary people even to race alongside the pros. It's funny, I think I've been preparing for Logitech's challenge ever since I started Assetto Corsa. I committed myself to racing with the 720S GT3 car to one day win a race with Logitech. Winning Logitech's round 2 of the challenge was a lot of validation.
This is Gobi coming across the line for the final time. Absolutely imperious race, and she's going to be finishing more than 6 seconds ahead of everybody else.
I hope this is one of many race wins, and I hope to take my validation, and this momentum all the way to the grand finals. When I'm not sim racing, I'm learning how to cook, and something I'm really focusing on is the spaghetti bolognese. Part of my pre-race ritual is to play loud music. Doesn't matter what it is, if it's got a good beat and it's loud, it really sets me up for a good race. Come the grand finals, I hope to put up a hard but fair challenge for the championship. While I know that I can win races 4 Sundays in a month, I also know the unique nature of this championship will offer its unique challenges. Because of all these variables, I know anything is possible, and I just have to do my best.
And that was Alu Gobi. She qualified last month, so we are excited to see how she performs at the semi-final. And I have to say, that was a wonderful piece as well, Luke. I can't think of a better sort of stay humble, stay fast but fair. And she had such a good race last month as well. She's definitely going to be winning over a lot of fans with that.
Oh, yeah, stay humble. This is very similar to Renan. Get a bit of screen time, have a bit of a player profile. All of a sudden, public appearances, out doing signing autographs, can't race anymore.
Exactly.
It's a disgrace, John, I tell you. No, you're right. Fantastic interview. Great to have some insight into the drivers' backgrounds, what they're interested in, how they're preparing for these races as well. So, yeah, fantastic to hear. I'm only joking, ladies and gentlemen, or am I? God, a bit of a spotlight. All of a sudden, celebrities everywhere.
I don't know. You've got these Luke Crane characters. They qualify, they pick up their 5 points, and they go, oh, I'm too busy to even show up to the race.
Yeah, touche, John, touche.
Still 3.5 minutes left to qualify. At the moment, we've got a 1:23.079 from Eric DeBon being the marker laid down for everybody else. The top 8 drivers are all in the 123s before we move on to the 124s. And as you said before, Luke, but it's still just as important now as it was back then. Very, very crucial to get as good a qualifying pace as possible, because overtaking around here, it's possible, and we've seen some fantastic maneuvers, but they truly do have to be fantastic for you to pull it off cleanly.
Yeah, it's got to be perfect. Simple as that. If it's not perfect, you're not going to make the move. Good to see Eric DeBon between reminiscing about all of the hits that he had with his band in the 80s. He's able to indeed perform so well in qualifying. Not by a lot, though, 0.04 of a second, or no, about half a tenth, actually, should I say. So half a tenth of a second is the difference between P1 and P2. Are we going to see anyone dip into the 122s? I'll be very surprised if we don't, if I'm completely honest. And actually, they're all a lot faster than their qualifying time coming into this, with the hot lap mode. So qualifying proving to be a little bit faster in terms of the track temperature, it'll be in terms of the track being rubbered in, and also if the server is set to Sunday, it will be optimum grip on circuit as well. So I would imagine that will be the case.
I think so as well. We still have 2 minutes left to go, so we're going to see a couple of more hot laps coming in from most of the field, I would think. Pretty decent banker time set for all, but I would imagine that some improvement is possible. The drivers are going to know that as well. They've run circuits around Brands Hatch countless times, and they'll know what's possible and what isn't. So trying to squeeze an extra couple of tenths to make sure you maximize your qualifying position is the only thing that's on their mind right now. And then come the race, I'd like to see something as exciting as Watkins Glen. Realistically, I don't think it's going to happen. But at the same time, I've been surprised by quite a lot of things all weekend long. So I'm done making assumptions, Luke.
Yeah, well, as soon as you open your mouth, something goes down. So the fact you said that's not going to happen, I'm sure it will now, which is great news for us watching at home. Please, for the love of God, John, do not say that someone's going to crash out because of someone else, because it will happen.
No. Everyone's going to do it on their own, mate. I wouldn't worry about it. They need no help from me.
We're going to need a restart, ladies and gentlemen. We've not even started the race, but we're going to need a restart.
Oh my. We now have 2 drivers in the 123 ones. Oh, Erie Riley, a 123.130, and Ryan Woodrow just 0.009 of a second slower. Still nobody in the 122s with under a minute left in qualifying.
Yeah, by the sounds of things, John, you've really enjoyed that 0.009 of a second between them.
Oh yeah, it was great. There
Riley,
we go.
Popped it up on the pole, 22.941. So there you go. Now off to build some sandcastles there in the gravel. Lovely old job. Jeff Cohn, by the way, P5. That's a great name. Probably my favourite name that we have seen so far this weekend, in all fairness. Brian Mandeville just moved up from P14 up into P9, but then got displaced as I believe Jeff Cohn put themselves up into top 5. Christopher McNichol is in 7th spot, and that's like a Christmas character from a film, Christopher McNichol. It's a great name. But yeah, it's already close. Only 7 seconds to go. Is Debon going to be able to get across the line and get another lap time in? We're not going to find out. Belmas now has actually just got pole position as well, 22.887. Wow. So there you go. Sviatoslav Belmas takes provisional pole. I knew we were going to see a 22, that's for sure. We've seen 2 of them. And well, this is going to prove to be a very exciting race indeed.
Just thinking about all the names now, as well as band members we've gone through. I'd love to see a Cone and Clampett front row, by the way. I think that would be magnificent. But at the moment, Sviatoslav Belmas, a 122.887 is pole position. I think we still have a couple of cars on their hot laps, but it looks like, as things stand, Belmas pole, Riley in 2nd place with Debon starting in 3rd. Debon did, I think, improve his time, but it's a 123.013. So very close, at least, even though we only have 2 drivers in the 122s. It doesn't look like anyone's about to just go off the start line and run away with it.
Yeah, I can see how many people are online right now in the Discord in terms of people working with Esports Engine, and they know that we are absolutely knackered at this stage of the weekend, and that they see someone on the top step here, Sviatoslav Belmas, which is a mouthful for sure, and we're going to be saying that constantly over the next 20 minutes. And I can't see the faces, but I can see so many smiles. I can feel the smiles right now because they know this is going to be pretty interesting for us to try and say that really fast over and over again.
Who was the driver yesterday? Your favorite, Luke?
Don't want to say it.
Don't want to say it. All right, here we go.
Nope.
These are your track conditions for Brands Hatch. Ignore the images behind you. That just happens to be representative of the United Kingdom on a normal day. We're going to go ahead and tweak up the temperature a little bit to a nice, warm, sunny 25. You got a 30-degree track temperature as well. Absolutely no breeze, and it's bright and sunny. I'm not sure what country we're racing in. Doesn't feel like Kent, though, if you're asking me honestly.
Well, it is. So I don't know. I've never really spent much time in Kent, to be honest. Have I ever been there? I don't know if I've ever... I feel like I've driven through there, but I've never been there.
On the 3.5 days a year, you're allowed sunshine. It's absolutely lovely. But anyway, we've got Belmas and Riley locking out the front row of the grid. Behind them, Debon and Woodrow will be in P3 and P4, respectively. Cone and Lavender will be in the 3rd row. And McNichol and Zampatti will be directly behind them. Rounding out our top 10, we have Brett Madsen and Brian Mandeville.
Next drivers then on your grid will be Lawrence Tran and Rishi Taparia. We've then got Nicolas Gonzalez, and then we've got Jean-Sebastien Herrel, and then we've got Gabriel Lafreniere. So this is going to be cool. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. And are we going to see some overtakes today? I think we will. I think North America are going to come out the gates absolutely firing.
Are we going to... Do we think we're going to see side-by-side on-track overtakes or overtakes due to mistakes? I mean, maybe a healthy bit of both. Little from column A, little from column B. Cars now lining up on the grid, getting ready for the start then. Looks like most of them are already there. And this promises to be a good one. I'm quietly optimistic that we have an exciting race here.
Yeah, well, we've seen 4 races here so far this weekend. One, we saw all of the cars acting like dogs with their legs raised. We've also seen them already have crossed the line and start the race, and this time we're getting a little bit of in-between, which is great to see. Belmas then is your lead driver. Eerie Riley in 2nd spot, already qualified is Eerie Riley. Remember that. Debon and Woodrow, neither of those drivers have qualified to get through to the semi-finals. So Eerie Riley's trying to block someone from getting through, whereas everyone else is just going to try and get his position. Historically, starting out on the left-hand side of the circuit has not been good this weekend. I'll be about to see the same again. As Belmas has been given the green flag, we are green light racing, and we are off and going here for the final race of the weekend. And Eerie Riley has gone for the move around the outside. That is not going to work, and ultimately going to drop 2, 3, 4, potentially 5 and 6 positions. Eerie Riley off the circuit here. Belmas then under pressure from indeed Debon. Debon then is now got to try and ward off the pressure of Woodrow and Cone. He's got to dodge a Cone in behind him. And while you see Belmas does finally get into the lead of this race, but it was not without a bit of a battle.
Cone yielding to Woodrow. We also saw Zampatti going off the track a little bit further back as well, so he's going to be dropping a couple of places. As it stands, Belmas in the lead. DeBon immediately behind him. Woodrow managed to slot into third ahead of Cone. McNichol is now up to P5, and Erie Riley, unfortunately, down to P6. Lavender, Tran, Madsen, and Mandeville currently make up your top 10. This is the first half of the first lap.
Yeah, Erie Riley dropping back is great news for everybody else. Not obviously great news for Erie, but ultimately they've already qualified as well, so it's not the biggest be-all and end-all. I think Gonzalez is trying to make a move here on Madsen, by the way, in the background. So we're on board with Caleb Lavender. Not too much going on there, just kind of in a bit of no man's land as it stands. But yeah, the move between the two blue cars in the background, P11 and P10. Wondering if Gonzalez did indeed get ahead of Madsen. We are just trying to look in the background here, and I think that Madsen is still ahead of Gonzalez, yes. So that did not come into fruition. Up to the lead, though. Belmas still leading the way. DeBon is, well, keeping tabs here, and Woodrow just currently in P3. Those three got a little bit of a gap then to Jeff Cone. McNichol in 5th position. And expect to see Erie Riley come through the pack here, of course. A very quick driver, already qualified. So expecting to indeed throw a spanner in the works. Madsen now, who has defended from Gonzalez, looking to try and indeed make a move on Brian Mandeville, the Barbadian. And as it stands, yeah, just a bit of a cork in a bottle now as Mandeville, holding firm, but ultimately not really moving forward here either. So, yeah, just kind of feeling your way into the race here. John, again, it's a very technical circuit. It takes a couple of laps to really feel, you know, you can hit your braking points and not running a little bit too late in terms of the braking and making mistakes and costing yourself time. But ultimately, you don't want to take too much time doing that. So as Erie Riley tries to make a move here on Christopher McNichol. McNichol reads the situation relatively well, but on the second phase of the double right-hander, ultimately, well, left the door open. Door then got closed as Riley does back out, but Caleb Lavender now very close in behind.
I think you absolutely read that perfectly in terms of where the drivers are at in general. Lavender having a little bit of a moment, but saving that, so he probably lost a 10 to Riley there, but should be able to close up soon. Drivers just really wanting to make sure they settle into a rhythm. Because Brands Hatch is so technical, you just need to make sure that you've got that muscle memory in conjunction with the concentration, and that you're able to bang in a quick lap after quick lap. So we had a couple of vehicles jostling for position on lap number 1, but to be fair, I think most of the field, if not all of the field, they've settled into this race quite nicely.
Yeah, they have. They've settled down really, really nicely, actually. The kicker, really, for us as neutral spectators is Erie Riley, because they are not going to care one iota as to whether they upset somebody else by taking their position or indeed trying to get into the top 3. They're not worried. They're already through to the semi-finals. Lavender then just in behind, potentially looking to make a move. Doesn't really seem like they've caught up because of the mistakes happening in the front. Ultimately, doesn't look like they've got the pace to hang with the front 6. That may change, of course, and they'll be hoping that Erie Riley can close up to McNichol once again, and then potentially cause a little bit of a ruckus. Belmas has now got the fastest lap of the race at 23.7, which actually is about 0.3 of a second slower than the qualifying time coming into this event. So to be 0.3 off with race fuel, that is pretty incredible there. So great stuff from Belmas. 1.2 seconds now in the lead, doing all the hard yards early in this race, and actually they really had closed up at the front there.
Oh,
I don't know who's close. Yeah, DeBon's made a mistake. Woodrow right in behind DeBon, and can there potentially be a move being made here? So Woodrow, again, has got to set up DeBon for the move through turn number 1. So you've got to force DeBon effectively to run out wide on the exit of turn number 1. So that will mean he has to go defensive into turn number 1. We're on board with McNichol as we're actually looking at the rear here.
Oh, sorry, Luke. Quick update just to let you know. DeBon is now leading the race. Unfortunately, Belmas got given a drive-through penalty for a jumped start, and he sent it off. He's basically sent it out of the race. He's in 15th now. So just wanted a quick update for you on that. That was very, very sudden.
Yeah. So Belmas has actually not served it. So you get 3 laps to serve a drive-through penalty. If you don't serve it, you get disqualified from the race, and it is a full disqualification then for Belmas. He is no longer in the race. Wow. Such a shame. Serious pace there. 2 more chances to qualify. I feel like someone with that kind of pace will be there or thereabouts anyway, but not a good day then. Clearly in the lead of the race, and ultimately, if you serve a drive-through in a 20-minute race, you're going to end up to the back of the pack anyway.
Exactly right. And sadly, he could serve the drive-through and still finish ahead of, say, anyone who crashes out, for example. So he might be able to pick up an extra point or 2 that way. But imagine you're already in the lead of the race. I can understand the emotion that must be going through his head right now. This is Supremely frustrating, but at the end of the day, if the game is giving it as a drive-through penalty because of a jump start, I mean, who are we to question that? That's just unfortunate day at the office there for Belmas after showing us so much promise.
Yeah, first time we've seen that actually this season, which
yeah,
it's not, I wouldn't say it's a regular occurrence when I've commentated on Assetto Corsa Competizione races before. But it does certainly happen. Normally, it can happen because other drivers are actually out of position and you kind of don't realise you're getting a bit greedy. But when you're in pole position, that ultimately is all down to you. So you're really the driver that kind of sets the tone. You get given a little box that shows you where you need to be within in terms of your speed and whatnot. And ultimately, that's not worked out here for Belmas. The people who don't care about Belmas' downfall is Eric Lebon, Woodrow, Cone, McNichol, and actually by everybody else in this race right now.
Several drivers now dipping into the 1:23 23s for their fastest laps. Here we can take a look at a couple of data-driven insights powered by a Splunk, a 1:23.736 for Eric Debon, who started in third and is now in the lead of this race. Obviously the best possible place to be. He's not gapping Ryan Woodrow or anything like that just yet, but he has got a little bit of a space. He's not constantly looking in his mirrors. He seems to be having a decent line. It feels to me like Debon is, and I realize I've been jinxing everything all day, but it does honestly look to me, Luke, like he's driving within himself and he's getting reasonably comfortable.
Yeah, for sure. The real serious battle, though, is this battle here. Erie, Riley, watching here from their perspective is probably going to be the best seat in the house, actually. Lavender, then, this is perfect. So Lavender is now going to square Cone up as they come then through the right-hander. McNichol now up to P3, by the way, in all of this exchange. And here we go. So Cone's going to go very defensive here, up in towards turn number 2. Erie Riley then trying to find an opening. And actually, they're both going to be slow on exit down towards Graham Hill. Cone there, I was convinced would lose that position. And actually, fair play, defends that really, really well through turn 1 and turn 2. I feel if Erie Riley doesn't try and make a move there, if they're not involved in this conversation at all and they're not in the picture for the overtake, Lavender's on their own. Lavender gets that job done on Cone, so Erie Riley has effectively saved Cone's position. But ultimately, Christopher McNichol is now into P3, so all of the goings on in the final sector of the previous lap indeed has promoted Christopher McNichol up into P3.
Lavender flashing his lights there, looking for a way past Cone. Won't find it at the moment and has Riley to deal with behind him as well. Front 3 at the moment, as Luke just mentioned, Debon, Woodrow and McNichol currently occupying those podium positions that will send the drivers directly through to the semi-finals. Jeff Cone will be looking to try and recover that position if he can, but he's got his mirrors absolutely full of Lavender.
Yeah, for sure, and really the defining factor of this situation is look how far McNichol is already up the road. We know how fast these drivers are individually, but when you're battling side by side around a circuit like this, you just hemorrhage time, and the gap's going to be maybe 1.5 seconds, which is an absolute age around Brands Hatch. And well, as we come then through turn number 1, the most vital corner in terms of setting someone up for an overtake, they all come through there relatively nicely. And actually, if anyone makes a mistake there, it was indeed Lavender. So Lavender, it was a minimal mistake, wasn't a position costing mistake here, as we will just take a look at a full lap here on board with Riley and just see the different lines they're all taking. Riley there running a little bit wide. That will be from the dirty air that the car in front is creating. It's like a jet wash there. Makes the front of your car lose all sense of downforce, so it's very difficult to follow cars here. Again, not the most high downforce cars in the world, but ultimately they do, especially around a circuit like this, you just can't really drive with any dirty air in front of you. It becomes very, very difficult. It's hard enough to run on the racing line on your own, let alone when a car in front of you is kind of stopping you from being able to do so. Through the double right-hander, through the forest section then, here at Brands Hatch again. A few corners there where you can run a little bit wide, and Riley very much struggling to keep with this group in front. I'm wondering now whether indeed Lavender could potentially make a move on Cone and then go and close up to McNichol, because McNichol has not had a good lap time here. It was, what, 1.5 seconds was the gap as this lap indeed previously finished. And as they come across the line here, I think it's going to be at least half a second less than that as Lavender runs off circuit. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. It's going to be an absolute freebie here for Riley, for sure. This is brilliant news, though, for Cone and McNichol. They're going to see those two battling in behind. And then Lavender, very clever. So gave up the position, realised if they try and hold on to this, there is the potential of them losing some really silly time. Noticed and recognised he'd made a mistake, and ultimately has saved these two could have been a further second behind, which is so difficult to catch up. But ultimately gave the position up, and now they can kind of work together to push forward in this race. This is kind of an interesting race here, where I feel that Christopher McNichol is not as fast as the 3 drivers behind. We've kind of seen it in Brands Hatch, where they're kind of in the order of how quick they are. That's realistically how it's been.
Sure.
Whereas I do genuinely think that McNichol is a little bit slower. Not a lot. You know, you're running in 3rd right now. You're not there by accident. It's not there by Hufflepuff magic, is it? But yeah, McNichol is a little bit slower than the 3 behind. So I think that could really develop nicely as this race goes on.
I appreciate the effort, Luke. You can get 10 out of 10 for that one. McNichol currently only enjoying about a 2nd gap back towards Cone. And I think you're right. I feel like if Jeff Cone was released from having to worry about who was going to be in his rearview mirror, I think he could catch up to McNichol and really give him a run for his money. At the moment, though, the joker in the pack, Erie Riley, isn't really allowing that to happen. So McNichol's best case scenario now is that Riley finds a way to make Cone start driving defensively.
It's going to happen now. Cone is being set up here brilliantly. That runs a little bit wide there. Maybe not going to be quite close enough. Doesn't even have an opportunity to really go for it, and actually runs wide themselves then does Erie Riley. But yeah, set it up perfectly through turn number 1, and yeah, it's worth checking this out every single lap through turn number 1 now, because Riley just seems to be so quick through that final sector, but ultimately it's just so difficult to make an overtake, and then they can go and try and chase down Christopher McNichol. Ideally, McNichol doesn't want Cone to be overtaken. They kind of want to see these 2 battle for the rest of the race and have easy passage through to the semi-finals. As it stands, DeBon, Woodrow, McNichol, neither of those 3 drivers have qualified. So it'll be 3 new drivers into the semi-finals. But Erie Riley wants to really block one of those from going through.
If Riley can do that, that would be phenomenal for him. Obviously dropping back a little bit in this race, but trying 1 place at a time to regain those. If Erie Riley is able to do that, he could then end up being on the hunt for McNichol and then Woodrow. At the moment, the gap between DeBon and Woodrow, it's staying fairly consistent at about 3/4 of a second. The gap back to McNichol then is just over 3 seconds. So Woodrow doesn't have to worry, just needs to focus on making sure he stays within touching distance of DeBon. And if there indeed is a mistake from DeBon, Woodrow is definitely close enough to take advantage.
Here we go, once again, trying to set up Jeff Cone.
He goes really deep here.
Cone, yeah, just trying to force him to run, just trying to go too defensive into turn number 1, which means he's forced to run too wide and then has to just let off the gas. What you're looking for is for the guy in front or the girl in front just to let off the gas ever so slightly, which then gives you an opportunity to make a move up and towards turn number 2. But ultimately here, Riley not quite close enough, and now Cone's trying to make a move here on McNichol, which ultimately has now left the door open for Riley. It's such a strange circuit. If you do not make a move with any kind of conviction, if you don't get it stuck, you've got someone behind you, you are going to lose positions here. Erie Riley then trying to force another mistake here from Cone, and all of a sudden here we've got a 3-car battle for what is 1 qualifying position, and then you've got Lavender in behind trying to also get involved here. So this is where it gets spicy now. DeBon and Woodrow, they're going to be loving life as it stands. Yep, P1, P2. Good to see in the rearview mirror that everybody else is having a nice little battle in the background. And well, that means they can drive away, but this is now becoming super, super interesting. Lavender just very much looking there, sort of twiddling the thumbs, thinking, ooh, a couple of laps to go here. Don't really need to be pushing too much and hope that there is some big shenanigans up ahead. Christopher McNichol, though, with a very good final sector as they've gained maybe a couple of car lengths, which at this stage of the race is huge, but actually goes in pretty defensive through turn number 1. Does that mean Cone, though, is going to get a good run? No, Cone is not going to get a good run. Erie Riley here set them up absolutely perfectly up the inside, late on the brakes, hits the apex. Job is a good. I've been waiting for that to happen for about, 2 days. 4 broadcasts. Someone set them up through turn number 1, make the move up the inside into turn number 2. Job's a good one. Move forward. And I tell you what, I'm going to say that Erie Riley's going to do exactly the same to McNichol and going to move up into that top 3 positions.
The question now becomes whether McNichol is sufficiently defensive that while losing time fighting with Riley, we give another opportunity for Cone to come through. This is a horrible position to be in if you're Chris McNichol right now, because at the end of the day, you're in 3rd place. This is the automatic qualifying spot for the semi-finals. You don't want to give it up. And you certainly don't want to give it up to someone who's already got a spot of their own. Ideally, Riley would act as his rear gunner, but we all know that's not going to happen. So McNichol is going to have some rather unpleasant decisions to have to make in the coming laps.
What a run here from Erie Riley again. We saw that McNichol on the previous lap was very good. through the final sector, but Eerie Riley has just blasted through there, maybe gained a couple of tenths of a second, and I thought it might take a couple of laps here. Not sure whether Eerie Riley is quite close enough to potentially make the move now. Yeah, I think it is going to take a couple of laps, unless McNichol gets really out of shape here through turn number 1.
He's only got a couple.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Going to be good through there this time round. Won't have to go defensive through turn number 2. Again, Eerie Riley just seems to be able to get on the brakes a lot later. So if you're going to see them go wheel to wheel, if you're going to see the front wheels along the rear wheels of McNichol from Eerie Riley, expect then there to be a move late on the brakes. Actually, Lavender is dropped right down the order. Oh, what a shame for Caleb Lavender. P7 as it stands. Madsen now moves up to P6. So now it is that three-way battle for 3rd position and qualification through to the next phase of the competition.
I think the hardest job here might be for Jeff Cohn, because the very first step to getting into the top 3 is passing Eerie Riley, who has absolutely been on a mission this entire race. Jeff is doing well, to be fair, to keep in touch, but I don't know how much of that is Eerie Riley sort of sniffing the exhaust of Chris McNichol here, and how much of it is Jeff Cohn actually driving quite well. Either way, 3 minutes and 20 seconds until the next time to lead across the start-finish line. That signals the end of the race. So not an awful lot of time for these drivers now to get it done. McNichol has to hold out for just a couple minutes. But a couple of minutes is a long time when you're on Brands Hatch with Riley right on your tail.
Here we go then. This is where it's going to be the setup here. McNichol will have to go a little bit defensive. You can see Riley then opening up turn 1. Will be able to gain a bit more momentum on the exit. Forces McNichol to run out wide. As they come across the curve, then McNichol is going to survive once again. And actually, he's going to run wide off the apex. Door will open up here for Riley. Not quite enough room to maneuver. And this is perfect for Cohn. So Cohn right now, it doesn't matter how you do it, you've got to stick onto the rear of Eerie Riley. You've got to expect these two to be making a mistake at some point. You've got to expect them to go side by side. And you've got to pick up those pieces. Put your gloves on. It's going to be sharp, those pieces, but pick them up. Take that 3rd position and move on to the semi-finals. But you've got to be close. You've got to do the hard work yourself. Again, you could be given a freebie in terms of 2 positions, but the hard work now is sticking behind Riley.
McNichol just needs to hold on for another 2-3 minutes, but my God, it must feel like an eternity if you're in the cockpit of that car right now. Riley looking for all sorts of angles to try and unsettle McNichol. And as soon as he's even successful once, you bet your bottom dollar that he's going to absolutely send it up the inside, ideally just after turn 1.
Yeah, Riley, they're struggling through the final couple of corners, which gives Jeff Cohn an opportunity, but ultimately it gives McNichol the chance to just drive away. I don't think he's going to be under any kind of severe pressure, realistically, up in towards turn 1 again. So McNichol just doing exactly what he needs to do. Hit your braking points. It's such an easy track to defend on. As long as you can nail turn 1, not run too far wide. As soon as you dip those left wheels into that gravel, that's where you're going to be in trouble. That's where you're going to lose momentum. The door will be wide open up towards turn number 2, and that's where you can lose the position. The rest of the circuit, relatively straightforward. Just hold the inside line. Make sure you hit your braking points. Don't get greedy. Don't try and outbrake yourself. Don't try and hit fastest laps. Just position your car in a position where they cannot make the overtake. Doing a sensational job right now. Again, I think there must have been a bit of contact, because McNichol actually gained about 3 positions to get up to 3rd. Last time we checked, he was in 6th position before. Well, this is a long time ago now in the race. With 6th position, and all of a sudden in 3rd. So there must have been a little bit of a scuffle going down, but it doesn't matter about whether you're gifted a position or not. It's now the hard work of just keeping hold of it. Front 2, by the way, DeBon and Woodrow, separated by half a second. They don't really want to be getting involved in it and giving some freebie positions to drivers in behind. Eerie Riley again, trying to gain 1 position just to block people, but as it stands, DeBon, Woodrow and McNichol are going to make it through to the semi-finals. They're going to have 1 lap remaining here, John, and are we potentially going to see Eerie Riley break the heart of McNichol, or is McNichol going to be able to hold on?
Gap between them now about half a second, so Eerie Riley still paying for that earlier mistake. Possible, of course, to line himself up. The problem is, I think if Riley wants to overtake McNichol now, Luke, I think he has to do it in the second half of the lap. I don't think he's quite close enough to do it into this complex here. And frankly, overtaking the second half of the lap, yes, it's still possible, but it's a lot harder than doing it up here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just the most difficult circuit to really shape up a move, and it really is one of those puzzle circuits where you're just trying to work out, how can I get this done? You've got to set the driver up in front of you by, 3 or 4 corners beforehand. It's not a case of, oh, I'm getting in the slipstream, I'm going to outbrake this driver. An orthodox overtake. You have to really be on top of your game mentally to indeed force a mistake from the driver in front and set them up. As you can see here, Avery Riley once again, a few corners to go. Can McNichol keep hold of this position? Going defensive here. This is not good. So again, has to go defensive, but Erie Riley, if they're very patient, could potentially find themselves an opportunity, just like Bokida did yesterday. Not quite close enough this time round. DeBon and Woodrow. If Woodrow's clever here, does not even attempt to make an overtake. McNichol, though, is going to get, squared up onto the apex here, runs wide, and Riley then potentially with the run here. No, again, McNichol holds strong. Will go defensive into the final corner. Doesn't need to do that. He does not need to do that.
Oh, no.
Avery Riley's got the run. He's going to go round the outside. DeBon is going to pick up the checker flag. Woodrow's going to finish in second. Oh, Riley's off the circuit. So it will be McNichol then that does take the checker flag and finish in P3. We do have 3 new drivers through, and I'll be very interested to see what happened there between Riley and McNichol, because I tell you what, Riley had the run, and it was going to be super close as they cross the line. But don't take it away from DeBon. DeBon takes the checkered flag.
A fantastic race and a very well-deserved victory there for Eric DeBon. Ryan Woodrow in second place and Chris McNichol in third. We have actually got a Quantum Pay replay of what happened going around the final corner there between Erie Riley and Chris McNichol. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. That's going to be absolutely fantastic to watch. So here we are going defensive here. You rightly called it, Luke. Didn't really need to do that and compromising the speed so much. And you know what? Riley just got 2 wheels on the grass, decided to keep his foot planted, and unfortunately that was that. Just a little bit of a risk at the end, but at the end of the day, it's on the start finish straight. Worst case scenario, you still finish 4th.
Yeah, it was very much, I thought McNichol may have tried to be sneaky there and just squeeze Riley off, but no, it was all on Riley there. Again, we didn't see the pictures. McNichol, that was nerves showing there for sure. He went defensive thinking, I need to cover this inside line. Riley was, unless it was going to be a superhero move up the inside, it was never on anyway. McNichol qualified, got through top 3, good stuff. Has to learn from that though moving forward, because if you make a defensive move and you don't need to, all you're doing is losing time. As the competition progresses, you're going to be racing against faster and faster people. So it's all about just keeping your nerve, and it's a mental battle this weekend being Brands Hatch. But again, still got through. That's all that matters really at the end of the day.
I think you're exactly right. I mean, if that race was 1 more lap, Erie Riley would have just waited until turn 1 and absolutely lined him up and probably taken the position. But admittedly, the point at the end of the day is there wasn't 1 more lap, and that's why he was able to hold on to that position. So let's go ahead and take a look at our final results for our last race of the evening, the sports car race sponsored by Splunk. Eric DeBon will go ahead and take race victory with Ryan Woodrow in second place. Chris McNichol in third rounds out the podium. Erie Riley just missing out on a podium position, but he's already through. That's all good. We then have Jeff Code, Brett Madsen, Caleb Lavender in 7th, Nicholas Gonzalez, Gabriel Lafrene. I believe he started near the back of the grid as well, so potentially a very, very good drive there with 22 points, and Rishi Taparia making up your top 10.
Next 5 then, Aldo Zampati, Brian Mandeville, Jean-Sebastien Arel, Lawrence Tran, and Alexis Moisan. So that's your 15 drivers. Oh, what a spectacle, John. It was, again, never really expected to see a crazy amount of overtakes in action. But I'll tell you what, that's the best Brands Hatch race we've had all weekend for sure. And they really did indeed come to showcase their skill set.
So here are some of the highlights from that race. Lap 1, a lot of cars jostling for position. No one really involved in any big crashes or anything like that. Several cars going 2 by 2 there. We see a little bit of a nudge, unfortunately, getting outside of the circuit, but everyone managing to continue just fine going into the forest section of the track.
Yeah, absolutely. As Erie Riley was the only one really that was a casualty of the start of this race. Ultimately, yeah, it was just kind of normal service resumed, to be honest. Riley then had to chase through the pack, wasn't able to quite get up into what would be P3, making the move there on Lavender. You've got to feel sorry for Belmas, of course, who qualified as our pole position sitter. Unfortunately got off the line a little bit too quickly, which gave a drive-through penalty, did not serve it, and then ultimately didn't qualify, which is a huge shame. But don't take it away from DeBon, don't take it away from Woodrow. It doesn't matter if you're handed these opportunities, you do indeed take them with both hands, move on in the competition, and that is exactly what DeBon did. Superb show from start to finish here, and DeBon will be joining us for the semi-finals.
So this was the last of 3 races that you all saw today. We started the evening off, of course, with the Stock Car Challenge, and we had Kevin Freese there taking home the victory with Brian Wang in 2nd place and Matt Bean literally on the start-finish line, managing to snatch 3rd place. Very well done to our top 3. Raymond Rittenor will then be in 4th place. Jack Dolan, Ryan Bush, Connor Anton, Ian Lane, Alex Kirfan, Tyler Adams, and Malachi Drake then followed. Trey McCrickard, Cody Smith, Vinny McDonald, and Jason Lettingham completed the top 15 in what was frankly our closest stock car race possibly ever. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Gabriel Lafrenai, who you actually just saw in the sports car race as well, finished in 16th there. We then had Chris Jordan, Robert Edgerton, Gabe Butler, Shane Hensley, Miles Morse, David Brown, who started the race in P2 and got hung out to dry, but still taking home valuable points, and Zeke Willis will be your stock car finishers. Let's now go ahead and take a look at open wheel. Brandon Hawken making it 3 out of 3 and setting himself up to be inundated with Logitech McLaren G Challenge history. Messages, no doubt, from his fans. Andre Castro will take a very, very credible 2nd in an eventful race, with Matt Adams coming 3rd, driving very aggressively and at most times quite fairly as well. Really exciting racing there. Todd Atchinson will be in 4th place. Well done to Todd. Noor Afani then is going to be following, and Abigail Paquet immediately behind them. Lyndon Swaby, Philip Scott, Michael Blass, and Raymond Aguilar will make up your top 10. Behind them, David Porcelli, who unfortunately had an incident, otherwise would have been much further up. Eric Heater, Dane Verano, similar to David Porcelli there. Stephen Leonard and Jeffrey Decker will be your top 15. Finishing just behind them, we had Alex Bergeron, Chase Pose, Nicholas Sudik, Greg Laborde, Robert Ridgway, and Logan Clampett, who is on the board as having 9 points, although I don't think Logan started the race. Nonetheless, points are handy, and he's got those in the bag. So that was our open wheel as well, and of course, you have just seen the sports car race go down. All in all, North America, we were hoping at the start of the evening that NA would give us a really entertaining set of races. And Luke, I think it's fair to say for all of these races, they have absolutely served us up a doozy.
Yeah, 100%. North America is the last region to be added to the G Challenge, what was it, 2 years ago now? We had APAC, we had Latin America, and we had the EMEA region. Actually, it was just Europe then, actually, EU. And then North America was added, and for me, they are probably the 2nd most competitive region now. It took a couple of years, but it's just sim racing's taking off, especially in iRacing. But yeah, it's good to see that it's very, very healthy in terms of ATC as well, with Eric Doben doing so well.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal final race. Wasn't quite driving away into the wind, but also didn't need to drive defensively, and it was very cool and calm under pressure, despite having Woodrow right up on his tail for most of that race. Didn't phase him even a single bit, didn't see him put a wheel wrong, and ultimately an extremely deserved race win, and of course a ticket directly through to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge semi-finals. But really, just a fantastic job from all of our races this evening. Were there any particular moments from any of the 3 races that ideally we would like to see again, or you'd like to see more of in future weeks? I personally feel that 90% of those, well, actually, we had a great stock car race, probably come on Watkins Glen. The amount of times we saw 3 cars down the back straight, side by side, and managing to come out of the next corners unscathed going into the boot, I really enjoyed watching that. I want to see more of it.
Yeah, I kind of want to see both ends of the spectrum. I want to see people take more chances in trying to qualify. But then on the flip side, for North America open wheel, I want to see them take less chances. So it's, but for everyone else, take more chances. I feel like this is the highest level we've had in terms of our monthly finals. For me personally, this is what I feel. Again, I could be wrong. I'm wrong all the time. If you watch these broadcasts, you know I'm wrong all the time. But for me, it's been the strongest in terms of the pace from the front to the back of the field. But not enough chances are being taken. I feel that there's too many people on the Sunday. The next day, they'll be thinking, oh, I really should have done this, or I should have done that. And you really, if you get to this point of the competition, you should be feeling like you gave absolutely everything. Maybe you're mentally, maybe you're physically exhausted from the weekend, but you should be feeling like I could not have done anything more in that race. There was that opportunity. I maybe could have just tried to make a move, or that mistake I made there was because I just took my eye off the ball. Like, you should be leaving everything out there. And again, it is getting better and better each month. I feel like that we're moving towards that for sure, but I think that will come with experience. Again, a lot of these drivers, it's the first ever time they've raced at this level, first ever time that they've raced in a major esports event as well. So yeah, it definitely will come, but more chances do need to be taken.
So we've had 3 fantastic races this evening. I just want to touch on stock car for a bit as well. That was so thrilling to watch. I don't remember the last time I had 12 cars not overtaking each other, but I was still very much on the edge of my seat. I mean. It really is just so tense, and you can't look away even for a second.
That's exactly what I mean, though, John. That specific race there's so many, you can just tell, obviously, they're really experienced drivers. They don't, by accident, run, nose to tail for 20 minutes in a race or 25 laps in a race. It's not by accident at all. There wasn't any chances taken, really, until right at the death there, and it was just too conservative. There are people who finished in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, who didn't really, if they're honest with themselves, didn't really even make an attempt to drive forward in that race.
So let's now go ahead and take a look at our overall podiums for drivers that have qualified over the course of this weekend. Here is the overall podium for the Stock Car Challenge. In EMEA, we had Daniel Thomas, we had Wojciech Malaka, and Sander Nyhoff making it through. Moving on to Asia Pacific, Matt Danson, Robert Mason, and Reese McGillivray will be the 3 drivers going straight through to the semi-finals. In Latin America, Emmanuel Lopez, Bruno Castro Alves, and Nahun Flores make it through. And in North America, we just saw Kevin Freese, Brian Wang, and Matt Bean at the death, but what a move it was. Punched their ticket to the semi-final. We then move on to the Open Wheel Challenge. In EMEA, we had a fantastic job from Soria, Lemonek, and Summers, who will go straight through. They can, of course, continue to race if they want to, but even if they don't, they will get that semi-final spot. In Asia Pacific, Emily Jones, Calix Poon, and Jaden Ladich will make it through. In Latin America, oh my God, Gonzalo Perez, an absolute masterclass on Watkins Glen, will take home that first position, but Velez and Santos also make their way through. And in North America, we have Brandon Hawken, the 3-time race winner now, Andre Castro, and Matt Adams punch their ticket to the semi-finals. Finally, in the Sports Car Challenge, in EMEA, we had Sherritt, Abraham, and Whitehead go through. In Asia Pacific, Dylan Tan, Philippa Bakita, and Ryan Houlihan will make up the podium. In Latin America, we had Borges, Cargin, absolutely no surprises there, but Montez joining them as the 3rd position. And finally, in North America, we had DeBon, Woodrow, and McNichol holding on to get that direct invite to the semi-final race. All in all, Luke, an absolutely magnificent weekend of racing. I really enjoyed the races both in Latin America and North America. They felt really different, but just as engaging as each other in different ways. And I can't wait for what next month is going to bring.
100%. It's been super, super exciting this weekend. This shirt that you're looking at right now may look like it's painted on, but at this point, it feels like it's painted on as well. I cannot wait to take it off. What a weekend, though. It's been fantastic.
Absolutely right. A massive thank you to Splunk, Logitech G, Quantum Pay, and McLaren for helping us put all of this on. Thank you very much for watching this weekend, everyone. We hope you enjoyed all of the racing wherever you are in the world. Make sure to tune in next month again for our monthly round races. Stay safe, enjoy yourself wherever you are, and we look forward to welcoming you back next month. Take care.